their family, approximately 300,000 Black women undergo abortion every year, while in 2021 there were approximately 518,000 births to Black women, a number that continues to decline. We must ask ourselves, how is this destruction of innocent life reproductive justice? How does one defend the deliberate killing of the most vulnerable members of minority group, especially when births to that group have been and continue to be in decline? Rather than Black women achieving bodily autonomy and controlling their fertility, instead their fertility is being controlled. There are substantial racial disparities in abortion rates, abortion mortality, and non-abortion related maternal mortality between Black and white women. 38% of abortions occur in Black women, a rate which is 2 to 3 times higher than that of white women, even though we comprise only 12 to 14% of the total US population. An estimated 684 Black children are aborted every day. African American women also have a 2 to 3 times higher mortality from abortion compared with white women. Therefore, Black women have the highest rates of abortion and the highest rates of maternal mortality. Both of these facts cannot be true if abortion reduces maternal mortality. In conclusion, the medical, public health, and social landscape post-ops offers many opportunities to help and support women to carry their unborn children to term. These include pregnancy resource centers, programs to improve maternal health, interventions to treat unborn children with disabilities, as well as perinatal hospice, and stronger civil society engagement in the mission of strengthening families. The pro-life message is one of profound hope and healing, of love and encouragement, of walking with women and parents and families through often difficult circumstances and helping them to thrive. Thank you for your invitation to this hearing. I look forward to your questions.
Dr. Verma.
Good morning, Chairman Durbin, Ranking Member Graham, and distinguished members of the Senate Judiciary Committee. My name is Dr. Nisha Verma, and I am a board-certified, fellowship-trained obstetrician and gynecologist providing full-spectrum reproductive health care. That means I do everything from cancer screenings to delivering babies to supporting people as they decide to continue or end a pregnancy. I am a fellow with Physicians for Reproductive Health, and I am also a proud Southerner. I was born and raised in North Carolina. I currently provide care in Georgia, and I've lived in the Southeast for most of my life. I decided to stay in Georgia after the Supreme Court overturned the constitutional right to abortion care, and Georgia enacted a law that bans most abortions in our state last year. I decided to stay, knowing Georgia's law threatened to make me a criminal for providing life-saving care to my patients, because I made a commitment when I became a doctor to serve my home and my community in the South. But every day, Georgia's law forces me to grapple with impossible situations where state laws directly violate the medical expertise I gained through years of training and the oath I took to provide the best care to my patients. Because of a law that is not based in medicine or science, I am forced to turn away patients that I know how to care for. I've had adolescents with chronic medical conditions that make their pregnancies very high risk, women with irregular periods who don't realize they're pregnant until after 6 weeks, and couples with highly desired pregnancies who receive a terrible diagnosis of a fetal anomaly, cry when they learn that they can't receive their abortion in our state, and beg me to help them. Imagine looking someone in the eye and saying, I have all the skills and the tools to care for you, but our state's politicians have told me I can't. Imagine having to tell someone, you are sick, but not sick enough to receive care in our state based on our law's very narrow exceptions. Abortion is extremely safe, and none of the arbitrary barriers imposed by politicians make it any safer. In fact, the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine published a comprehensive study affirming the safety of abortion and pointed out that the biggest threat to patients is medically unnecessary restrictions. One of my patients, I'll call her M, gave me permission to share her story with you all today, and her experience brings the findings of this study to life. She struggled with infertility, and she and her husband were thrilled to see the positive pregnancy test after they transferred their final embryo. Then, at 17 weeks, when there was no chance of her baby ever developing lungs that would allow it to live outside of her water broke. She went to the hospital, but because her baby still had a heartbeat, her doctors couldn't do anything to help her. Instead, she had to wait to get sick, to start bleeding heavily or develop an infection of her uterus that could spread into her bloodstream. M shared with me that to be denied the basic medical care I needed, to be told that I must first be at risk of dying, to be forced to relive the trauma of losing my baby every day for 5 days because of Georgia's law. The trauma of that on top of my loss is devastating. She told me her baby's name was Ezekiel Charles, which means God's strength, and that she would miss him at every major and minor milestone he would have had in his life. I stayed in Georgia to provide care for people in my community, but my heart breaks every day for my patients like Em as I bear witness to the pain they have to carry because of these restrictions on abortion access. We know from recent data that already thousands of people have been forced to remain pregnant and have faced harm like developing serious medical conditions as a result. And we know that states with higher numbers of abortion restrictions are the same states with worse maternal health outcomes, with marginalized populations facing the largest burden. Already, the US has the highest maternal mortality rate of all high-income countries in the world, and data from the CDC shows us that this crisis is only worsening. I understand that abortion care can be a complicated issue for many people, just like so many aspects of healthcare and life can be. But I also know that abortion is necessary, compassionate, essential healthcare, and that my patients are capable of making complex, thoughtful decisions about their health and lives. No law should prevent them from doing so. I am unwavering in my commitment to support people in my home in the South. It shouldn't have to be this way. I urge you to listen to the stories of people who provide and access abortion care. I hope these stories help you understand that abortion care is not an isolated political issue, and to see how profoundly restrictions on abortion access harm all of our communities. Thank you for having me today, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Berman. Thank you to all of the witnesses. Ms. Zarowski, I can't remember testimony as compelling or as forceful as yours. I do this for a living. When I heard your story as you presented it, I thought for a moment, what would I feel like if you were my daughter going through this? The joy of a possible grandchild that's been erased and now you struggling to live, and an arbitrary political obstacle to saving your life. At some point, you had to be so sick and near death before they finally would agree to terminate the pregnancy. As you listen to the testimony from witnesses who share your feelings and don't, what was your reaction?
It's a good question. It's very complicated. As Dr. Verma said, everything about abortion is complicated. I understand that. You know, it gives me a lot of hope to know that there are people like you and like some of my fellow witnesses who are fighting for safe and accessible health care. But it's also infuriating to know that there are people who think that what happened to me was okay, and that it should have happened, and that it should continue to happen.
Once again, your answer is direct and has great meaning for me personally, I hope for others. I'd like to ask Dr. Skopas a question. Based on your profession and medical expertise, with a reasonable degree of medical certainty, tell me when life begins.
96% of biologists agree, and I agree, and this is scientifically proven, that life begins at the time the sperm fertilize an egg to create a zygote, which is the first stage in the process of human life.
So the termination of a pregnancy is the taking of life at any stage after the moment of conception?
The legal definition of abortion is an action performed with the intent to end the unborn human life.
So is the answer the affirmative?
Yes, sir.
Do you support Senator Graham's bill?
I'm here today in the capacity as a clinician and as a researcher. And as I've stated in my testimony, I think there are many reasons to support Senator Graham's bill based on the effects that late-term abortions have on women, which I have noted in my practice can be devastating, particularly the case that many of these women are coerced into these abortions.
I'm not at that level. I'm trying to stick to the original question. But it's my understanding that if you believe an abortion occurs when pregnancy is ended after the moment of conception, then the notion of his bill limiting abortion to 15 weeks suggests that would be the taking of a human life for 15 weeks after birth. Is that correct?
I understand what you're saying, and there is a difference between what is politically feasible and what is morally defensible, and I think our country does need to have a conversation about the reasons that we are taking human life.
In my mind, this gets to the heart of the issue and the debate. When does life begin? The debate has been going on for a long period of time, maybe from the beginning of civilization. I'm not sure
Sorry
have
about
the
that,
right
folks.
answer. I'm not sure Dr. Scott has the right answer. We're trying to find a humane response. When I listen to Ms. Zarowski, I understand if you start from the moment of conception and say that she has to weather what
Sorry
she
about that,
did,
folks. A bit of a
literally
router
at the
issue.
brink of losing her life before you could end that abortion. You have to ask yourself, what about the life of the mother? Is that a critical element too? I think it is. Professor Goodwin, you
in
talked
US
about what
history.
women are going through
This
now
radical
with data.
MAGA bill will not only tank the stock market, it will result in higher unemployment and kick off 600,000 Americans off their health insurance rolls, plus a 22% cut to veterans' care. So Democrats are going to be unified in opposing this radical bill, and the outcome that we seek is to have America follow the Constitution and pay the debts that have already been incurred, and then we're happy to
privacy.
talk with Republicans on what a future budget and spending and revenue package would look like. And with that, I'm going to invite up our amazing ranking member, Richie Neal, who's going to talk more about this Default on America Act.
Thanks, Ted. We need more of those introductions. So thanks to you and to Pete, and thanks to the team here as we go forward. So the arithmetic here ought to be pretty clear to everybody. This represents a threat to the dollar as an international currency, but it's also a reminder of the recklessness of this policy. And it goes like this. So George Bush cut taxes by $1.3 trillion in 2001 and came back with another $1 trillion. There was subsequent invasion of Iraq. George Bush cut taxes have been created because of these military incursions that we've had. And we're obligated for obvious and good reason to pay those veterans benefits and for those who have been wounded or harmed along the way. But back to arithmetic. So they voted for the pandemic relief. They have voted consistently for more defense spending. Some of them voted for the CHIPS Act. Some of them voted for the infrastructure bill. And all of them in 2017, December, voted to borrow $2.3 trillion. Borrowed $2.3 trillion to provide tax cuts to the wealthiest amongst us. There have been $10 trillion worth of tax cuts over the last 25 years. And there has been no conversation from their side about putting the tax cuts on the table. So Speaker McCarthy got himself into this. And I think reasonable people would come to the conclusion that we should have a clear and sustained vote on the debt ceiling, and then we should begin the process of discussion and or negotiation as we're compelled. When I look at what this says to international markets, what I think it does in terms of the credibility of the United States in paying our bills, the full faith and credit of the United States becomes really important. So if you look at this dollar, the one thing we know about this dollar is that in international markets, it's always redeemed. No matter where you travel in the world, if you put the dollar on the table, if you're not in euro or you're not in sterling, that dollar will be redeemed. You could put it out, and they might say, well, we can't take it right now, but we can give you change in that currency. But the point is that this is a threat to the full faith and credit of the United States. Why they would choose to use this mechanism of the debt ceiling to try and compel negotiations escapes me. They have voted for all the measures that I've just pointed out. And now they want us to have sort of amnesia and say that all of a sudden this was created because Joe Biden became president. This goes back to those tax cuts from Bush and
That's
atomic
right.
warfare, goes to the Trump tax cuts, and it goes to the pandemic spending. That's the bill that's in front of us today, and we should pay it. And by the way, this debt as a proportion of gross domestic product is manageable. Thanks, Ted. Thanks, Pete.
Brendan Boyle, Ranking Member of the House Budget Committee, and as I've said before, you can always tell when there's a Democrat in the White House because Republicans suddenly start talking about deficit and debt. So here we are again.
Hey, boom, I
Debt ceiling
appreciate it,
has been
man.
raised 103 times since
Sorry about the
1940.
little interruption. Something was going on with my
However,
router, so I just had to go
wasn't
reset it.
Until 2010,
It took a minute.
after the
So hopefully
so-called
we won't have any more
Tea
issues.
Caucus
But
won a
we're
majority
talking
in
debt
those
ceiling.
elections.
Republicans gave their statement
for
on the
the
debt
first
ceiling.
time in American
They're playing a
history,
dangerous game.
began to see the
Democrats
debt
are showing how
ceiling
Republicans
let
are
down.
hypocrites
Now, the
right
other
now.
side wants to talk about being
After this, there's an
fiscally
abortion.
responsible.
The Senate Judiciary
Let's be
hearing is
clear.
having a
There's
hearing
absolutely
on the
nothing
abortion pill
fiscally
issue.
responsible
Right now, they
about
got experts
refusing to
there.
pay
We're going to
American
watch that
bills.
after Democrats are done here.
As was
And
just
then we're
outlined,
watching the Washington Journal, and we're just going to
voting
keep up with some C-SPAN, some
vote
gameplay in the
after vote
background, all right?
after vote.
So stay tuned. We got more
big
coverage.
bipartisan majorities. Vote for
Make
the
sure you hit that
spending
follow button too.
that now
We're
the
grinding
other
to partner
side
today. We're going to be
is
streaming
refusing to
literally
pay
all day. And I got some
the
more
bill has
videos
come
coming
due.
up from via YouTube as well.
I was
Partner
here
away right
in the
here on
4
Kick.
years
Well,
Donald Trump
this
was
channel right here, we're bringing actual
3
electoral
times
politics to Kick. Same
the
way
debt
IRA
ceiling
is
was
doing it
increased.
on Twitch. He's talking about actual
Many of the
electoral
folks on
politics
the
on
other
Twitch.
side were
I'm
now
talking a lot
refusing
actual electoral
raise it
politics right
unless
here
they
on
are
Kick.
refusing
We're bringing some
to pay
respectability on
America's
this
bills.
platform.
unless there are deep, devastating cuts. They didn't say a peep about it. Those 3 times it was increased when Donald Trump was president. In fact, a number of those debt ceiling increases included spending increases as well in defense. So the hypocrisy here is staggering.
That's damn
But I
straight,
also
baby.
want to be clear that there
Open
are
the window real
real-life
quick.
consequences if this piece of legislation before us today were to somehow ever become law. It is the Default on America Act, DOA.
Yup.
Thank God it will be DOA in the Senate, even if it were to pass today.
That's a good way of putting it.
That should not obscure what exactly it is that they've put on paper and that they're willing to vote for. 22% cuts. Here's the effect that would have, not according to anyone on the Democratic side of the aisle, but according to Moody's Analytics, nonpartisan, well-respected firm. 800,000 job losses would be incurred if this piece of legislation became law. The odds
That's
of
for
a
sure.
recession would dramatically increase.
That's for
if
sure.
This piece of legislation, the DOA Act,
With your
became law.
light and the power
So this is
which I have
deeply
imbued,
irresponsible,
you have grasped
as well
the
as their
ascendant plane
entire
in total
brinksmanship
and may
on
traverse
this
it
issue.
at will.
In
We are
2011,
poised for
it
a
had
victory.
real-life
It
consequences.
is time to strike.
It led to the first
The
ever
Shadow
credit
Legion
downgrade
flagship
in
is a
American
stain
history,
on your sky.
which increased our
Destroy it
borrowing
and
costs,
find joy
according
in
to
its
GAO,
destruction.
by over $1.3 billion. We cannot go through
I'm going to have to
that
turn down the
again.
sound a little
We
bit.
must not. We must ensure that America pays its bills. Those of us standing here, as well as all of our colleagues on our side of the aisle, is willing to do that. Get the job done. We just need a partner on the other side of the aisle.
down
And with that, I am happy to yield to Chair Joe Neguse.
as you find a path to the ship's engine.
Go.
Good morning.
Find
Thank you,
your
Ranking
retribution.
Member, Boyle,
Deliver
Ranking
justice
Member
as Queen's
Neal.
Guard.
Good to know that the Ways and Means Ranking Member carries cash. It's something that you want out of your Ranking Member for that committee. And of course, a gratitude to Chairman Aguilar and to Vice Chair Liu. I serve on the Rules Committee, and I participated last night in the markup that we had on the rule, going into late into the morning until about 2:30. I don't know that I've participated in a hearing during my time in Congress where hypocrisy and cognitive dissonance was on more full display than yesterday.
The bait bro terms right there.
Extreme MAGA Republicans putting forward a bill, the Default on America Act, that would impose cruel, draconian cuts that would harm everyday Americans, and then denying that those cuts would indeed happen.
That's right.
Just to give you a sense of the stakes, and I think the choice, the unthinkable choice that Speaker McCarthy and House Republicans have put forward to the American people. On the one hand, they've threatened a Republican debt default. You heard from Ranking Member Boyle the consequences, catastrophic consequences, were that to happen. Unemployment doubling, hundreds, millions of jobs across our country lost. Stock market crashing. Prices rising on everything and for everyone as seniors lose Social Security benefits, veterans lose benefits. And on the other hand, the other side of that coin, what do they offer us? A ransomware in the form of the Default on America Act, legislation that would kick millions of Americans out of their homes, cut food benefits for the most vulnerable among us, lay off hundreds of thousands of first responders, teachers across our country, and again, increase costs on working families. That is not a choice that the American people should be forced to make, and that's why this legislation, the Default on America legislation, as Ranking Member Boyle articulated, is dead on arrival. Dead on arrival in the Senate, and at the end of the day, what we expect from our colleagues on the other side is to get serious and not hold our economy hostage. So, with us today, we have one of our DPCC co-chairs, Co-Chair Underwood, who will help articulate the work we have been doing, putting people over politics, while Republicans threaten the American economy. That's the rule.
Well, good morning, everyone. We are here today because House Republicans are threatening to push the global economy off a cliff by refusing to pay our bills. Their Default on America Act is an unserious proposal.
I love that. I love the naming conventions.
Paying our bills should not be up for debate. Now, the suffering that a default would inflict should provide enough motivation for Republicans to get serious. But this proposal tells us that they aren't. So let me spell out what a default would look like. Millions of people will lose their jobs and the stock market will crash. Seniors will lose their savings, and Social Security recipients and our veterans will stop getting the benefits that they've earned. Car payments, student loans, credit card bills, and mortgages will skyrocket. Democrats are here to prevent this disaster and pay our bills just like we did 3 times under President Trump. But now, extreme MAGA Republicans are refusing to do so and holding our communities hostage for political gain. The cuts in their Default on America Act are
Even though it would hurt their communities even worse.
They want to gut funding to our schools and take away child care. They want to force towns across America to lay off first responders and tear food assistance away from families. We cannot allow that. Democrats have cut our deficit by $1.5 trillion already, and President Biden's budget will bring it down by another $3 trillion. The president's budget proves that we can cut our deficit and make investments in our communities.
That's right.
The States of America has never defaulted on our debt, and Democrats are
These
here
extreme MAGA Republicans are willing to do it.
We pay our
All
bills.
for the sake of power. They don't give a shit about you, folks.
President Biden has outlined it. Now Republicans need to get serious because defaulting on our debt is non-negotiable, and so is the devastation that their plan will inflict. Thank you. Now I'll turn it back to our chairman, Pete Agnew.
Co-Chair Underwood, questions?
We think there are reasonable conversations to be had. We've never shied away from that. In the Ways and Means Committee, in the Budget Committee, in the Appropriations Committee, we think that there are reasonable policy considerations that we can debate. However, paying our bills is not up for discussion. So that's why we want to have these separate conversations. And as Ranking Member Boyle mentioned, we only have these conversations. Republicans only push this when Democrats are in the White House. That's unfortunate. But what we should have, we should pay our bills. We should ensure that we don't hit this crisis, this manufactured crisis by Republicans, and then we can have reasonable conversations about what our budget sustainability looks like now and in the future. And as Ranking Member Neal mentioned, that should include talking about the Republican tax scam from years ago and the $2.3 trillion that they swiped on the credit card to pay for it. All of those discussions should be up for debate.
You'll have to destroy those generators first.
Look, I'm not concerned about one senator's position because it takes 60 over there to turn the lights on to get anything of substance done. So, that's the threshold. The question is, what has 60 votes, in the Senate? And I can tell you that this ransom note that Kevin McCarthy is potentially passing does not have 60 votes in the Senate. Let's get serious. Let's ensure that we pay our bills, and let's have budget and discussions about spending, in another time, in another committee room. That seems completely reasonable, but we stand ready to engage in those conversations. I know the White House is supportive of us having those discussions in the committee room about budgets and sustainability.
That's right.
It is manageable. We're on the other side of the pandemic. Because starting with the pandemic, I think that the relief that we put forward, which was an infusion of cash on a daily basis for people at the lower end to be able to carry on with their lives, we're now on the other side of that, as my point was taken. But we have to acknowledge that if there's going to be more defense spending because of the threat to Taiwan or because of what's happened with Ukraine, which they've all voted for, then that's going to be an ongoing challenge for us. But I go back a long enough way to know that there have been ups and downs to defense spending. When Reagan left, it was $315. When Clinton left, it was about $260. And then, because of the war in Iraq, it began to mount. So these increases can be managed as we go forward, but there has to be an acknowledgement that you have to pay for the initiatives that you want to be undertaken. And their tax cuts, as I noted, $10 trillion, where a former Republican leader said it was patriotic to cut taxes in a time of war. I don't think Abraham Lincoln would have said that. And so I look back at how we got to this point, and I put out a pretty good document that traces how we got here, with some of the comments and the tax cuts that took place along the way. So with Bush, as I pointed out, $2.3 trillion worth of tax cuts, and borrowing money for a tax cut in December of 2017, borrowing money. By the way, that's the day we won the House, because that tax cut did not go down well with the American people with borrowed money.
Look, we're not interested in talking about politics from this podium. But what I can tell you is that the American people are going to take note. They're going to take note.
Damn straight.
Republicans want to take food off of the tables of American families. They're going to take note that 600,000 people would lose health care if Kevin McCarthy's proposal moves forward. They're going to take note of these things because that affects them. And so we're going to keep talking about issues that affect everyday Americans because that's who we are. And because of the successes that we've had in the last year, CHIPS and Science Act, bipartisan infrastructure bill, gun safety legislation, those are the things that people care about. Unfortunately, this Republican majority wants to talk about banning books, banning kids from sports, and banning abortion care. That's who they are. And so we're happy to highlight that contrast in another venue. I'll ask Vice Chair Lieu to answer that one because it's a tough question, and then Ranking Member Boyle. Look, I mean, this is pretty easy. This should end how it ended 3 times when Donald Trump was in the White House. We should pass this clean. I said I wouldn't say those words. We should not default on our debt. That should be the guiding post of Democrats and Republicans. We should come forward.
That's right.
Avoid default and move on. And then we can have conversations about budget resolutions, about appropriations top lines, mark up 12 bills, send them over to the Senate, and then have our discussions and the top 4 and all of that stuff that normally happens in order to pass a budget. Vice Chair Lieu, and then Ranking Member Boyle.
Thank you. So here's a reason that it will be impossible to make cuts in exchange for paying our bills. Because if we do this, then every single time this is going to happen. That's why when there's a government shutdown, we don't say, okay, we're now going to do X, Y, and Z. Because if we did that, then every time there would be a government shutdown, and we'd have to do X, Y, and Z. So again, we just have to pay our bills. That is just not negotiable. It's also in the Constitution, the full faith and credit clause of the United States. So we are simply.
I don't think most Republicans, especially Marjorie, knows what's even in the actual Constitution.
Pay our bills first. And with that, I have Brendan Boyle.
Well, thank you, Eric. It ends exactly the way it did the 3 times when Donald Trump was president. And it ends exactly the same way the previous 103 times since 1940. And that is ultimately Speaker McCarthy will have to have a bill on the House floor that raises the debt ceiling, period. We will also have separately, as we always do every single year, by September 30th at midnight, a budget bill for the next fiscal year, and perhaps for guidelines for years beyond. I think it's quite clear that that's what's going to happen. And that's the way this is going to end. And the quicker that we get to that point, the less likely it is that we incur some real meaningful damage to the overall economy. Unfortunately, we did not avoid that in 2011. We need to learn from those mistakes.
And it was the Republicans' fault again.
There are many battles to come, but we have this victory today.
No, look, I'm not saying that's a question for them. You can ask them. What I'm telling you is what should happen. The full faith and credit of the government should not be challenged, should not be held hostage. That's what House Democrats are saying. We're happy to have conversations about spending and deficits and debt and have these debates and discussions. But these should not be in the same sentence and on the same ransom note. That's what we're saying House Republicans are doing, because that's exactly what they're doing.
That's an interesting point to me. Would you consider something where the Republicans would be able to negotiate something on your side where you say, okay, we'll do this for the spending for 2023?
I can't hear the question, but from his answer, you can deduce what the question is.
But look, we have said time and time again that these conversations should not be linked. We should have conversations about the budget, about the appropriations top lines. We're happy to do that. And in divided government, that has happened and that will continue to happen, Democrats and Republicans. And by the way, you still need 60 votes over in the Senate. And so that's always been our mindset. In a divided government, we're going to have conversations about, top lines. What we are saying is that default should not be on the table. Kevin McCarthy should not be able to hold a default card over anybody who's negotiating anything to throw down on the table and to say, I want to wreck the U.S. economy. That's not how this should go, and we're going to continue to talk about that.
Last question. If McCarthy refuses to put the debt limit bill on the floor, would Democrats support a motion to vacate the speakership?
Look, we're not going to have discussions about hypothetical motions, but I think it's pretty clear from January on that Speaker McCarthy has to negotiate with the most extreme members of his conference because he has to, because his job is on the line. He's fine putting them in uncomfortable positions and making people wait 5 days and 15 votes. And looking the way he does and just sitting there and taking it from the most extreme members because he had to. He wants that job that much. He's willing to auction off everything possible. He's willing to say the bill's closed and then open it back up because people had concerns about it. Which, by the way, I wanted to highlight, and it's a tribute to Ranking Member Neal. We very much appreciate Republicans going on the record talking about tax credits, biofuels tax credits, and the work that Ranking Member Neal and the Ways and Means members did. The Inflation Reduction Act is amazing. We appreciate that House Republicans are now seeing that. And that they're hearing about it back home. That's the only reason why they're making a change is because that bill, that tax credit, that piece of legislation is popular back home. We appreciate that acknowledgement.
What if House Republicans introduce a motion to vacate the speaker? Democrats vote on that?
Look, that's a question for
It's actually, that's actually pretty good.
We'll have conversations about that. I think all of us have expected since January that at some point over these next 2 years, that was likely going to happen. When you have to negotiate with the most extreme members of your conference, that's what you have to do. Last question.
So there are now some revised projections that the debt ceiling could be reached weeks sooner than initially anticipated. As the leadership here, what is your message to people who are hearing this and they're concerned about the direction that things appear to be headed?
People should be scared. I'm going to ask Joe Neguse and Lauren Underwood to close us out. People should be frightened that Republicans want to negotiate, that they feel compelled to continue to advocate for removing food off the table of everyday Americans, to kick people off of health care. Those are the negotiating points that they are fighting so hard for, and people should be scared about that.
Yeah, I would echo the remarks of the chairman and would simply say that Americans should be deeply disappointed and I think disheartened by the actions that extreme MAGA Republicans have taken in the House thus far in the first 100 days, and of course culminating now in holding literally our entire economy hostage with the demands that they've made for these cruel and draconian cuts that will harm everyday Americans. So obviously the stakes are very high. House Democrats will continue to put people over politics and push our colleagues on the other side of the aisle to see the light. I would say, just to underscore the point that Chairman Aguilar made, because this came up during rules last night. Again, I don't know how many of you all watched the proceedings at 1 a.m., but just to give you a sense, I suspect not many, but and I don't blame you for that, but to give exactly, but to give you exactly to give you a sense of the room. Midnight in Washington, where are House Republicans? In a back room in the Rules Committee, literally a cigar smoke-filled room, cutting deals that would bankrupt the American people. And the only reason they were able to ultimately get that default on America bill within the rule out of committee to the floor today is because of a deal they negotiated literally at 1:30 in the morning last night to preserve President Biden's biofuel tax credits from the Inflation Reduction Act. So it's a question that I hope all of you ask some of our colleagues on the other side from the most extreme wing of their caucus, why they made the decision at the 11th hour to support President Biden's climate provisions. I think it'd be an interesting question to ask.
But to follow up on that, Leader Scalise was saying that this would be a prime time for the president to sit down and speak with Speaker McCarthy. With this tighter deadline now, would you agree with him or no?
President Biden has put forward his proposal that would cut the deficit by an additional $3 trillion. We have a plan. Democrats are united behind that plan, and that is the plan that puts people over politics. we have not seen what I would consider realistic or serious plan coming from the extreme MAGA Republicans. Instead, they have put forward this proposal that wants to take away health care from people, take away food from working families in this country, and that wants to cut veterans' benefits. It's unacceptable. And so we're focused on delivering for our communities, and they are trying to accommodate the most extreme voices in their conference.
Thank you.
Let's go. That's some Ron. Weekly. I gotta get that chess piece. Oh, all right, that's it, folks. All right, that's it for the Dems, their press conference. So we're gonna go here.
Compassionate care means that you consider the circumstances carefully, you act in the best interest of both patients. If the death of the unborn child is a result of your intervention, that is a tragic outcome, but nonetheless, our priority is to save the life of the mother and preserve her functioning, and that can be accomplished without performing an abortion.
Dr. Scott, there's been discussion of long-term health impacts of complications from pregnancy. Data suggests that both chemical and surgical abortions can cause adverse and life-threatening health impacts. Can you briefly explain and discuss the possible complications and impact on health of women that can arise from abortions, including surgical abortions or the use of the abortion pill?
Yes, sir. Thank you for that question. So in my 30 years practicing caring for women, I've cared for many women who have been harmed by abortion. I've cared for a woman who died of a second trimester abortion from sepsis. I have, in my practice, another young girl died from sepsis after a first trimester surgical abortion in which her uterus had been perforated. I've cared for many,
When did
many
this
women
happen?
who've explained to me
And who
that
performed the abortion?
Their anxiety and depression is due to their unresolved guilt over an abortion. I trust those women to tell me what the cause of their concerns are.
Was it
I've
actually
seen
like
women
a
who
medical
self-harm.
diagnosis, or is it just like their
I've seen women
feelings?
who turn to substance and alcohol use and abuse.
Bro, I need
due
to see.
this,
You need to bring those
guilt
women
that they
before like
have,
Congress to like testify. I don't trust anything this woman says.
And I would like to
This woman is
state that
not.
so that
She's
everyone
a.
is
She
aware,
is an
the
actual
United
like
States does not
obstetrician,
have
a
any
gynecologist.
federal
That's the thing too.
mandate
But
to
she's like
report
one of those
any
like
data about
wacko
abortion.
doctors
We do not know how
that's
many
completely
abortions
against it. I
occur.
looked
We do
her
not
up and I
know
read it a little bit too.
complications,
I should have
and
shared her on the
some
stream,
women
but
don't
she
know the
is like
deaths,
out
because
of this
as I
world,
reported,
man.
It's well known that mental health deaths can follow abortion, and our CDC does not try to make that linkage at all. Countries that have made this linkage have documented far higher mental health deaths in the year following abortion compared to childbirth, including 6 times as many suicides. But regarding chemical abortion, the
I don't trust
industry
anything
tells
this
us
woman
it's
says.
safer than Tylenol. They're comparing Tylenol overdose deaths to the undercounted deaths from chemical
These
abortion.
drugs have been around for the last
There's
20
no
years.
comparison.
We're talking about
Women assume
mifepristone,
they
that
mean
other drug.
Normal Tylenol use. They don't realize that they're comparing it to deaths that happen from overdoses. The abortion industry tells us about the complications they know about, but my experience has been, because the women have been insured, it is so safe. When they have a complication, they do not return to the abortion provider. They come to me as their gynecologist, or they come to the emergency room in distress. And so when we look at good quality records linkage studies that detect all chemical abortions and all subsequent events, we find 5 to 6% of these women present to an emergency room within a month. Approximately the same number will require surgery because their bodies cannot evacuate all of the dead tissue. And I am still caring for these complications in Texas, even though we've had abortion limitations for quite some time, because these drugs are circulating in the state to try to circumvent our state laws and provide abortions to these unfortunate women.
Dr. Wivenhouse, in your opinion, how can we approach reducing mortality rates from pregnant women? And might
I mean, you
also
can
touch
actually
on the
provide
fact
like
that
actual
why
like
is
maternal health care to like these women too. Like,
to this issue.
you guys have like one of the worst like
Thank you for
healthcare
the
systems
question.
like in the
solution to
country.
Maternal mortality, and I've been working in this area globally and in the United States for many years, is to improve healthcare, health education, and to increase support to pregnant women. Abortion does nothing to address any of those issues. The main causes of maternal mortality have been for years, and in the most recent CDC data from 2021, are deaths from cardiovascular causes, infection, embolus, and so on and so forth. Abortion will not reduce those deaths. There is no argument and no paper anywhere that shows that abortion reduces maternal mortality. There are studies that purport to do so, but when you look at the essence of the studies, what they're saying is that, well, if you reduce the number of women at risk by performing abortions in them, that somehow reduces the number of mortalities. In point of fact, we cannot predict exactly who will have a poor outcome. We cannot predict who will have an adverse paternity outcome. And so that asks the question, what percent of high-risk pregnancies should we abort? 20%, 30%, 40%? I think the other issue really relates to community and civil society engagement in terms of helping women to have better outcomes for their pregnancies.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here today. I want to begin by thanking Ms. Zorowski for your courage in sharing your story today, but also Dr. Verma, to you and all the OBGYNs, all the healthcare providers, the nurses, the escorts who are at clinics around the country, providing protection and care in the face of the danger, real physical as well as emotional jeopardy inflicted on them. I think you are a profile of courage as well. In Connecticut, we now have laws, thanks to our state legislature, that help to protect women in other states, because we guarantee these rights in Connecticut, but in other states that come to Connecticut to exercise reproductive rights because of those dangers that you face every day in Georgia. When I first introduced the Women's Health Protection Act 10 years ago, the idea that Roe v. Wade would be overruled, in fact, was unthinkable, because it was well-established precedent. It was long accepted under the principle of stare decisis. And 3 nominees came to this room to be confirmed for our committee and agreed that it was long established precedent, and under that doctrine of stare decisis, they could not see how it would be overruled. They didn't refer to that case. They made no promises, but they led us to believe that they believe
That's true.
the integrity of Supreme Court precedent should be respected. I think the best way to refer to their testimony here, and I'm talking about Justices Gorsuch, Tony Barrett, and Kavanaugh, is that it was disingenuous. And I think a number of my colleagues would agree. Senator Whitehouse referred earlier to testimony from another justice who perhaps had in mind the same result, despite Supreme Court precedent, that is Justice Scalia. And they're concluding, as they did in Dobbs, that Roe v. Wade was wrong, with barely a few years after they established their respect for it, I think has helped to undermine the integrity and credibility of the court. I would like to ask you about not the legal issues here, Dr. Verma, but in hearing some of what has been said about the medicine, about the healthcare issues. Whether you would like to correct some of what has been said here and just give you the opportunity to respond, because I trust women to make these decisions, not politicians or judges or senators. And I want to know what women should know from you in the face of what I think has been some disinformation here, Madam.
Absolutely, and thank you, Senator, for that opportunity. So I want to start by saying that the American College of OBGYNs, which represents over 60,000 OBGYNs across the country, along with over 75 other major science-based medical societies, have identified abortion care as incredibly safe, essential health care. This is not one profession. This is not one society. This includes the American Medical Association, the American Academy of Family Physicians, of Pediatrics, of Surgery, of Anesthesia. The science on this is settled. Abortion care is incredibly safe, essential health care. This is the consensus of the science-based, evidence-based medical community. In addition, the American Board of OBGYNs, which is the board that certifies all of us OBGYNs at this table, has
I shouldn't have gone in like that.
abortion care as incredibly safe, essential health care with
It's all right.
risk of serious major complications of less than 1%, and has actually said that misinformation about abortion, spreading misinformation about abortion, is medical unprofessionalism. In addition, we heard some people bring up Kermit Gosnell. What he did was terrible. To say that that represents the reality of abortion care in this country as a disservice to me, my colleagues, and my patients. I see my patients accessing abortion care from a place of compassion every day. Compassion for themselves, their existing families, their children. When we see a patient, we give them all of their options. That includes talking to them about adoption, continuing the pregnancy, and abortion, and confirm that they are completely sure before moving forward. And we provide them with abortion care in a safe, compassionate way. If someone chooses to continue a pregnancy, I'm also very happy to support them in that and deliver their baby. I do all of OBGYN. I think that focusing on people experiencing regret does a disservice to our patients who are making these informed decisions about their health care and lives and are experts on their own lives. We also have excellent data from the Turnaway study, which followed 1,000 women for over 5 years and showed that the most common emotion after an abortion was relief.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator Blumenthal. Next is Senator Lee.
From time to time, the Supreme Court corrects prior errors. It happened with Plessy versus Ferguson, which was a bad decision. We've all acknowledged that, along with Dred Scott, along with Korematsu, are bad decisions. I like it when the Supreme Court is able to correct prior errors. That is what occurred with Dobbs. Dobbs corrected a prior error. It's difficult to endure hearing people say that they're worried about the credibility of the court, when sometimes those words are uttered by people who are themselves actively, willfully, deliberately attacking the credibility of the court, sometimes as officers of the court. We're seeing this through unfair attacks on Justice Thomas and other members of the U.S. Supreme Court, and it's got to stop. Look, Dobbs was right. As a matter of constitutional law, this is a matter not for the courts to decide, but for elected lawmakers, typically in state legislatures, not our national legislature. So if you don't like the policy outcome, go to your state legislature. But this is not an issue in which the federal judiciary is somehow empowered. There is no reproductive rights clause of the U.S. Constitution. So let's not
There should
pretend
be.
that we're worried about the credibility of the court if we are simultaneously attacking the credibility of the court and its ability to do its job. Now, a lot of these issues relate to this legislation that's been introduced in the wake of the Dobbs decision, which is itself way more radical even than Roe versus Wade was, and way more radical than where Americans are comfortable going. You know, 69% of Americans.
You guys are going to lose 2024 so badly on these extreme stances on abortion.
But you'd never guess that from the way Democrats in the United States Senate vote on these issues, where essentially all of them appear to be comfortable with second and third trimester abortion. In fact,
Oh my God. It's the same old talking points.
in the United States Senate voted against the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Act. And so this legislation Democrats are now pushing would prohibit any state law from regulating abortion within a state's borders, essentially ever, not to protect girls, not to protect women, not to protect health, safety, and welfare.
Do you have any questions for the witnesses, buddy? Come on, Lee, wrap it up, buddy.
Now, putting aside for a moment the life of the child, when considering the health impact of abortion on women, I think there are important considerations to make. Dr. Ingrid, Dr. Scalp, I'd like to start with you. What concerns do you have for the physical and mental well-being of women who have late-term abortions?
It's well established that women who have late-term
all
abortions
the
are at
Republicans
much
go to
higher
the
risk
kooky
for
one.
mental health complications, as we mentioned, anxiety, depression, substance use and abuse, and suicidal ideation and self-harm.
Let's talk about suicide for a minute. Those who have second or third trimester abortions, late-term abortions, do they have, what do their higher suicides look like?
In the United States, we do not have data on this because, as I mentioned, backing up to maternal mortality, this is data is collected until a full year after the end of the pregnancy, and it is virtually impossible because the CDC mostly looks at death certificates. It's virtually impossible to link an abortion, say a coerced abortion, and a suicide 6 months later.
Right.
And I don't think that they
How
are
can?
really
Oh my
efforts to do
God.
this.
By the way, how many abortions are medically indicated, medically necessary?
Using the definition that the intent is to kill the baby, I would say none. As we discussed earlier, occasionally there is the need to do a separation of the mother and the baby. The intent in that case is to save the mother, and it sometimes
I hate the phrasing is like so terrible.
Or if you said that, well, that counts as an abortion, it's still far less than 1% of the abortions in our country.
Very good to know. Now, as you have noted, women are 4 times more likely to experience serious medical complications from a chemical abortion as a surgical abortion. Why is the abortion industry pushing chemical abortion? Does it have more to do with the fact that it's an industry that makes a lot of money off of that? Or does it have more to do with the fact that dispenses with a lot of inconvenient things, like the fact that we've got Planned Parenthood clinics that have been caught on tape telling girls not to tell the age of the person having the abortion, because then they would have a duty to report it. What is that? What's causing that?
I think there are definitely advantages for the abortion industry to promote chemical abortions. They don't have to hire a surgeon, pay for sterilization of instruments and the costs that go along with that. And the reality I would like to acknowledge is that, again, about 90% of obstetricians do not perform abortions, and even obstetricians who claim to be pro-choice, many of them will not perform surgical abortions. So I think there was a staffing issue that began the promotion toward chemical abortion. There may be some advantages.
So you have like no hard data that you're going off of.
There was a time that the cost of a surgical abortion and a chemical abortion were approximately the same, an average of about $575. But I think we also see, in light of states beginning to have pro-life restrictions, that this is a way to get around those restrictions and provide abortions in states that are trying to protect unborn life.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see my time's expired.
Senator Hirono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Scalp says that Ms. Zarowski's doctors misinterpreted Texas law, which criminalizes abortion. So her doctors were acting under advice of the hospital's ethics committee, which includes lawyers. So to suggest that doctors should ignore the advice and the cautions of their own ethics committee is not realistic. So, Professor Goodwin and Dr. Verma, wouldn't you agree that the Dobbs decision led to this kind of chaos as to appropriate care to be provided?
That's absolutely right, Senator. The Dobbs decision did unleash a torrent of uncertainty throughout the United States, where doctors fear losing their medical license to practice if they intervene before the law says that they should, these laws. They also fear criminal punishment and civil fines. As I mentioned, in the state of Texas, there can be criminal punishments up to 99 years incarceration, fines up to $100,000. These are some of the considerations that doctors struggle with, including then losing their medical license to practice.
Absolutely. Every individual person, pregnancy, and family is different. And the reason we train for so long as doctors is to be able to look at the unique person and medical situation in front of us and make decisions with them about the best course of action. When we have to think about what the law says and if a patient is sick enough for us to be able to legally provide them care without risking criminal prosecution or losing our livelihood, that delays care. It prevents people from getting the care that they need.
I think to expect that doctors and hospital personnel will risk losing their license or being held criminally liable, that is something that is a risk that I would say a lot of doctors and others wouldn't want to take. Professor Goodwin, we've heard today that women are coerced to have abortions. Is that the data, that women are coerced, not that the women really choose to have abortions? Can you enlighten us?
Sure. Thank you so much for that question. The coercion is the coercion to be pregnant, to remain pregnant. States enacting coercive laws that force women, girls to endure pregnancies that they do not want, pregnancies that may be the result of rape and incest, pregnancies that may threaten their health. This is what is actually taking shape by these laws, and it's worth noting the historical arc of this. We cannot forget that forced pregnancy was also a feature of American slavery, and we must remember that the effort to ratify the 13th Amendment, which abolished slavery and involuntary servitude, specifically related to the forced pregnancies that were placed upon Black women and girls that they had to endure. These forced pregnancies were so normalized that advertisements in the 1700s and the 1800s tell us quite clearly what it was that they endured. And if you will, let me just read a couple of them to you, just so that we know exactly what the senators were trying to get rid of in American slavery. They included advertisements such as the following: runaways. The following Negroes ran away or absconded from me on Friday last. A Negro woman named Lena, about 18 years of age, and her child named Mary, about 2 years old. Mary is a bright mulatto child. That from the Republican Star, 1811, Easton, Maryland. $5 reward, ran away on Tuesday the 13th. The subscriber's Negro girl named Maria with her female mulatto child, about 9 months old. Maria was lately the property of Dr. Thomas McCall. March 22nd, 1810, Charleston, South Carolina. For sale or exchange, a young, healthy Negro wench and child. 'Tis not convenient to have a breeding wench in the family. Virginia Chronicle, March 9th, 1793. These kinds of advertisements were what senators read as they drank their morning coffee and orange juice. So deeply troubling that baked into the story of American slavery and abolition is the story of sexual terrorism inflicted on Black girls and women, so troublingly normalized that the descriptors breeding wench and mulatto child simultaneously read as mundane daily affairs and horrors.
Thank you very much, Professor, for reminding us there was a time when women did not own their own bodies. And that is exactly where we are today, as far as I'm concerned, that women in this country, persons, are not able to make free choices about their bodies, and what to be forced to have a child is probably the most freedom-taking thing that we can impose upon anyone in this country, and thank you for that reminder. Professor, you also mentioned about judge shopping or foreign shopping. I think this is an issue that we need to face in this country also. It was very clear that in Texas, which has 27 divisions, 20 of which has only one judge, it was so clear that there was judge shopping going on with that judge. And would you say that we should do something to prevent judge shopping?
Well, the forum shopping that took place was quite clear in this case, as Judge Kaczmarek had, in fact, expressed anti-abortion views and activism, and most recently, it's been disclosed that he removed his name from a law review article that was going to be published at the University of Texas that also further explained his anti-abortion views, and that name was removed before he came before the chambers for confirmation. So something does need to be done.
I take you.
Thank you,
Thank you
Senator
for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Cruz?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's probably no issue in modern American politics that engenders sharper
Fuck this guy.
disagreement than the question of abortion. I think everyone here agrees on that. It's a deeply moral issue that reflects our values, who we are as a country. It's an emotional issue. It's a personal issue on which people feel very strongly. I believe the American people should decide abortion policy. I believe that's what our Constitution designs. Unfortunately, my Democrat colleagues on this committee disagree. They do not believe in democracy when it comes to the issue of abortion. They want unelected judges to set one standard for the entire country. And if the voters disagree, the voters have no choice.
What are you talking about?
And look, the reason the Democrats want this issue to be
Unelected
out of the hands
judges
of the
set the
voters
policy, just set the policy in the Dobbs decision.
because the modern Democrat Party is wildly out of step with the American people on the question of
Hey, my
abortion.
guy, that's your party.
The current position of virtually every Democrat senator in this body is that abortion should be absolutely unlimited, available up until the moment of birth.
I hate
and even
when they say that.
shockingly, in some instances, after birth. That partial birth abortion should be fully legal. That there should be no parental notification and no parental consent, no matter how young the girl is who may be seeking an abortion. And that all of it should be funded by taxpayer money. Now, that is an extreme and radical view. How extreme and radical? Well, according to a Harvard-Harris poll from last year, 10% of Americans, only 10%, support abortion on demand up until the point of birth. That's the position. You want to be a Democrat in the Senate? That's the position you have to embrace, because that's where the money is. That's where the activists are. That's where the angry
fucking lying
voices are
scoundrel.
that fuel a Democrat campaign. But 90% of Americans look at that position and say, we disagree. And so you understand now why my Democrat colleagues don't want this decision decided by the voters. Because if 90% of the voters disagree with the extreme policy decision they've embraced, their position will not prevail at the ballot box. And by the way, it's not just the voters in the United States who disagree with Senate Democrats on this. It is virtually every voter on planet Earth.
What? Do I give a shit what fucking people like in other countries like say? This is my country, buddy. You don't give a shit either.
There are only 7 countries on Earth out of the entire planet that allow abortion after 20 weeks. And yet every one of my Democrat colleagues wants to do so. Europe, virtually all of Europe, including the left-wing socialists, the Greens there, they think the Democrats in this body are loons on this issue. Sweden has an 18-week limit on seeking an abortion. None of my Democrat colleagues
They have
would
some
vote
of
for Sweden's law.
the best healthcare on the planet for a Western democracy.
None of my colleagues would vote for
Same thing with France. That's why they don't have that big of a problem. He kind of lost the plot there, folks.
Of Democrats is 40 weeks up until the very
I'm
moment
getting
of birth,
everything
no
but the
limits
one
at
I
all.
want.
That's a horrifying position. I suppose my Democrat colleagues can comfort themselves with the company they're in. Communist China, Iran, and North Korea, and the National Democrat Party. They all have the same view. Those tyrannies, at least, are explicit, which is life has no value. And so they don't embrace
This guy's a scummy little
any limits. And by
piece
the
of
way,
shit.
Look, there's so much rhetoric on this issue that a skeptical listener would be justified doubting what any of us are saying. But if you don't believe what I'm saying, look to the votes. In the wake of the Supreme Court overturning Roe and sending this decision back to the voters so the voters could decide, what did my colleagues in the Senate do? Promptly voted on a bill that would strike down just about every reasonable restriction in the country that the voters have decided to legalize partial birth abortion, provide no...
Oh, shit. Oops. That was actually an actual accident, too. I meant to, like, I was, like, tapping in and out. Sorry. Asa Hutchinson. Sorry about that, folks.
What does a 40-week or a 36-week unborn child who is enduring a partial birth abortion, what does that child experience if that procedure is allowed to happen?
A partial birth abortion delivers the baby intact. So the very first thing that would happen is that the woman's cervix must be aggressively dilated to a large dilation. That is very likely to damage her cervix, and several high-quality systematic reviews have documented increased risk of preterm birth in a subsequent pregnancy after a procedure like that. So not only is it hurting her this time, it will lead to further complications such as cervical incompetence. The baby generally is not killed first. As I reported, 70% of late-term abortion providers say they do not routinely do this. These babies are highly likely to continue to live throughout the process of labor. They're delivered as a breech.
Okay. We're gonna take a pause from this for one quick second. And we're literally gonna read this article from NPR. This is from 2006, but this is still very prevalent today. Just move her crazy lady over here. All right, partial birth abortion, separating fact from spin. Supreme Court decision to consider the constitutionality of the Partial Birth Abortion Act has once again pushed the abortion issue into the spotlight. The law, which was signed by President Bush in 2003 after an 8-year long constitutional fight, prohibits doctors from knowingly performing a partial birth abortion. The procedure it defines as one in which the person performing the abortion deliberately, intentionally, vaginally delivers a living fetus until, in the case of a head-first presentation, the entire fetal head is outside the body of the mother, or in the case of breech presentation, any part of the fetal trunk past the navel is outside the body of the mother. Oh, actually, hold on. Is he gonna address this now?
During or after pregnancy than anywhere else in the world, in the developed world, excuse me. And public health experts are predicting that this will get a lot worse. Right now, the United States is only one of 13 countries in the entire planet where maternal mortality rates, deaths of women from pregnancy until 1 year postpartum, is worse today than it was 25 years ago. We know that a 2022 University of Colorado study projected that in the first year following a nationwide abortion ban, the number of maternal deaths would increase 13%, and in subsequent years, maternal deaths could increase 24%. And a Commonwealth Fund found that states with heavily restrictive abortion access in 2020 had maternal mortality deaths that were 62% higher than they were in states where abortion access was easily more accessible. I mean, these are stunning numbers when we're talking about the health and well-being of women in this country. But you went one step further, and I'd like for maybe this to be the second layer of your response about the stunning realities for Black women.
That's right. And thank you so much, Senator Booker, for your question and also your commitment on these issues. For Black women, it's devastating. Nationally, 3.5 times more likely than their white counterparts to die during or shortly after pregnancy, but that's nationally. When we go to certain counties and cities, then it can be 5 times, 10 times, 15 times more likely their deaths than their white counterparts. I'd also like to correct the record here because there's been much said about the history of eugenics being one that was portrayed on Black women. To clarify, in 1927, the case Buck v. Bell, which is a horrific case that introduced eugenics into the United States, was a case that explicitly involved a poor white woman. And this is important because it's a commentary that Justice Thomas has made, and we've heard today that early eugenics was about Black women. It was a horrific campaign that was targeted at poor white people like Carrie Buck in the state of Virginia. And it was a law then, the eugenics laws that spread throughout the United States. But that history is important because of inaccurate conflations. It is true that later on during Jim Crow, when Black women demanded more, such as voting rights, such as equality, that the Mississippi appendectomy, which was coercive sterilization, was introduced.
This
And
like
it's
triggers
worth
me to
threading
no
the
one because
needle
they're not
the
honest
person
about it.
Who helped us learn about that was Fannie Lou Hamer, as she threaded together the lack of bodily autonomy, the lack of voting rights, and especially as there are those that say, take this to the democratic process. What does that mean in states where Black people have historically been disenfranchised from voting, including Mississippi, Georgia, and other states with abortion bans?
Thank you. Dr. Verma, I've been working on maternal mortality issues since I came to the Senate. And since I discovered how stunning the numbers are in our nation relative to other countries, how many women are dying in childbirth, and the fact that Black women are 3.5 times more likely is stunning. And I'm wondering, the data that I'm looking at from, nonpartisan, I should say, independent science-based research really are predicting that these rates that are already horrific in our country are going to rise. And we heard the testimony of Ms. Zarowski. Could you just give us, from your professional standpoint, an understanding that, again, this hearing often set out to be about something and then it gets spun off. But this hearing really is about the consequences of health and well-being after the Dobbs decision. These staggering numbers in which I read, what is your experience and how do you see the next months or if not years ahead?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that question. So we've seen in the data that there is a link between places with abortion restrictions, stricter abortion restrictions, and higher rates of maternal mortality in the United States. Georgia has one of the highest maternal mortality rates in the country and has very strict restrictions on abortion. And we've seen, based on data out of places like Texas, that even when these laws have exceptions for things like medical emergency, we've heard about the confusion on the ground, and we've seen in the data that people with high-risk pregnancies still have a harder time getting the care that they need and often are denied that care. And so we absolutely expect to see more people getting hurt because of these laws. I also want to just correct, so abortion care, again, is incredibly safe. We've heard a couple mentions of it being a blind procedure. As the one OBGYN on this panel that does do full spectrum reproductive health care, including abortion care, we do this procedure incredibly safely with ultrasound guidance. I also want to address that, again, what Chairman Durbin said earlier, that in this country, 90% of abortions occur in the first trimester, less than 1% occur after 20 weeks, and when abortions do occur later in pregnancy, it is usually because something has gone terribly wrong with the patient or the pregnancy. Abortions up until the moment of birth simply do not happen. That does not reflect the reality of abortion care in this country. In addition, what the Democrats are trying to do here is to allow people to make these important decisions without legislative interference. I perform abortions for grandmothers, for adolescents, for doctors, for people of faith, for people who never thought that they would need an abortion. What each of my patients needs the ability to do is to make these important decisions themselves about their health care and their lives.
Thank you, Dr. Byrne. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Booker. Senator Tillis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks to all the witnesses for being here today. Special thanks to Dr. Rubenhorst from my home state for being here. Dr. Rubenhorst, just one point. I've had somebody ask me what legislative measure I was most proud of when I was Speaker of the House, and I told them that it was compensation for eugenics victims in North Carolina, first state to ever do it. And Professor Goodwin, I would say I studied the issue a lot to get support. And it's very clear it was disproportionately racially motivated, beginning with the late 50s on into the early 70s, when I met a victim of the Mississippi appendectomy who's about my age, who found out when she was trying to have a child that she had been sterilized. Dr. Rubenhorst, I've noticed you I was here for all the testimony. I noticed you take a lot of notes. So the first question I have, I hate to put you on the spot, are there any points that have been made here that in the questions asked to this point, to this stage, that you would like to either clarify or take a counter position from some of the other witnesses' testimony?
Sure, thank you very much for the chance to do that. I think that a couple of times people have mentioned the issue of maternal mortality being higher in states with restrictive abortion laws. I'm very familiar with that literature. There are about 7 papers. Every single one of those studies has a methodological flaw. The most important flaw is that none of those studies take into account issues like health workforce, like the distribution of health workers, the lack of care in rural areas, and economics. So I feel that literature is very flawed. It is not by any means.
The thing is, she's right about that too. She's actually right about that.
Restrictions lead to increased maternal
Shit,
mortality.
I'm in the middle of a
Contrary,
fucking.
There's a study that was done in Mexico indicating that looking at all of these factors and showing that the most powerful influence on
So why not?
mortality
So
was the
why not
availability of
improve that
skilled
healthcare and expand healthcare in those areas then?
the environmental
You just don't just get rid of care like that, which includes abortion care.
water and sewage and so on and so forth.
I see some of your colleagues taking notes, so I'll invite a member on the other side of the aisle to ask them if they want to yield time for rebuttal. But I do think if we're going to be instructed, if we're going to make good policy here, we have to be fully informed. And I believe that the factors that are leading to those mortality rates are not as simple as either extreme of the arguments presenting here. So that's not putting us in a good position to come up with reasonable policy. Doctor, I'm going to call you Ingrid before I ask this question. I've heard you referred to as SCOP and SCOPE. Which do you prefer?
It's SCOP, but Ingrid is fine.
Okay. Dr. SCOP, you were, and Mr. Chair, I'd like to seek consent to put an article from Detroit Catholic where Dr. SCOP is quoted into the record. I've got the specific section of the Texas law. I'm not an attorney. That my attorney suggests that in Ms. Zarowski's, did I pronounce that right now? Situation that perhaps the doctor was given bad legal advice. It appears in a section under section 178.002 that they could have had, knowing that the condition Ms. Zarowski had was an inviable fetus and going to threaten the health of the mother, and within a few days she did experience sepsis. It seems like to me maybe the doctor wasn't guilty of malpractice, but a legal advisor was guilty of malpractice. Would you agree with that?
I think what's going on the ground in Texas, and I will agree with Dr. Verma and Ms. Zarowski, there is confusion. Yep. Normally, doctors, of course, are not legally trained, and normally they depend on advice from their professional societies to help them understand new laws. What has been noticeably absent in Texas is any statement from the Texas Medical Association, any statement from the Texas Board of Medicine, Board of Pharmacy, Board of Nursing, Hospital Association. So all of these organizations, you can figure out why they might be silent, make your own conclusions, but they have been silent, and that is the reason for the confusion.
In my read of it, I honestly, Ms. Zarowski, I'm blessed with a granddaughter named Willow, 2.5 years old. If my daughter, and I hate, I'm not even going to talk about it because I don't think I could get through it. but this is a legal professional who's guilty of malpractice. And the legal advisors of the medical centers in the state of Texas should be honest, set their political agendas aside, and get good legal advice so doctors can provide care that I think in Ms. Zarowski's case she was entitled to, and instead they let her get very sick. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Tillis, I'm going to give Ms. Zarowski an opportunity to respond. Although she was in extreme situation in the ICU when this happened, I know that her husband is with her today, and I'm sure they've both discussed some of the issues that have been raised about your care, whether there was medical malpractice or legal negligence of some sort. I want to give you a chance to respond if you can.
Thank you for the opportunity. So I'm not a legal expert. I'm not a doctor. I think that my doctors and my healthcare team were doing the best that they could with the information that they had and the guidance that they were being given by the ethics board at the hospital. I know that they also consulted with colleagues at the hospital that I was at, as well as outside of that hospital in Texas, and they asked several times to several physicians at several facilities whether I could be transferred, if there was different health care that could be provided somewhere else, if I could have received an abortion somewhere else. And across the board, no matter who they asked, they were told time and time again that no, they wouldn't have been able to provide an abortion. So it wasn't just my healthcare team, it was everyone else that they consulted during the whole 3-day ordeal as well as afterwards.
And Mr. Chair, just to be clear on my position, I believe that I don't believe doctors should be lawyers unless they've got a legal degree, and I don't think lawyers should be doctors unless they have a medical degree. My point was not about the doctor. They were in a difficult situation. They were trying to care for you. My question is what the motivation was to not read the plain text of the statute that a non-attorney can read and understand that should have been a legal basis for saying that they could have proceeded with the procedure that resulted in devastating consequences for a prospective family. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, I'm going to conclude as chair and just say that the reason we are at this moment in history is because the Dobbs decision decided we were going to redefine state by state the access to abortion and define the legal and medical circumstances. This is tricky territory. It's dangerous territory, as we've been told here, and that's why I think we've had this hearing this morning. Senator Padilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to start this by thanking you for holding this important hearing, and thanking all the witnesses for joining us today. As we discuss the efforts were undertaken to ensure a woman's right to abortion care, it's not lost on me that this fight is actually larger than abortion care alone. As we work to address the unprecedented actions taken by the far-right wing of the Supreme Court.
That was so bad.
It's not lost on
The
us
timing
that,
was awful.
As they're working to strip away basic rights, they're also failing to hold themselves accountable for some common sense ethical standards. So there's a lot going on here. I look forward to working with the chair to explore those greater issues as well, to make sure that we can restore some public confidence into a co-equal, they claim to be completely independent, but is a co-equal branch of government as we work to protect the rights and protections that so many Americans hold dear. Now, my first question deals with sort of the separation of powers and role of the courts question. You know, it's clear that one troubling aspect of the recent Fifth Circuit decision, which many scholars and even fellow judges found legally unsound, was its attempt to intrude on a decades-old public safety-driven decision by the FDA. Now, the FDA, we all know who the FDA is and what the FDA does, but the FDA is the agency that Congress has entrusted with making scientific decisions relating to our health and safety. So when the FDA tests and approves a medication for use, people rely on that. They have trust in the testing and approval process. And so when activist judges take it upon themselves to overstep the separation of powers and intrude on the FDA's decision-making authority, the authority entrusted in it by Congress, it leaves science no longer to just the scientists. And Senator Tillis is talking about, I don't want doctors to practice law unless they have a law degree. He doesn't want lawyers to practice medicine unless they have the medical degree. I don't want justices making scientific decisions unless they have that education expertise. Dr. Verma, simple yes or no question. Is regulated medical abortion in the United States safe?
Yes, absolutely.
So can you describe then the risks to patients when judges rather than scientists are making decisions about medicines that Americans rely on?
Absolutely. Thank you for that question. So we know based on decades of data that medication abortion is incredibly safe and effective. By regulating a medication or taking a medication off the market that we know is safe and effective, we limit patients' ability to get the care that they need. That includes care for people that need abortions and for miscarriage management. Mifepristone is used very safely and effectively for management of miscarriages and shortens the amount of time it takes someone to pass a pregnancy. A lot of people experiencing miscarriages are already going through a traumatic event, and so to be able to offer them the most effective treatment option is incredibly important.
Okay. Thank you. Now, despite the lack of attention that it gets in the press coverage, we know that abortions are sometimes necessary to stabilize a woman's condition, right? When a woman's health or life is in danger, that becomes part of the conversation. It should be more of the conversation than it is in our national discourse. Yet it seems like so many states, post-Dobbs, are passing laws that are creating either unintentionally or sometimes very intentionally conflicting laws, leading to confusion and impossible decisions to make on a moment's notice. And Exhibit A is your testimony, Ms. Zurawski. So first of all, let me thank you for being here. Thank you for your courage and your bravery to share your experience. Some people in the legal world say, well, when there's a conflict between state and federal law, well, there's a process for hashing that out through the courts. That takes a long time. In the meantime, we have women showing up in hospitals and emergency rooms that can't afford to wait, and you described your experience from the medical perspective. Just wondering if you can take a minute to share what kind of mental anguish that experience was like while you were in the ICU and since then, and if you have a specific message for women living in states that are denied abortion care or access to the care that they need, but live in a state that's clamping down on access and options for them.
Absolutely, and thank you for the opportunity. We've heard a lot today about the mental trauma and the negative, harmful effects on a person's psychological well-being after they have an abortion, supposedly. And I'm curious why that's not relevant for me as well, because I wasn't permitted to have an abortion, and the trauma and the PTSD and the depression that I have dealt with in the 8 months since this happened to me is paralyzing. On top of that, I'm still struggling to have children, and I wanted to address my senators, Cruz and Cornyn, who neither of whom regrettably are in the room right now, but
yeah, they dipped.
I would like for them to know that what happened to me, I think most people in this room would agree, was horrific. But it's a direct result of the policies that they support. I nearly died on their watch. And furthermore, as a result of what happened to me, I may have been robbed of the opportunity to have children in the future. And it's because of the policies that they support. What happened to me was horrible, but I am one of many. And quite frankly, I'm lucky. I'm lucky that I have a husband that could take me to the hospital. I don't have other children that I had to worry about finding health care for. I have a job that was understanding that allowed me to grieve for 3 days as I waited to almost die. What about all of the women that don't have those same opportunities, that don't have access to health care, that don't have health insurance, that don't have a partner? What about them?
Thank you.
Senator Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here today. Professor Goodwin, help me understand your point of view. I think this is a yes or no question. Do you support it being legal to abort an unborn child up to the moment of birth?
Senator Kennedy, it is not a yes or no question. I support women like Ms. Zarowski. Women across this...
No, ma'am, I don't... I think it is a yes or no question.
No, well, let me answer.
If there were a law that's, I'm just trying to understand your perspective, and I'm not accusing you of this.
Of course not.
But you know, people sort of talk around this issue. If there were a bill that said that a woman has an unfettered right to abort an unborn baby for any reason up to the moment of birth, would you vote yes or would you vote no?
Senator Kennedy, I refuse to be shackled by your question. What I have answered is that there are conditions that occur
You don't know
during
whether
pregnancy.
you would vote yes or no?
There are conditions during pregnancy that mean after 10 weeks,
No, I said
14 weeks,
I said
20
unfettered
weeks,
discretion.
24 weeks, conditions such as Ms. Zarowski.
You're here
and
advocating.
I would support her life.
I
would support her personhood.
But you're advocating a law.
I support her personhood.
You're advocating a law that says that an unborn baby can be aborted up to the moment of birth for any reason, are you not?
Let me clarify what the 14th Amendment says in the first sentence, that citizens of this United States are individuals that are born. That is what our Constitution says.
But why won't you answer my question, Professor? I'm not trying to argue. I just want to understand what your position is, and I think you're afraid to say that you do support that. If you do support it, I think you, just for the purpose of
she's not biting.
Intellectual discussion, you ought to just say so.
For purposes of an intellectual discussion, I'm happy to have that with you, but that's not the tone.
Could you answer my question? Do you support, please? I mean, you teach. Okay, I'm sure you've had students ask this question. Do you support making it legal to abort an unborn baby for any reason, up to the moment before birth?
Senator, let's have that intellectual discussion that you want.
We could start if you'd answer my question. I can't go to my next question until you answer that question.
I want you to be able to go to your second and your third questions. I do. But as I have explained, there are many different conditions.
No, I said
No, she has to bite the bullet on this one. She has to bite.
I've already shared with you, Senator.
I understand where she's coming from because I know where he's going to lead with this, but she has to bite the bullet. She has to say no. I wouldn't be okay with just unfettered abortions like that.
I respect you more if you just answer my question. Doctor,
you have to bite the bullet on that, Doc. Sorry.
Ms. Dr. Rubenhorst, do you support a law that would allow, for any reason, unfettered discretion, the abortion of an unborn child up until the moment of birth?
No.
You don't. Dr. Verma?
Senator Kennedy, so I'm the one doctor in this room that does provide abortion care, and I can tell you that does not reflect the reality of abortion care.
I understand. I'm just asking a question.
It simply doesn't happen.
But do you support it? There are bills before Congress that will allow that to happen.
No,
You don't
there are
support it, or
no
you're gonna be
bills.
a-
There are no
Again,
bills
as a
before
doctor-
Congress that can do
as
that.
the
Let me
doctor
tell you
in
right
this
now,
room who
folks.
does provide abortion care. That is not how abortion care in this country works. It's a hypothetical that does a
But
disservice
if a
to our
patient came to you
patient.
and said, I'm going to
I have never heard of that ever happening from any doctor that I've ever talked about, and I have doctors in the family.
abort the child, would you do it?
That is not how abortion care in
But
this
if,
country
but if a
works.
patient did, would you do it?
My job as a doctor is to look at each individual
These guys have to say,
situation.
just say
I'm sorry, I
no.
don't
That's
mean to be rude,
that's
but
the
I can
thing.
tell
He's
neither you
he's
nor
getting
the
them on that
professor
too,
will answer my
because he
question.
can go
I think
back
you both
and
have
he
an
can say like
opinion,
these
and I don't
people are
understand
willing
why
to
you won't
do an
share it.
unfettered abortion.
We're going to solve this problem.
I've provided care for a
Doctor,
few
how
years,
about
and I've
you?
never
Could you-
seen that situation.
How about you, Doc? Would you?
I do not support unfettered abortion, and I would like to point out that if a woman did have a life-threatening condition in pregnancy past approximately 22 weeks, that baby can be delivered alive by induction or C-section, and we can try to save that baby. The intent of abortion is a dead baby, and that is not necessary in that situation.
I mean, I want you to all understand where I'm coming from. This is a tough issue.
He's
And
coming
it's a
off
tough
as like
issue
very
'cause
reasonable,
there's
but he's
some
not.
tough questions
Like
we've gotta
I
answer.
understand what he's trying to do. He's trying to like belate what's actually happened. The fact is that's in reality those abortions don't happen, and both the lawyer and the actual doctor that provides abortion care know that. That's why they don't want to engage with that too. But they have to bite the bullet and say we would not support that. And there is no. And when he brings up that legislation from Democrats, they have to come back and say we know for a fact that that's not what the legislation says, because the reality is that doesn't happen.
Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chairman.
Senator
And
Ossoff?
he's just gonna walk away now with that, and it's gonna be a W for him and the Republicans.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all of the witnesses for joining us and sharing your experiences and perspective. It's been tremendously impactful to hear from you.
Oh
Mr.
shit,
Chairman,
wasn't
I do
on
wanna,
the.
note
Was
and
I not
acknowledge
like?
that we have a Georgia physician with us, and Dr. Verma, thank you for your work providing health care for Georgia women at a time when the provision of health care for Georgia women is under attack by elected officials in Georgia. As you noted in your opening remarks, where one of the most extreme laws in the country has been enacted.
That is hilarious.
Ban on abortion, which takes effect before many women even know that they are pregnant. In the midst of a maternal health crisis in our state. Mr. Chairman, I don't know if you've heard these statistics, but more than half of Georgia counties have no OBGYN at all. No OBGYN in more than half of the counties in our state. We have one of the worst maternal mortality rates in the United States.
Yep. I wonder why.
Even worse, much worse for black women in Georgia. And a shortage of qualified providers of OBGYN care. And so, Dr. Verma, what I want to discuss with you as we consider the impact on human health of Georgia's extreme 6-week abortion ban.
That is
how this
crazy, dude.
Risks worsening our shortage of qualified physicians. I'm looking at data here from the Association of American Medical Colleges that new OBGYNs are much less likely to apply into residency programs with extreme abortion bans like the 6-week ban in Georgia. And I think we all recognize this, but Dr. Verma, these physicians provide the full spectrum of perinatal care. So what does the state's OBGYN shortage mean for Georgia women, please, Dr. Verma, based upon your professional experience?
Thank you, Senator Ossoff, and thank you for everything that you do for healthcare providers and patients in Georgia. So I am very concerned that the law in Georgia, our 6-week ban, is going to make the healthcare shortage worse and affect providers wanting to go into OBGYN and provide in Georgia. I have talked to multiple medical students and residents who say they aren't going to stay in Georgia because they don't want to be in an environment where they can't practice evidence-based medicine and have to worry about whether they are going to be criminally prosecuted, have their license removed.
That's like
have
another
their
thing too.
livelihood threatened.
Why are you're
The
putting
same procedures
doctors
that we use
in
for
such a
abortion care
dangerous
are also used
predicament
for miscarriage
with these laws?
management.
These
The
laws
same
are so
medications, the same
confusing.
procedures. And so I've
Like
talked
more
to
often than not, the
trainees
doctors are like, bro,
who
I'm not
worry
gonna
that
lose
if
my
they
license
stay
for
in
this
Georgia,
shit.
they
They're gonna
won't
leave
get
the
the
state
training
and
that
come
they
to
need to take care
like
of
New York.
someone
I got
who
no
comes
problem with
in
that.
at 14 weeks, bleeding heavily, that they won't be
Come to
able
my home
provide
state.
them
We
with
need more
emergency
doctors in
care
my
that they
state. Hey,
need. We
teachers,
know
you getting
based on
scared because
survey
they don't
data
say gay
that
bill in Florida?
90%
Come to
of
New York.
OBGYNs
Come to
have said that
California.
they've had
We
a
need more
patient in the
teachers. We get to
last
shrink the
year that
classrooms
needed
then.
abortion
That's something
care,
that we're
and the
trying to
vast
do at the state and local
majority
level now.
have gotten that patient connected with the care that they need.
I'll
even
take
if
all
they
your
personally feel
teachers.
conflicted
I'll
with
take all your good
abortion,
teachers
even
in
if they don't
Florida
provide the
and in
care
Texas.
themselves.
I'll take them
So
all.
this is something that
I got plenty.
OBGYNs
I got plenty of
support.
kids
They
who.
want
I got plenty of
patients to get
kids
the care that
who
they
could use it. We
need,
got a
and
ton
they're
of kids in
worried
New
that they
York,
won't
New York
be
City that need
able
smaller
to
classes, especially in our
practice
public
evidence-based
schools.
medicine in Georgia and are leaving.
So, and just to be clear, because I think it's vitally important that Georgians understand this and that the Senate understand this. The 6-week abortion ban in Georgia, backed by threats of criminal prosecution and imprisonment for physicians. And we see in the data that these laws are deterring OBGYNs from pursuing residencies in states with laws like this.
Absolutely, and you're absolutely right that that then affects not just, again, like I'm an OBGYN that does abortion care, but I also deliver babies. I do GYN surgery, I do cancer screenings, I do full spectrum OBGYN, as many OBGYNs do. So this is not just going to affect access to abortion care, it's going to affect access to all care, all reproductive health care in our state. I practice in Atlanta, where we've already experienced the closure of a major medical system that's having devastating effects on access to care in our city. You're absolutely right that half of counties in Georgia have no OBGYN. I expect this is just going to get worse.
Thank you, Dr. Verma. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Verma, I want to ask you very quickly.
No, this nutter.
You talk about evidence-based medicine. Do you consider a heartbeat evidence-based? Would you consider that a living? Would you consider that a living being if there's a heartbeat detected? Would that be evidence enough that there is life?
So based on evidence-based medicine, and I think what you're trying to get at is that...
No, I know what I'm trying to get at.
Could you clarify for me what you're trying to get at?
No, let me just say, you talk about evidence-based medicine. A beating heart is a sign of life. And Dr. Scott, earlier you said a heartbeat can be detected at 28 days. Am I accurate? Did I understand that? I was watching in my office.
Just a cluster of cells, man. That's all it is at that point.
Fertilization, usually it's about a week later before we can detect it via ultrasound.
I fucking hate
So
doctors
at
like this, man.
23 days. Thank you very. I think that's evidence of life. I want to talk
These
for just
fucking
a
nutters.
moment. Dr. Rubenhorst and Dr. Scott, late-term abortions. When I'm talking to women in Tennessee, what I find is most people, regardless of party affiliation, they are opposed to late-term abortions. And from the work that I've done in the House and in the Senate, what I have found is that there seems to be dismemberment of the baby involved in these late-term abortions. And many times there is an injection to stop that heart from beating. Is that accurate? Am I correct on? Okay, you all are nodding yes. Okay, and then there are occasions during late-term abortions when the baby survives that process, and then the baby is delivered alive. And I've talked to so many women who were so highly offended with Governor Northrup of Virginia's remarks around that. And I'm just going to read these for the committee so that it's accurate. He said, if a mother is in labor, I can tell you exactly what would happen. And of course, he's referring to a mother in for an abortion, and she has gone into labor. He continues, the infant would be delivered. The infant would be kept comfortable. The infant would be resuscitated if that's what the mother and the family desired, and then a discussion would ensue between the physicians and the mother. So, Dr. Wubenhorst, you have delivered a lot of babies. Okay. As someone who has done this and who has personally cared for women who have suffered physically and emotionally from the complications of abortion, then tell me, how is there any way, any reason anyone would think that statement from Governor Northrup was a compassionate, caring statement?
Yeah, I think it's very clear that it's not a compassionate statement, because if you allow a child, and in fact, I think the legal framework in this country is that if a child is neglected and allowed to die or killed, that's infanticide, and that's something that could be prosecuted. I think that it's the same situation if a woman undergoes a late abortion. We know that past 22, 23 weeks, we are able to resuscitate those children and they'll live. So I think that it is morally inconsistent to, and this has happened in hospitals where I've worked. In one room, you're fighting for the life of a child who's 22, 23, 24 weeks, and in another room, you're aborting a child that's 28, 32 weeks.
Yeah, and you know, visiting our NICUs and having friends and family that have had babies in the NICU, and you pray over these babies for the continuation of their life and their health and their recovery. And then when you hear about the practice of late-term abortion, it's just hard to square that up. I find it very difficult.
This is one of the most
Dr. Scott,
unintelligent
I wanna
people
talk
on
to
the
you for
planet.
just a minute.
That's in the Senate right now
About
that
the
you're hearing.
attacks on pregnancy centers, which there has not been a push forward to address these. But there have
Bro,
been
these
many
people don't give a
cases,
fuck, man.
and we've had some in Tennessee where they've gone after people that were across the street from the center on and were going through protesting. And I see my time has run out, but I do want to get this question in, and you can answer it for me. We'll do this, Mr. Chairman. I'll take it from her in writing. I would like to know if you think DOJ and the Biden administration is doing enough to protect the pregnancy centers. They're protecting abortion centers. And you can give me this in writing. I would like to get your read on what they are doing that protects the pregnancy centers and the health care that you're providing for expectant moms. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Welch?
Thank you very much. I thank the witnesses. Mr. Chairman, this hearing is extremely important, but I also think it's in the context of the conclusion that I'm coming to, and that is that we have a crisis on the Supreme Court. The United States Supreme Court has a duty, is to strengthen our democracy and strengthen respect for the rule of law. Yet the United States Supreme Court, in many recent decisions, has, in my view, become a threat to democracy, and it has profoundly eroded respect for the rule of law. It's not just polls of American people that show a record low respect for the court, confidence in the court. It's not a popularity contest, of course. But the court has been making decisions with outcomes that are very contrary to the public interest. That's a point of view, but I think one that can be backed up with evidence. But it's also been using intellectual manipulation in reaching its decisions. And I think the public gets that. It's not on the level. Let me give 3 examples. We have a corrupt campaign finance system. And in the Supreme Court, and Citizens United made an assertion of facts that I'll talk about in a minute to justify unleashing unlimited money, unaccountable money, undisclosed money to pollute our political process. In the Bruen decision, the United States Supreme Court came up with a framework of analysis, so-called historical analysis, which essentially made up a history of the way back to disregard the reality of today. And in the Dobbs decision, the Supreme Court disregarded precedent and stare decisis in order to achieve an outcome that we're now living with. The Supreme Court itself has added flames to the fire when some of those justices were before this committee in this room, Mr. Chairman. On this question of precedent, one justice told the committee in 2020, I will obey all the rules of stare decisis, and agreed that Roe was super precedent. In 2018, another justice told the committee that Roe is an important precedent in the Supreme Court, which was
3 minutes to my very
has
good
been
friend,
reaffirmed many
distinguished member of
times.
the Rules Committee,
In
Mr. Langworthy of New
2017,
York.
still another
The gentleman is
justice.
recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the rule which provides consideration of the Limit, Save, Grow Act, a bill that is critical to our country's economic future. Now, just yesterday, President Biden, he characterized the Limit, Save, Grow Act as, quote, irresponsible. That this common sense legislation was really asking hardworking Americans, seniors and children to shoulder an enormous new burden. The only thing irresponsible would be to do nothing. And if we want to talk
All right.
about a burden on the backs of
So,
hardworking
how's this
Americans,
begin
then let's
the
actually
debate
talk about it.
on
Let's
the
dig into it. Let's talk about how folks in my home state
on
of
the
New
bill,
York
on the
had to
debt
pay
limit
as much
bill
as
here?
40% more this winter just to heat their homes. While the Biden administration, they halted pipelines, the new construction, new exploration, they brought the approval of new oil and gas infrastructure to a standstill. Let's talk
All right,
about
wait a
how
minute.
seniors
Missed
in
that
rural
much. We're
communities
just about like
across
40
my
minutes in.
district
Okay.
living on a fixed income can now afford less in an inflation-ridden economy where the basic cost of goods and groceries has exploded and crushed their budgets. Let's talk about the $80 billion for the IRS to employ an army of new bureaucrats ready to rain down audit after audit on the middle-class families and small mom-and-pop business owners. These are the burdens shouldered by the American people for the trillions of dollars in spending the Democrats have foisted onto their backs and onto the backs of our children and our grandchildren. Mr. Speaker, if we care about the future, we would like to leave our children and our grandchildren a future that isn't crushed by debt, inflation, and paying the price for today's excesses. Then we should have no problem in supporting this critical step forward. I strongly support Limit, Save, Grow Act, a bill that saves hardworking Americans from continuing to shoulder the burden of Democrats' destructive spending policies. And I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman Oklahoma Reserve. Gentleman from Massachusetts recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to debunk this talking point that I hear over and over again from my friends. I just heard it right now when we were talking about spending. So let's remember a couple of things. First, when Donald Trump was in charge, $8 trillion was added to the national debt. That's a 39% increase. It's a quarter of the entire debt from all of American history. So please give me a break. Second, let's be clear. Inflation is a global problem. Mr. Speaker, if you think that the American Rescue Plan drove up prices in Italy or the UK, I have news for you. If you think emergency rescue checks are responsible for inflation in Brazil and Australia, maybe you get your economics degree from Trump University. But that's not how things work. So don't take my word for it. Look at the numbers. Actually look at the research. And I ask unanimous consent, Mr. Speaker, to insert in the record a letter from the Social Security Administration which states that Republican spending cuts would eliminate field offices, drive up wait times for initial disability and retirement claims processing, lengthen
McGovern.
wait times, and create backlogs across the board. Republicans are trying to make it harder for seniors to access the benefits that they have earned. And Mr. Speaker, I'm going to urge that we defeat the previous question. If we do, I'll offer an amendment to the rule to provide for consideration of a resolution that allows the House to state unequivocally that it is our
Why is the relic
responsibility to
inactive?
defend and preserve Social Security and Medicare for generations to come and reject any cuts to these vital programs. And by the way, these two programs will come under attack by Republican after Republican. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my record into the amendment and along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection,
To
so ordered.
discuss our proposal, I yield a minute and a half to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansbury.
The gentleman from New Mexico is recognized for a minute and a half.
Mr. Speaker, I rise as a fierce defender from New Mexico to support this amendment to defend our Social Security and our Medicare. As our colleagues across the aisle are trying to gut Social Security and Medicare, Democrats are looking for long-term solutions, not only to expand these life-saving programs, but to ensure that they are solvent for generations to come. These programs are lifelines for people in New Mexico. In fact, in New Mexico, we have the highest share of individuals who are on Medicaid by population in the country. That's 873,000 New Mexicans who depend on Medicaid. Our children in New Mexico depend on Medicaid. Over half of our children are on Medicaid. These programs save
This is going to get spicy,
lives.
people.
So I ask my colleagues, what kind of cruel ransom note are they putting forward that would gut these programs, that would gut programs that feed our children, that would gut our environmental programs in the name of raising our debt ceiling? I ask, what is it that we are actually trying to do here today? That is why I oppose the underlying bill that we're debating today, why I support this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to defeat the previous question and to return to the work of the people who elected us. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume for a couple of quick points. Just to my friends concerned about Social Security, I actually have a bill on that. A bill very similar to what President Biden himself voted for when he was in the United States Senate, both the creation of a commission and its final results. I'd invite my friend to look at it. Perhaps we can join it. It would be inherently bipartisan. And my friend made the point that inflation is a global phenomenon. I agree. Absolutely is. When you screw up the greatest economy in the world, it has global consequences. And that's exactly what my friends did. Don't take my word for it. They were warned by Larry Summers, the Secretary of the Treasury for Bill Clinton, distinguished economist. They were warned by Steve Ratner, who managed the auto industry under President Obama. They were warned by Jason Furman, who was the chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors for President Biden. If you pass something this large, the American Rescue Plan, you're going to have inflation within a year. We did. So if you just listen to your own economists, we could have avoided this. We might not having to take the drastic action we are today. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 4 minutes to my good friend, distinguished gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Van Orden.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 4 minutes.
I thank you, gentlemen, for yielding. Mr. Speaker, my favorite part of this building is not the rotunda or statutory hall or even this chamber. It's a simple quote painted above a door downstairs. So when tillage begins, other arts follow. The farmers, therefore, are the founders of human civilization. It was written by Daniel Webster in 1840. And it's just simply time for some more truth-telling. It's disingenuous to say publicly that we're all of the above for American energy if we do not embrace biofuels. Simultaneously, it's disingenuous to set policy that de facto abolishes petrochemicals and yet admit that we will be dependent on them for at least another decade.
But ever since the planets
Both positions have been made in this chamber. I find this to be either duplicitous or foolish, and I choose to be neither.
With Mars return,
Our first president, who overlooks this body, was clear about public policy in agriculture. It will not be doubted, agriculture is of primary importance. In proportion as nations advance in population and other circumstances of maturity, this truth can become more apparent. This then renders the cultivation of the soil more and more the object of public patronage This was written 9 years after the signing of the Declaration of Independence, and Washington says more and more he acknowledges that agriculture has always been an object of public patronage and must always be. The initial writing of this bill did not acknowledge that.
Your theory was
It
correct.
did not stand with the
relic
farmers,
is of the
and I will
pyramids.
always
There's
stand
no
with
doubt.
our farmers.
Word is
Earlier
out
this
about
morning, our
laws.
conference made great strides in recognizing our farmers by including elements of my amendment that protect our corn growers and biofuel industries. With that said, this final bill, as returned from the Senate, includes further provisions that do not show the proper respect for our farmers, our national security, or the future of nuclear energy. I will not vote for its passage. There will be no further negotiations from my office. I want to make this very clear. I voted for Kevin McCarthy for Speaker because I believe that he was the person called at this moment to lead this conference and this body. I don't feel that my 15 votes were in error. I have the full confidence that he will take the opportunity to keep his word to this body and to the American people, and this confidence was earned by his willingness to remove several devastating provisions from this bill. And I will remind my friends, as members of this body, we did not take an oath to the Republican Party or the Democratic Party. We didn't take an oath to the president. We all took the same oath to the Constitution, and with this oath came a responsibility to the people that we represent. In reference to this current discussion on the debt ceiling, our first president articulated this in a manner that for such a young country can only be described as timeless. No pecuniary consideration is more urgent than the regular redemption and discharge of the public debt. None can delay more injurious or an economy of time be more valuable. By President Biden refusing to negotiate with this body, he is adding to a growing train of usurpations of the constitutional authority vested in us by the people that sent us here to represent them. This is no more appropriate now than it was when it was written by Thomas Jefferson. It's our obligation to get Speaker McCarthy to the table. And it is Speaker McCarthy's burden to get the president to a place that can both meet our collective obligations articulated by George Washington and to secure the future for both our progenitors and our progeny.
Guardian.
So I will support this bill, and I will vote in favor of it, and I encourage all of my colleagues to join me in doing so. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Oklahoma reserved. The gentleman from Massachusetts recognized.
Yeah, I'm a little confused after that last speech. Mr. Speaker, with the way the gentleman from Oklahoma, my friend, has been talking, you might think that President Biden caused inflation all on his own. That's just simply not the case, and everybody here knows that. I ask unanimous consent to insert in the record an article from the nonpartisan, nonprofit Economic Policy Institute entitled "Rising Inflation is a Global Problem. U.S. Policy Choices are not to blame."
Without objection.
I also ask unanimous consent, Mr. Speaker, to insert into the record a report by Mark Zandi of Moody's Analytics, which states that Speaker McCarthy's radical cuts would meaningfully increase the likelihood of a recession and result in 780,000 fewer jobs by the end of 2024, compared with a clean bill to avoid a default.
Without objection, so ordered.
And I ask, Mr. Speaker, I want to yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. DeLuzio.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, gentlemen, for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the rule to advance this bill. I'm opposed to the bill. This bill will lead and includes massive cuts to veterans' care. 30 million fewer medical visits for my fellow veterans. We're going to see my fellow veterans wait longer to have their claims heard. They're going to see telehealth get worse, mental health services get worse, homelessness issues get worse. This bill is a betrayal of the obligation this country has to everyone who served. And I've seen my fellow veterans used as props on folks' websites and their ads. People wrap themselves in the flag. Well, guess what?
You tell 'em.
You don't get to claim serving for veterans, standing up for veterans, when you cut their care. That's what this bill does. It's a disgrace. Everyone in the country ought to know it. We ought to vote it down. I yield back.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserved. Jim Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself quickly such time as I may consume. Just to correct my friend, I did not blame all inflation on President Biden. He had a lot of help. He had a Democratic House and a Democratic Senate to work with him to get there, so certainly didn't do it on his own. With that, I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. McClintock of California.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
See how this can.
Mr. Speaker, for the first time in my 15 years in Congress, I will vote for a debt limit increase because for the first time, we have a bill that's serious about controlling the reckless spending that's destroying America's productivity and its prosperity. $4.8 trillion in savings. How could anyone who cares about the debt not vote for this measure? Now, the debt limit's there for a reason. If your family's living beyond its means and needs to raise its credit limit, it better sit down around the kitchen table and have a serious discussion over the circumstances that have gotten it into this mess and what steps it needs to take to get out. The debt limit's there to assure we have exactly that discussion as a nation. Now, the President and the Democrats across the aisle say they're not willing to engage in that discussion. Well, to coin a phrase, come on, man. When Bill Clinton lost the House in 1994, he reached across the aisle to work with House Republicans. Together, a Democrat president and a Republican House accomplished wonderful things. They reformed the welfare system, as this bill does. They cut spending as a percentage of GDP. They produced the biggest capital gains tax cut in history. But most importantly, they balanced 4 budgets in a row and produced one of the greatest economic expansions in our nation's history. And by the way, Clinton was reelected. Now, Americans are soon going to ask themselves, are we better off than we were 4 years ago? And Mr. Biden's going to need a better answer than doubling down on policies that 2/3 of Americans are desperately trying to tell him have put our country on the wrong track. And that answer is right here before us today. I beg the Democrats to join us to set our nation's finances in order. You'll bet.
My plans always work. Let's start.
Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, let me say to the gentleman, extortion is not a negotiation. President Biden actually has a budget that will reduce the deficit. It would be better if the Republicans actually came up with a budget, and we could talk about that. We're willing to have a conversation, but we're not willing to be extorted here. And Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt about the fact that this bill could monumentally hurt our nation's heroes. And I request unanimous consent to insert into the record a letter from the Paralyzed Veterans of America in opposition to this bill.
Without objection.
And I request unanimous consent to insert into the record a letter from the Veterans of Foreign Wars in opposition to this bill.
Without objection.
It is clear our veterans are against this bill. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, a distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Scanlon.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to the rule in the underlying bill. This bill makes good on Speaker McCarthy's threat to hold the economy hostage. Several of my colleagues have spoken about the draconian cuts that this bill would make to our social safety net, to services for vulnerable veterans, seniors, families, and children. But it also jeopardizes critical investments that were just enacted as part of the historic and long overdue climate rescue measures that were included in the Inflation Reduction Act, and those cuts have received less attention. If you didn't know that this bill gutted billions of dollars of environmental measures, you're not alone. Those cuts were made in a deal the Speaker negotiated with the extremists who control his caucus sometime after midnight last night, around 2 o'clock this morning. Not surprised that they're trying to sneak this provision into a bill that they're ramming through the House with no hearings. The Speaker and his far-right allies argue that federal spending poses the most significant threat to our country while blocking legislation to address gun violence, healthcare concerns, and other pressing concerns for all of our constituents. But climate change is an actual existential threat to our children and to all future generations. I know the Republican Party isn't fond of looking at the science, but without intervention, the facts are clear. Our children will be forced to face more frequent climate disasters, new and devastating health threats, and untold economic loss. The extremist bill before us dismantles the clean energy climate rescue programs that we passed in the IRA that are essential for our children to thrive. This bill eliminates $1 billion to promote energy-efficient construction, $5 billion for loans to back energy infrastructure projects, $1.9 billion to improve access to public transportation in low-income neighborhoods, and $5 billion to reduce climate pollution, in addition to gutting environmental review protections. I'm appalled that the Republican Party would so carelessly leverage our children's future health and safety to satisfy political extremists, and I'm disturbed by the shadowy process used to put this bill together. I encourage all of my colleagues to vote no on this rule and the underlying bill. I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserved, and gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Madam Speaker, in response to my friend's statement, we're certainly not trying to extort anything from anyone. Quite frankly, it's my Democratic friends who are trying to exact something from us they can't get for themselves. I mean, it's a Democrat. If you believe a clean debt ceiling is the way to go, pass one in a Democratic Senate. You can't do it. The reality is there's going to be a negotiation here. What we've said is, hey, we're in good faith on extending the debt ceiling. We're doing it. We have a lot of members who have never voted to do that. They're actually doing it. Here's our opening position in the negotiation. What's yours? We haven't heard that. It's just simply, well, give us what we want and then pass the president's budget. So if they genuinely want to talk, we're giving them the opportunity to actually do that. So I would just remind my friend, we look forward to discussion, but the first step is to raise the debt ceiling. That's what we're going to do here. Then we'll see what the Democrats do in the United States Senate response. Then we can all go to conference and talk this thing out, hopefully come to a bipartisan solution. So the hysterics and theatrics might make good print. That's not the reality of the process here. We're operating within the spirit of the process. We hope our friends do the same. With that, Madam Speaker, I reserve my time.
A gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. A gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, the distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I left the Capitol at 3 a.m. this morning after finding Republicans' plans to default on America unless we impose drastic spending cuts. Cuts that are so severe, they will hurt farmers and ranchers, kids and families, and this beautiful place we call home. Nobody in any state will be protected from their draconian cuts. When I asked how to explain the bill's drastic cuts to rural communities in my district, the Republicans' response was, I quote, "You should tell them that we have to prioritize," end quote. The Rules Committee Republicans then blocked my amendment to protect rural water, housing, and business development programs. In essence, they said to rural America, you're not a priority. The Republicans blocked my amendment to protect veterans' health care, the Indian Health Service, and clean energy investments. Veterans are clearly not their priority. Health care is clearly not their priority. Addressing the climate crisis that is fueling disasters across America, across the United States, and across this planet is clearly not their priority. Do you like knowing your food is safe? The Republicans' bill could cut 1,800 USDA food inspectors and cost our farmers, ranchers, and restaurants $89 billion in lost production and $2.2 billion in lost wages. The majority blocked my amendment to protect the Food Safety Inspection Service from cuts. When Republicans now demand we cut spending on health care, safety, housing, what's it for? To pay for the tax cuts for the rich that they pushed through in 2017. Protecting the rich and the wealthy tax cheats clearly must be their priority. Through backroom dealings, the Republican majority has now settled on a bill that backstabs working families. Their bill delivers poison, not prosperity. Congress must not default on America. America pays its bills. America knows how to prioritize what is essential for our prosperity. I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I think if you happen to be listening to the debate, you might get confused. It's as if we're going to impose our will on somebody. The reality is the Democrats control the United States Senate. The Democratic President of the United States has a veto that he can sustain in either chamber. What we're saying is let's sit down and talk things through, and here's our opening position. That's all that's going on here. We're not in a position to do what my friends did last time. And that's both what they regret losing and fear might someday come to pass. So the last time my friends didn't have to negotiate, 2 years ago, what did they do? An explosion of spending that generated the worst inflation in modern American history, the worst inflation in over 40 years. Looking around this chamber, I think I'm probably the only one here old enough to remember it. The reality is they took a crisis that was ending and used it to justify $1.9 trillion worth of spending that many of their own economists warned them would lead to inflation, jammed it through without a single vote. The next year, they called something an Inflation Reduction Act that we all know was a climate bill, crammed through another $500 billion worth of spending. And that doesn't even include plussing up the regular discretionary accounts of the United States. So my friends own the inflation that has impoverished every single American. Every American family is worse off, not better off, given the economic stewardship of this administration.
You gotta love Republican
and frankly,
lies.
the Democratic Congress. So we look forward to the debate, but we look forward to something my friends aren't used to doing. That's actually negotiating. And that's what we're talking about. We're going to extend the debt, just as we said, debt limit, just as we said we would. Here's our negotiating. Here's our ideas where we can save money. Do you have any ideas where we can save money? Let's talk about that, because you can't get what you want. You can't pass through a Democratic Senate a clean debt bill. If you can't do it there, you're certainly not going to do it here. So let's begin the discussion sooner rather than later. For that, Madam Speaker, I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, my good friend from Oklahoma said that we're engaged in theatrics. Well, let me put that to rest. I mean, we are dealing with real numbers. Last night in the Rules Committee, I asked this Chairman of Ways and Means and the Chairman of the Budget Committee some basic questions about the SNAP program. They had no clue. And people who don't have a clue shouldn't be writing legislation or determining policy. They should do the hearings and learn about what the facts are. But let me read to you, I want to ask unanimous consent, Madam Speaker, to insert into the record a letter from the Department of Energy which states that reductions of this magnitude in this bill would have significant setbacks on U.S. competitiveness and adversarial nations like Russia and China.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a letter from the Department of Labor which states that these cuts in this bill would prevent more than 4,000 veterans experiencing or at risk of homelessness from receiving critical employment care.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent to insert in the record a letter from the Department of Education which states that under these radical cuts, funding for more than 100,000 teaching jobs nationwide would be eliminated, and it would reduce aid for more than 6.6 million Pell Grant recipients.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a letter from the Small Business Administration which states that Republican spending cuts would mean that almost 300,000 fewer small businesses would be able to participate in their entrepreneurial development program.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a letter from the Department of Housing and Urban Development which states that 286,000 families will lose rental assistance under Republicans' proposed budget cuts, and thousands more would be at risk of homelessness.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a letter from the Department of Homeland Security which states that the proposed cuts could lead to more illegal drugs entering our country, including 350,000 grams of fentanyl. That's over 200 million fatal doses of fentanyl that Republicans will be responsible for letting into our country this past. And I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a letter from the Department of Agriculture detailing how these radical Republican budget cuts would lead to more than 1 million new mothers losing WIC assistance.
Without objection.
So these are actual numbers. These are real statistics compiled by real experts. So when we talk about the fact that no one needs to worry about what is being debated here, this is why we are worried. This is the impact of what they are trying to do. And what they are trying to do will hurt regular people, will hurt veterans, will hurt people who are struggling to put food on the table, will hurt teachers, will hurt the people that we represent. So it will hurt children. So this is unconscionable, what is going on here. And we cannot just sit by while everybody on the other side says, oh, don't worry, be happy, it'll all just work out. No, it won't. We don't share these values of these cuts. We have a separate set of values if my friends think that it is okay to cut these programs and hurt these people. I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. My friend friend and I have had very long days, spent a lot of time together. I have no further speakers, and I would advise him, if he's prepared to close, I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, can I inquire how much time is left?
The gentleman from Massachusetts has 6 minutes remaining.
Okay, I will close. I yield myself the remaining time, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what we have heard on the floor today is incredible, astounding, unbelievable, unconscionable contempt for the people that we are supposed to be here to fight for. When people tell me that both parties are the same, that both parties are equally bad or believe the same things, watch this debate and then tell me what you think. Democrats have different values than Republicans. They have no problem racking up $2 trillion in debt when it comes to tax giveaways for Wall Street and CEOs. Nobody on the other side is talking about having billionaires pay 1 cent towards reducing our deficit. Maybe that's why Speaker McCarthy went to Wall Street to announce his plans essentially to screw Main Street. But now they want to demand, and I say demand, because this is a ransom note, demand 10 years of cuts unless we stick it to our own constituents, unless we take away food from hungry people, unless we kick people off of health care. Now, they didn't win the Senate, they didn't win the White House, and they didn't win a big majority as they wanted in the House. So now, to get what they want to default on America so they can push through their radical MAGA agenda. I got to be honest with you, I was disgusted by the debate in the Rules Committee last night, and even what has been said here on the floor today. This is unconscionably bad. This is not who we are. You know, if you want to have a discussion on the debt, let's have that discussion. You know, but this is an extortion. You're saying if we don't agree to all these draconian cuts, they're going to hurt people that we fight for every day on this side of the aisle. If we don't do that, you're going to run this economy off a cliff. That's an all-time high in recklessness and stupidity, Madam Speaker. We cannot accept that. You know, I mean, the people we represent, you know, are the people who will be impacted by these cuts, the cuts that I just mentioned, by inserting into the record all the letters from the various agencies in our government. Those are our people. You know, billionaires don't need us, but regular people do. People who are struggling to put food on the table are counting on us to be on their side, not to be making their life more complicated or more difficult. And yet, this represents kind of the antithesis of everything that I believe is right. This is so wrong. It is so wrong. And I'm not going to sit back and say, well, let the process work its will, and maybe it won't be so bad at the end of the day. This is bad. This is unconscionable. This is not deserving of a vote on the House floor today. People should reject it. I urge my Republican colleagues on the other side of the aisle, reject this. You represent these same people too. They deserve to have you on their side, not working against them. Wall Street, they have enough support. They have enough people rooting for them to succeed. Regular people, people who are struggling in poverty, they need us. They're counting on us. So I urge my colleagues to vote no on this rule, no on the previous question, and no on the underlying resolution. We have to do better than this. This is beneath the dignity of this institution. I yield back my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts yields back. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time. I want to begin by thanking my friend for engaging, as he always does, in a spirited debate. We don't agree on a lot of things, but I admire my friend's passion and appreciate his partnership on the Rules Committee, both when I was in a minority and now that I'm fortunate enough to be in the majority. But we do look at the world a little bit differently. My friend worries about a $2 trillion tax cut, which, by the way, was stretched out over 10 years, and much of which paid itself back in economic growth. Forgets about a single bill that spent $1.9 trillion, last year that they managed to do. Look at the results. I mean, the president walked in, pre-COVID, the economy's the lowest unemployment rate in 50 years. Growing. Even after going through that, the Biden administration walks into a V-shaped recovery and a 1.4% inflation rate. In less than 2 years, they managed to flatten that out and give us the highest inflation rate in over 40 years. How'd that happen? That happened by unrestrained Democratic spending, out-of-control budget proposals by the president, a Democratic Senate, a Democratic House that wouldn't say no. Well, those days are behind us. And I understand the agony of my friends that they actually have to sit down now and talk with Republicans and come to agreement. Now, we've come forward with a proposal that we think makes a lot of sense. My friend's worried about us driving off the debt. Why are we passing the extension of the debt ceiling? That's exactly what this legislation does. And we're saying, look, we just want to talk. Here's our opening proposal. We don't expect you'll take everything or agree with everything. We know you control the United States Senate. We know the President of the United States has a veto, but you are going to talk to us. And you're not going to get a clean debt ceiling. We're not going to give you what you can't get yourself in a Democratic United States Senate. We're going to have a real discussion about what we need to do as a country. Now, my friend says we have different values. Yeah, in some ways we do. Look, we have a common commitment to the institution. We have a common belief in democracy. I think we believe in civil discourse even when we disagree.
That's impossible.
We have many things beyond that we agree on. But we do differ in some ways. We believe we ought to live within our means, and that's a good thing to try and do. We think the American people ought to be able to keep more of their own money to spend on their own family and their own investment. We're willing to put some ideas forward how to do it. We think out-of-control spending is going to make life worse. I mean, the cruelest tax of all is inflation. My friends are worried about the poorest of the poor. I know that's sincere. I also know the inflation that this Democratic House and Senate of 2 years ago and the administration inflicted on the American public is a curse to the poorest of the poor. So let's sit down, find some common ground. We've done it before. We act as if it's extraordinary to actually debate around a debt ceiling, spending restraints. That's the way it's normally done, particularly in divided government. That's what the American people have given us. I suspect they want us to work together. We've done our part of the bargain. We will finish that out today. We'll extend the debt ceiling, as we promised we would do. We will put forward a series of suggestions and proposals. We think they're good. Our friends won't agree with them all. But at the end of the day, they're going to have to come to the table. If they can't pass a clean debt ceiling, or if you can pass a clean debt ceiling in the Senate, go ahead and do it and come to the table with that. But I don't think you'll be able to. So we're going to sit down and find some ways to begin to restrain this out-of-control spending. And we're going to do it because there's a Republican majority in the House that demands that we do it, that we begin to live responsibly, that we not inflict inflation on the American people, that we prioritize our spending in some reasonable and rational way. So with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time. I urge the passage of the rule and the underlying legislation, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
Just so you know, this is going to pass the House.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, on that, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess for a period less than 15 minutes.
The House today has been working on the rule for considering the Republicans' bill tying an increase in the federal debt limit to federal spending cuts later today. Now, tomorrow, members will consider a bill to withdraw U.S. troops from Somalia within a year. Live coverage in the House when they return next here on C-SPAN.
South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol will address a joint meeting of Congress during his visit to the U.S. We'll have live coverage from the Capitol on Thursday at 11 a.m. Eastern on C-SPAN. You can also watch on the C-SPAN Now video app or online at cspan.org. C-SPAN is your unfiltered view of government. We're funded by these television companies and more, including Cox.
Homework can be hard, but squatting in a diner for internet work is even harder. That's why we're providing lower-income students access to affordable internet, so homework can just be homework.
Oh, that's hilarious. There was a rally flag there?
Cox supports C-SPAN as a public service, along with these other television providers, giving you a front row seat to democracy.
And we welcome Aruna Viswanathan back to the Washington Journal. She's senior reporter with the Wall Street Journal and reporting on the Hunter Biden investigation. You and your colleagues at the Journal last week broke the story.
Okay, it's just like a recap from yesterday. Recap from like this morning.
Believe what Thomas believes and don't do what Thomas does. And I just want more people to remember that point. Thomas isn't the only one, right? There are others who are better at it.
I want to shift to another legal matter. The settlement of the Dominion lawsuit between Dominion Voting Systems and Fox News. Obviously, you can roll in the news from yesterday about Tucker Carlson leaving the network. But as far as the settlement is concerned, what did you think that it came to that?
Look like a high throne world. That's what the system is designed to do, right? The civil legal system is not designed to achieve justice, right? We have the criminal system for justice. The civil legal system is designed to achieve money. And if you believe that money is accountability, then great. Fox was held accountable to the tune of $787.5 million. If you believe money is accountability, that's great, right? If you believe accountability is accountability, if you believe that there has to be something more punishing than just a financial disclosure, well, then, like me, you were probably very happy with the news yesterday coming out of News Corp, right? So, like, that's what the settlement was only gonna get you a monetary settlement. And the monetary settlement is stiff. You know, I've said before online, if I was their lawyer, if I was Dominion's lawyer, I'd tell them to take the money. Because not only is it $787 million, we're talking about a company that was bought by private equity 5 years ago for $38 million. Right? The private equity people are going to make, I think I read, 1,500% return on their investment in just 5 years. Capitalists like those numbers, right? So, like, if I was their lawyer, I would have told Dominion to take the money, but I'm not their lawyer. And what I am interested in is justice and accountability, not making some private equity bros richer, right? And so that's why I was kind of disappointed that Dominion took the settlement when they had so much great evidence against Fox. But I understand, right? I understand why they did it. I understand that the system is designed mainly to produce financial payouts as opposed to produce real accountability.
And because what you said about the civil cases overall, I do want to ask you about the jury selection today in E.G. Carroll's case against former President Trump's a civil case stemming back many years. What do you think is the significance that this jury selection has begun in this?
Let's go. Let's go. This is a long-term allegation against Donald Trump. This is a lawsuit that was allowed to be brought because of a very important law passed in New York State called the Adult Survivors Act. Ordinarily, E. Jean Carroll's claim would be time barred by the statute of limitations. We see this a lot in sexual assault cases. We see this a lot in child assault cases where by the time the victim is ready to come forward and tell their story, the statute of limitations has already lapsed. So New York passed a kind of special one-year only law that allowed adult survivors of sexual assault a year in which to bring their claims. They did the same thing for children a while back. That resulted in a ton of lawsuits, a ton of restorative justice done. E. Jean Carroll brought her suit under this New York exception law, and that is why we were getting to the jury selection today. You know, one of the interesting things about this trial is that it's going to be an opportunity to use Donald Trump's words against him, right? People are familiar with the fact that one of the reasons why Trump is in trouble in Georgia is because people have him on tape, right? Saying, find me 11,000 votes. Like, that's pretty, like, it's really good evidence of election fraud. Well, people forget.
The bitch.
We've got Trump on tape, on the Access Hollywood tape, describing exactly the kind of assault that E. Jean Carroll alleges happened to her in the 90s. So that tape, the judges already ruled that it's going to be relevant, that the jurors will be able to hear that tape. And so that is going to be, I think, an important trial and an important opportunity to potentially hold Trump accountable on these charges. He will not personally appear in court. He doesn't have to. It's a civil suit. It's not a criminal suit, so there's no threat of jail time from this. This is a defamation suit. Fundamentally, it's a civil case brought by E. Jean Carroll. But there's still the chance that the truth will come out through this trial, and that is what I hope for.
Here is on our independent line, Vince in Idaho.
Hey guys, how you doing? How you doing, Pedro?
We should have checked. Fine, you're on with our guest. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Yeah, Eli, you're extremely refreshing. I like the fact when you get a caller, you don't give a standard, no matter how bitter or ridiculous the question is. Oh, thanks for your question. I really, you let them know how you feel, and that is just fantastic. I guess my question concerns maybe some real fundamental rules could be passed to avoid some of the stuff we run into at the court. Just like a corporation, you have all these things going on. Members, even I don't think nobody's brought up, Clarence's wife. Even some of the stuff she was doing, but. Maybe get some sort of big amendment or vote to put some power back into Roberts or the Chief Justice to where he can just really terminate people like they were an organization.
He's
like
not.
They were a company.
He won't.
Get rid of them.
That's Vince there in Idaho.
Well, Vince, thank you for your question. Look, man, if you are serious about this, like I said, there is a bill in Congress right now.
You guys have already
by
seen these
Hank
cutscenes.
Johnson
I have
and Chris
already, too.
Murphy, trying to bring ethical strictures to the Supreme Court. So, Vince, I would say don't call me. Call your most likely Republican congressman in Idaho and ask them why they aren't supporting that bill. Call Mike Crapo, your senator in Idaho, then the other guy whose name I forget, call them and say, why aren't you supporting Hank Johnson's and Chris Murphy's?
All right, they're going to be back at 1:30.
Look, I'm old. There was a time in my life where we could all agree about ethics, right? Like, whatever you were on the political divide, Republican, conservative, Democrat, the liberal, you could agree that there needs to be ethics in our public officials, right? The kind of behavior that Thomas and Gorsuch now are accused of would get public employees at almost any other level of government in really deep trouble, right? This basic lack of disclosure would get most government officials in most institutions in serious trouble. But the 9 Supreme Court justices operate above the law. And I don't mean that colloquially. They operate above the law because there is no law that applies to them. There is no punishments that apply to them. Tell me, please, who has the authority to just punish a Supreme Court justice, make them, suspend them for 6 months because they did something wrong? And the answer is nobody. Nobody can do that. So don't call me, call your congressman, call your senators. There are people in the Congress right now who understand how important ethics are, but they are in the minority. And we need to get more people, more focus on ethics. And, if you live in Illinois, call Dick Durbin. Call Dick Durbin and say, hey, Dick, chair of the Judiciary Committee, don't invite John Roberts over for tea. Pass a bill. That's your job, Mr. Durbin. Like, call him and say that, and that's how you're going to get actual ethical strictures applied to these 9 lifetime appointed unaccountable people.
Idaho Senators, by the way, Mike Crapo, the Republican, Jim Risch, the Republican as well. Let's hear from Hex in Florida, Democrats line. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yep, you're on.
Hi, Ellie Mistel. Hi, it's Witches Truth Post on Twitter. I love you. I love when you comment on Read Out, which shout out to, Trump citing Reed the other day. But anyways, I just wanted to ask, since you know so much about SCOTUS, how do we make sure that this, in my opinion, extremism majority does not happen again? Because in the past, I feel, and Democrats are guilty too, I do feel like we use our either, I don't know what the term is, nominated judges, or however we go about getting our SCOTUS. I feel like people like Koff Mitch has used, like Kavanaugh as like a payback, or how do we make sure that that doesn't happen? Do we treat it like we do with the ethics with, with Clarence? Do we call our Congress and our senators to hold that accountable, or what do we do? And that would be my question. And also, keep doing what you do. I love you.
Thank you so much. Look, my my galaxy brain solution for extremism on the court, and I'm not on both sides there. I don't think that what Sonia Sotomayor does is equivalent to what Clarence Thomas does, even in terms of ideology. I think Sotomayor is much more kind of center mass for where the country is versus Clarence Thomas, but reasonable people will disagree with me. My big issue is that I think both sides do worry about extremism, usually extremism from the other side, but still. How do you get the Supreme Court to be less extreme? How do you get the Supreme Court to be more, again, kind of center mass for where the country is? How do you get the Supreme Court to be more narrow? And the answer is to have more Supreme Court justices. And I know that's a little bit counterintuitive, but the idea here is that the bigger the institution, the more people that are on the institution, given the vagaries and intricacies and small issues within the law, if you have a lot of people, your decisions get narrower and narrower and narrower because there becomes much narrower ground on which people can agree upon, right? So one of the analogies I've made in the past is that you can think about this if you've in your own life, if you've been going out with friends and trying to choose a restaurant for dinner, right? If you only have to go out with 2, 3, 4 of your boys, you might go to some places, right? You might go to some places that you ain't supposed to go. You might do something crazy, right? If you have to go out to dinner with like 30 or 40 people, if you're planning some kind of big event and you have to figure
He's not saying like you need 30 or 40 people on the court. I've always thought you have 13 judicial districts. Those are the appellate districts. They're basically the second highest federal court before you hit the Supreme Court. 13 justices.
Go to Applebee's. Right? You're gonna go to Olive Garden.
Or 13, not 13, 13 circuit courts. Sorry. One Supreme Court justice oversees each circuit court. Simple.
Kind of place, right? Same thing can happen on the Supreme Court. If you had 20, 30 justices, the amount of the space in which they could find a 15-14 majority, right, would be so much narrower to get 15 people all on the same page that would in and of itself decrease the extremism on both sides.
The argument against that would be whoever's appointing those justices, right? Let's say the appointment process is still the same. If Republicans were doing that, they would appoint the most extreme people who had the same basically ideological bents. That would be the issue.
Sides would decrease the extremism and have the court end up deciding cases on very narrow, very mainstream basis.
From Ohio, Republican line. Nelson, hi.
Good morning, Mr. Mistel. You're what you call a far right winger, and you are one of my absolute favorite people on TV. I'd love to sit down and argue with you for hours. But anyway, let's be honest. Probably 80% Supreme Court, Congress, House, President, politicians ruling class, probably 80% of them, are dirty. Both sides. I don't care. It's a special club. They look out for each other, and you're very good at spinning the D side. But I'm past the R&D thing. I think they're all corrupt. The top tier of them are corrupt, and they look out for each other, and that's why they're not going to do anything with the Supreme Court, because they do the same thing. So they cover for each other. But that's my idea. But I love you, man. Keep up the arguing for your side. See ya.
Nelson, man, I mean, at some level, your call makes me sad because that sentiment is one of the reasons why I think we have such a divide in this country. Nobody trusts that the people in the government are on the up and up, right? There are too many of us who basically distrust the government, distrust our elected officials, and don't think like we can get a fair shake, right? And so what that devolves into is people kind of throwing up their hands and saying, oh, they're all corrupt, so we shouldn't, so who cares, and we're not going to do anything about it because they're all dirty, right? And so I have two responses to that. One, we can't lose the ability to distinguish between dirty.
Okay, House is back in session.
Of the day, members voting here on the previous question whether to allow debate to start on two bills, including a resolution repealing a Commerce Department rule waiving tariffs on solar parts assembled in 4 Southeast Asian countries, including Cambodia, Malaysia, Thailand, or Vietnam, using parts from China. Now, the other measure is the House Republicans' bill tying an increase to in the nation's debt limit to federal spending cuts. This is a 15-minute vote, and while this vote continues, we'll show you a portion of today's debate on the rule for these two bills.
Last night, the Rules Committee met and reported out a rule providing for the consideration of H.R. 2811, the Limit, Save, and Grow Act of 2023, and House Joint Resolution 39, a joint resolution of disapproval that ends President Biden's rule protecting Chinese solar manufacturers that are illegally violating U.S. trade law. The rule provides for consideration of H.R. 2811 under a closed rule. It provides 2 hours of general debate and 1 motion to recommit. The rule also provides for the consideration of H.J. Res. 39 under a closed rule with 1 hour of general debate and 1 motion to recommit. Mr. Speaker, earlier this year, the United States government hit our statutory debt limit of $31.3 trillion. That's an astonishing number. It's over 120% of our annual gross national product. This level of spending is simply unsustainable, and the American people know it. 3 out of every 4 Americans support taking action on the national debt. They know that if we do nothing and keep moving forward as we have been doing, the result will be leaving a huge burden for our children and grandchildren, a pile of debt, a weak economy, and a broken currency. Now, you would think, given all that, the staggering reality, President Biden and congressional Democrats would acknowledge the need to do something to address this problem. You would think they would be open to doing what we have done many, many times in the past, to couple needed fiscal reforms with an agreement to lift the debt ceiling. You would even think that President Biden, who himself personally negotiated several debt ceiling increases over the years, would be willing to sit down with us and talk. But instead, we've heard none of this. No, we will not negotiate with you. No, we will not talk about the federal budget. No, we won't look at common sense reforms. No, no, no. Instead, President Biden and congressional Democrats insist it's their way or the highway. No reforms, no changes to federal spending, not even clawing back the unspent pandemic relief funds that are no longer necessary. With the passage of the Limit, Save, and Grow Act, the House will stand with the American people who desperately want us to fix our national debt problem and that fix starts
The relic
here
rendered a
in
full
today's bill.
blueprint out of a
Our
single
second item for today, Mr. Speaker,
Our life
H.J.
is
Res.
stronger
39, is a joint resolution of disapproval of a Biden administration rule that would suspend import duties on solar panels made with components from the People's Republic of China. Mr. Speaker, Communist China does not play by the same rules as the rest of the world. Chinese leadership will do whatever it takes to advance the Chinese Communist Party's interests to the detriment of the American economy. China has been unfairly subsidizing the production of solar cells and modules and dumping them on the U.S. market at below cost. It should come as no surprise that China's also
let me get another exotic cipher because I want to.
Import duties by routing their subsidized solar components through 4 countries: Cambodia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. Yet instead of holding them accountable for their actions, President Biden suspended the penalties for 2 years, presumably to appease climate activists who have no interest in America's job creators and manufacturers.
Oh, please, come on.
If the House does not act, China's bad behavior will go unchallenged, and America's solar manufacturers will continue to get a raw deal. Mr. Speaker, we must stand up to communist China. We must call out their inappropriate behavior on the global stage. And when it is called for, we must protect American manufacturers against unfair competition. H.J. Res. 39 will accomplish all of these goals and will do so in a bipartisan manner. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this rule and the underlying legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the gentleman from Oklahoma, my good friend Mr. Cole, for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
So let's begin. We are dealing with this Default on America bill, and it's a doozy, even by the measurements that we judge this current majority in Congress. How did we get here? I'll tell you how we got here. The process is lousy. It stinks. We heard promise after promise after promise about how great Republicans would be when they were in charge, about how open and transparent and fair things would be here. And it's clear now that it was all a bunch of talk, all phony. They never meant any of it. No hearing, no markup, no amendments, no nothing. CBO score came out 5 minutes before the hearing started. Manager's amendment released at 12:45 a.m. Rules met for 6 hours. Then we adjourned until 11:30 p.m. So we meet at 11:30. Democrats sat waiting in an empty room for 45 minutes. We're told to come back at 1:45 in the morning. And in the midnight seance that Republicans conducted in the chairman's office, out comes this new language that is supposed to satisfy the extreme right wing of the extreme right wing.
I actually do want to see what
Basically, some of my Republican colleagues had an objection that the bill didn't screw people fast enough. And get this, after all their talk about how horrible the Inflation Reduction Act was, we find out that some of their members actually love parts of the Inflation Reduction Act and demanded that we protect it, even if it meant changing the bill at 2 a.m. in the morning. But then, let me tell everyone else, so in case you missed it, because some people go to sleep, before 2 a.m., this all happened at 2 a.m. Shh, secret. Speaker McCarthy himself said, you can't just throw something on the floor. Those were his words. But here we are, and this bill is being thrown on the floor. 25 of the 32 rules this Congress has done have been completely closed. Rules Committee has allowed to the floor only 91 amendments so far. When I was in charge, at this point, we had allowed to the floor 199 amendments. 92% of all Democratic amendments have not been allowed to be debated. Republican Whip Tom Emmer told us yesterday that the bill was closed. It's not getting changed, he said. And then, what did they do just a few hours later? They changed it. I asked Chairman Smith last night in the Rules Committee if he liked the way this bill was being brought up, and you know what he said to me? I'm not in charge. Well, it's his committee. Who is in charge of whether or not they hold a hearing or a markup? Just a lesson for our new members who demanded more regular order. This is not it. And I would like a single Republican to come down here and defend the process that was used here. But I bet they won't, because they cannot. So here we are, debating this bill, the Default on America Act. I mean, we're happy to have a conversation on our spending priorities. Absolutely. We welcome that conversation. But this isn't a conversation. They handed us a ransom note. They say that in order to agree to pay our bills for 1 year, we have to make 10 years of deep cuts that will hurt our constituents. Again, this is a ransom note. And then what happens a year from now? What's next? I mean, do you want our firstborn children in exchange for paying the bills on time? Republicans have said that unless we screw regular people, working people, veterans, the environment, and I could go right down the list, unless we do that, Republicans are going to push this economy off a cliff, damaging our credit rating, crashing Wall Street, resulting in all kinds of job loss, putting us into a recession, and that's the choice that they're giving us here today. So here's the deal, and this is what is really galling. Republicans are telling us that in order to get our fiscal house in order so we can pay our bills, not a single dollar can be saved at the Pentagon, that billionaires can't pay another cent in taxes. But to get our fiscal house in order, we need to nickel and dime moms and dads, workers and veterans, and regular people. Billionaires and CEOs received trillions in tax cuts when Republicans were in charge. Trillions. But they want to screw the people that I came to Congress to represent. It takes my breath away, Mr. Speaker. Regular people, working people, the farmers and the veterans, they want to kick people off health care. They want to cut funding to stop drugs from coming into America. They want to fire teachers, and they want to take food away from women, infants, and children. What is wrong with them, Mr. Speaker? Now, I know my friend, Chairman Cole, and he is my friend, cares deeply about programs like Head Start. In his own state, this bill would cut 3,300 children off of Head Start. These are real kids, for God's sakes.
So this is the part that I believe we missed. We were watching Senate Judiciary Committee.
And I quote, "Make no mistake, the current debt limit and budget cap legislation under consideration in the House of Representatives will cause irreparable damage to Head Start," end quote. It is not mathematically possible to make the cuts that they are talking about without hurting our own constituents. All this so that we can appease the extreme MAGA wing of the Republican Party. The contempt that so many on the other side of the aisle have for people who are poor, who are struggling, who are working hard but having trouble making ends meet because the other side won't even raise the minimum wage. It is stunning. Now, we have a bill loaded up with all these new work requirements and hurdles for people to jump through. It will result in people losing SNAP, losing Meals on Wheels benefits, losing assistance to pay for infants and children. And yet, not a single hearing on this topic, not one. I asked, who are these people in real life that you claim don't work, who are on SNAP? Who are the people you're talking about? The chairman of the Ways and Means Committee and the chairman of the Budget Committee gave me a blank stare. I asked, what is the average SNAP benefit? I mean, pretty basic question if you feel strongly about this program. They had no idea, not a clue, not even a guess. I asked, what is the average length someone is on SNAP?
I love the image. It's just Joe Biden. The thumbnail. It's just Joe Biden.
Reality, Mr. Speaker. And by the way, the average SNAP benefit per person, per meal, is about $2. And the average time somebody is on the benefit is less than a year. So this is not about substance or reality. The bottom line is, if this is what the American people want, as my Republicans say, I mean, they kept on saying that over and over in the Rules Committee, which I do not believe, because I think most people in this country are horrified about what you're trying to do here. But if you think that that's what the American people want, then you should win the White House. win the Senate. You win. You were supposed to win the House by a huge margin, but that red wave turned into a pink splash.
265, 9179.
Much longer, quite frankly. I mean, enough is enough, Mr. Speaker. America pays our bills. This is a ransom note. Republicans want to default on America. And all Democrats are asking for is that you listen to President Trump. You know him. He's the guy you're all afraid of. And he said, I can't imagine anyone ever thinking of using the debt ceiling as a negotiation wedge. It's a very sacred thing. We could never play with it. That's the guy who you are all afraid of. That's what he said. Listen to Speaker McCarthy in 2015. When the United States makes promises, it keeps them, which is why the House voted today to avoid the threat of debt default. That was Speaker McCarthy. I guess he forgot. This is a simple routine part of doing our job, something all of us should be able to get behind. We want to have a conversation about spending priorities. That's the appropriations process, or that's the budget process.
What's strange
but
to
it's
me
not
is that she's
holding
here.
Our nation hostage. It's not a ransom note. So don't default on America, Speaker McCarthy. Do your job. Do what you said we would do. Keep America's promises. Don't mess around with the full faith and credit of the United States of America. And I urge a no vote on this rule and a no vote on the underlying legislation. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have great respect for my friend, Mr. McGovern, but of course, most of the things he mentioned simply aren't true. What really happened last night was we've been trying to get you guys to negotiate for weeks, 4 months. Okay, we're going to raise the debt ceiling, something we said we were going to do and do in this legislation. And here's our opening offer. Where's yours? We don't have one. We don't have one from the president. We have a Democratic Senate that can't produce one. So we're going to put the ball over and see what you guys are actually going to do with it. I just want to remind my friends on the other side of the aisle that the work requirement issue we're including in this legislation are, in fact, less strict than the ones that then Senator Biden supported in the 1990s. We should be helping people attain self-sufficiency as opposed to having them simply depend on the federal government. That doesn't seem like a radical idea. That seems like common sense to me. I think most Americans any place in the world or any place in the country would support it. With that, Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield 3 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished gentleman from Texas, member of the Rules Committee, Mr. Roy.
The gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank the Speaker. I thank the gentleman from Oklahoma. I never know who I am, whether I'm a right-wing MAGA extremist or a Ron DeSantis supporting rhino. But today, where I am here on the floor is, I would just say this.
Depends what's going to protect you from your constituents.
Without any assurance that steps will be taken to reduce the alarming increase in the deficits and the debt. But those aren't my words. Those are Joe Biden's words in October of 1984, when the debt was $1.5 trillion. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle are hiding. They want to hide behind process. What they don't want the American people to know is that this bill has been available since last Wednesday. That of the 20 debt ceiling increases since 2000, only 2 have gone through committee. That H.R. 1 in this bill went through regular order and passed off the floor. That the REINS Act, which is in this bill, in its existing form, passed this very body on a bipartisan basis in 2017. That the spending repeals that we have in this bill are clean cuts, cutting the very things that this body with Democrat control passed with 158 proxy votes in August, calling people back, forcing some of us to have to fly back with the kind of process that we learned to expect under Speaker Pelosi. Instead here, what did we have last night? Yes, we had an agreement late night. You know what that agreement was? Was a recognition of the deal that had already been constructed, which was to say we're going to repeal the god-awful IRA subsidies destroying our economy, which are absolutely going to enrich a handful of corporate America, pushing their green subsidies, enriching themselves, destroying the American economy and energy freedom. That's what we were doing. Restoring exactly what agreement had been reached that we had decided last week. The simple fact is the American people don't really care what my Democratic colleagues have to say because it's more of the same scare tactics. They want to say that we're cutting spending to oblivion. Yet the reality is, what we're dealing with is, if you kept the FY23 defense level spending, last year's defense spending, and add to it the non-defense level of that MAGA extremist Barack Obama that he proposed in his last budget for fiscal year 24, you get
He's a MAGA extremist.
$1.471 trillion level we are proposing. That is the truth. Proposing pre-COVID non-defense level spending, proposing a defense to match China, proposing the kind of cuts the American people expect us to do in upfront first-year cuts, to cut student loans that are unfair to the plumber, and making sure that they're biased towards kids who rack up debt, that we're going to make sure that we are increasing our economic productivity by getting rid of the regulatory stranglehold with the regulations that are in the IRA regulation, and then we're going to make sure that we get rid of the COVID spending, the $50 billion of unobligated dollars, in addition to making sure that the American people can carry out their business without constraint from government. In short, we're going to shrink Washington and grow America. The American people are tired of the same. They want us to do our job, and they're tired of Chuck Schumer and President Biden doing absolutely nothing. Republicans in the House are doing our job, and we're going to send this over to the Senate.
Gentleman's time has
I yield back.
What do you know about high?
The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts recognized.
That's need to know.
Mr. Speaker, I want to ask unanimous consent to insert in the record a report by the balance entitled "President Trump's Impact on the National Debt." Mr. Speaker, talking about spending, the national debt increased by almost 36% from 2017 to 2020 during Trump's tenure.
Without objection.
And I want to say to the gentleman who just spoke, a lot of yelling here. And the last time I heard that kind of tone was when he was yelling about the need to have more regular order here. But I guess he's forgotten about that. But just because you yell doesn't mean you're right. I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Washington State, Ms. Jayapal.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this rule to advance this cruel, extreme, unworkable default on America Act that will throw us into a recession, that will crash our economy, that will throw 1.7 million women and children off of nutrition assistance and seniors off of Medicare. It's hypocrisy from my Republican colleagues to say that they somehow suddenly care about the debt when they passed a 2017 tax scam that increased the deficit by $2 trillion, and nearly half of those tax cuts went to the top 5%. But now all of a sudden they care about debt and they want to cut nutrition assistance to nearly 3 million women, children, and seniors. Democrats cut child poverty in half. We tax the wealthiest billionaires and corporations to pay their fair share. We are building our economy while MAGA Republicans are threatening to throw us into chaos. And that is on the heels of the pocketbooks of regular working Americans who are going to suffer if we go into default, if we go into recession, if we lose millions of jobs. This is a bad bill. Vote no.
Gentleman, time has expired. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Mr. Langworthy of New York.
The gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the rule which provides consideration of the Limit, Save, Grow Act, a bill that is critical to our country's economic future. Now, just yesterday, President Biden, he characterized the Limit, Save, Grow Act as, quote, irresponsible. That this common sense legislation was really asking hardworking Americans, seniors and children to shoulder an enormous new burden. The only thing irresponsible would be to do nothing. And if we want to talk about a burden on the backs of hardworking Americans, then let's actually talk about it. Let's dig into it. Let's talk about how folks in my home state of New York had to pay as much as 40% more this winter just to heat their homes. While the Biden administration, they halted pipelines, new construction, new exploration. They brought the approval of new oil and gas infrastructure to a standstill. Let's talk about how seniors in rural communities across my district living on a fixed income can now afford less in an inflation-ridden economy where the basic cost of goods and groceries has exploded and crushed their budget. Let's talk about the $80 billion for the IRS to employ an army of new bureaucrats ready to rain down audit after audit on the
You gotta love like this, like the IRS like talking point.
These are the burdens shouldered by the American people for the trillions of dollars in spending the Democrats have foisted onto their backs and onto the backs of our children and our grandchildren. Mr. Speaker, if we care about the future, we would like to leave our children and our grandchildren a future that isn't crushed by debt, inflation, and paying the price for today's excesses. Then we should have no problem in supporting this critical step forward. I strongly support Limit Save Grow Act, a bill that saves hardworking Americans from continuing to shoulder the burden of Democrats' destructive spending policy. And I yield back.
And I yield back. The Oklahoma Reserve gentleman from Massachusetts recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to debunk this talking point that I hear over and over again from my friends. I just heard it right now when we were talking about spending. So let's remember a couple of things. First, when Donald Trump was in charge, $8 billion was added to the national debt. That's a 39% increase. It's a quarter of the entire debt from all of American history. So please give me a break. Second, let's be clear. Inflation is a global problem. Mr. Speaker, if you think that the American Rescue Plan drove up prices in Italy or the UK, I have news for you. If you think emergency rescue checks are responsible for inflation in Brazil and Australia, maybe you get your economics degree from Trump University. But that's not how things work. So don't take my word for it. Look at the numbers. Actually look at the research. And I ask unanimous consent, Mr. Speaker, to insert in the record a letter of the Social Security Administration which states that Republican spending cuts would eliminate field offices, drive up wait times for initial disability and retirement claims processing, lengthen phone wait times, and create backlogs across the board. Republicans are trying to make it harder for seniors to access the benefits that they have earned. And Mr. Speaker, I'm going to urge that we defeat the previous question. If we do, I'll offer an amendment to the rule to provide for consideration of a resolution that allows the House to state unequivocally that it is our responsibility to defend and preserve Social Security and Medicare for generations to come and reject any cuts to these vital programs. And by the way, these two programs have come under attack by Republican after Republican. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my record into the amendment and to allow any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection,
to discuss our proposal, I yield a minute and a half to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansbury.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized for a minute and a half.
Mr. Speaker, I rise as a fierce defender from New Mexico to support this amendment to defend our Social Security and our Medicare. As our colleagues across the aisle are trying to gut Social Security and Medicare, Democrats are looking for long-term solutions, not only to expand these life-saving programs, but to ensure that they are solvent for generations to come. These programs are lifelines for people in New Mexico. In fact, in New Mexico, we have the highest share of individuals who are on Medicaid by population in the country. That's 873,000 New Mexicans who depend on Medicaid. Our children in New Mexico depend on Medicaid. Over half of our children are on Medicaid. These programs save lives. So I ask my colleagues, what kind of cruel ransom note are they putting forward that would gut these programs, that would gut programs that feed our children, that would gut our environmental programs in the name of raising our debt ceiling? I ask, what is it that we are actually trying to do here today? That is why I oppose the underlying bill that we're debating today, why I support this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to defeat the previous question and to return to the work of the people who elected us.
Yep, there. Is it done? Yep, it's done.
Just a few members who have not voted here, so this vote is about up. Members voting on the previous question here. This is whether to allow debate to begin on two bills, including a resolution repealing a Commerce Department rule waiving tariffs on solar parts assembled in 4 Southeast Asian countries. The other measure, the House Republican bill tying an increase in the nation's debt limit to federal spending cuts.
Let's see. Ooh, I like this Tangled Web Mask.
This vote, the yeas are 216 and the nays.
We're out of the way first, I always say. This pile of ash and bone.
Yeah, grain in the well.
Ms. Green of Georgia.
Peer pressure is a hell of a thing.
Ms. Green of Georgia votes aye.
The traveler must have wanted.
Ghost Mission.
On this vote, the yeas are 218 and the nays are 210. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. On the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it.
I still can't believe Sabaton.
Just so you guys know, this is going to die in the Senate.
I asked for a recorded vote.
It's what gives you your power.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient the whole thing. A sufficient number have risen. A recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
So this is a vote on approval of the debate rules regarding two bills. One is a resolution repealing a Commerce Department rule waiving tariffs on solar parts assembled in 4 Southeast Asian countries, Cambodia, Malaysia, Thailand, or Vietnam, using parts from China. The other is the House Republicans bill tying an increase in the nation's debt limits to federal spending cuts. If the rule is approved here, the House is expected to debate the debt limit increase bill this afternoon for 2 hours.
Yes, give me all the goodies.
More traitors go serving the highway. They deserve what they get.
By that logic, I should be crushed into pieces too.
Take back to the highway.
Some pretty blind judgment there, my friend.
Meeting you with further suspicion. Sacrifice the choice. Or get it willingly.
Making the choice doesn't always mean you have multiple options, you know? I'm not saying lighting up with the hive was right. Yeah, maybe a lot of us do deserve what's coming. But me, I'm just trying to right my wrongs. That's gotta count for something.
I guess we'll see.
Oh, fuck. Fuck. Luckily, it's not like one of those zones where it's
are 219 and the nays are 210. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1353 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar number 25, H.R. 1353. a bill to direct the Federal Communications Commission to issue rules for the provision of emergency connectivity service and for other purposes.
We're heading into
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
And this definitely isn't some kind of trap.
His last vote in the vote series is on a bill requiring the Federal Communications Commission to issue rules to establish an application process for entities seeking to provide wireless emergency alerts and 911 service to unserved areas. Two-thirds vote is needed for passage. After this, we could see them recess or turn to debate on the debt limit increase. 2 hours of debate are allowed once they begin.
It's, yeah. I always wanted to work for the Vanguard.
Wait, not for. Do right by us, and we can discuss a more permanent role once something is done.
The last of it. Let's head down. You see that? That was a giant scorn.
Keep on your guard. We don't know what's in there or what the Scorn are up to.
vote, the yeas are 422 and the nays are 1. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Whatever that giant scorn was, it's taunting us. You must know what we're after.
Oh, dude, my fingers are killing me, dude. Oh, that's a good crack.
The Scorn are supposed to be mindless, but these, they're powerful, organized.
If they act, it's because someone's telling them to.
The Fanatic would be a safe bet.
Who you mean, Mithril? The leader? The former leader of the Barons?
Perhaps. He was driven from the Tangled Shore not long ago.
I don't think it's him.
And you know this how?
Well, Throne World's bathed in Savathun's light, right? Supposed to be a capital P powerful, keep anything dark out. And yet, somehow the Scorn found a way in. Makes you think they found some sort of power to match, doesn't it? Huh?
Then we don't yet know what we're dealing with here. For now, keep focused on the task at hand, Guardian.
The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 327, I call up the bill H.R. 2811, the Limit, Save, and Grow Act of 2023, and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2811, a bill to provide for a responsible increase to the debt ceiling and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 327, the amendment printed in House Report 118-43 is adopted and the bill, as amended, is considered read. The bill, as amended, shall be debatable for 2 hours, equally divided among and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Budget or their representative designees, and the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Boyle. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith. And the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal. Each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington.
But, Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the House record H.R. 2811.
Without objection. The House will be in order. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 2811, the Limit, Save, and Grow Act. Over the last 2 years, President Biden has financed his radical agenda and vast expansion of the federal government with an
You gotta love the language the cons use.
$1 trillion in spending, $6 trillion of which has been added to our national debt, the highest level of deficit spending in the history of America. This unbridled spending spree has resulted in sustained record inflation, soaring interest rates, an economy in a recessionary tailspin, and a nation on the brink of a catastrophic debt crisis. Mr. Speaker, the fiscal state of the nation is bleak, our national debt is unsustainable, and the outlook grows more uncertain every day. For 100 years, the debt ceiling has served as a check on our accumulating debt and its impact on the financial health of our nation. No responsible leader can look at the rapid deterioration of our balance sheet and the unsustainability of our deficit spending
My
and
second
stand
death. First,
idly
like,
by defending
light fade away
the
death.
Status quo. Friends, this isn't a Republican problem. It's not a Democrat problem. It's America's problem. And it's a mathematic reality that requires real leadership from both sides of the aisle and before it's too late. House Republicans' debt ceiling proposal is an important first step to getting our fiscal house in order and a good faith effort to bring the president to the negotiating table. Our plan will reduce deficit spending, save the taxpayers $4.8 trillion, and begin extinguishing the flames of our current cost of living crisis. First, we limit federal spending by reining in and right-sizing the federal bureaucracy. Our bill will reduce FY24 discretionary spending levels by 9%, $130 billion, returning us to the same spending levels we were operating under just 4 months ago. Going forward, we will cap the growth of discretionary spending by 1% annually over the next 10 years, reducing wasteful Washington spending by over $3 trillion. Mr. Speaker, put simply, this bill would require Washington to do what every American has been forced to do as a result of Biden's spending-induced inflation. Tighten our belts, change our spending habits. Second, we save taxpayer dollars by reversing some of the Democrats' reckless spending, reclaiming tens of billions in unspent COVID funds, defunding the president's army of 87,000 IRS agents, repealing special interest tax breaks for the largest green energy corporations, and rescinding President Biden's unconstitutional student loan bailout. Third, this legislation will grow the economy by returning to pro-work, pro-growth, pro-energy policies that will unleash American prosperity once again. It stops the assault on U.S. energy production and restores American energy dominance. It reins in Biden's unprecedented barrage of regulations, and it breaks the cycle of poverty and government dependence for generations of Americans by restoring common sense, Clinton-era work requirements for able-bodied adults. Mr. Speaker, it's time to get America back to work. Turn this economy loose and let the tide of prosperity lift all boats. We have put forward a plan worthy of the people we serve. Now we must put aside political small-mindedness, rise to meet the enormous challenge facing our great nation. If we fail to meet this moment, we risk being the first generation in history to leave our children a weaker America with fewer opportunities and a lower standard of living. Let me be clear. We will pay our credit. We will protect the good faith and credit of the United States, but we will not give this president or any politician a blank check to bankrupt our country. Mr. Speaker, this is where the reckless spending stops. This is where we speak up for our children. This is where we fight together to save our country. I urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 2811, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
So recognized.
Mr. Speaker, my friends on the other side of the aisle will claim they are being, quote, fiscally responsible. Let's be clear. There never has been and never will be anything fiscally responsible about refusing to pay America's bills. Killing millions of jobs is also not fiscally responsible. Neither is knowingly unleashing a recession. That is why even former President Trump said, quote, I can't imagine anybody ever even thinking of using the debt ceiling as a negotiating tool. Now, I had hoped that when the Speaker referred to the budget process and debt ceiling as, quote, apples and oranges, it meant my friends on the other side finally understood the real-world ramifications of their reckless brinksmanship. And yet here we are. Republicans' DOA Act, the Default on America Act, will cut investments, crush job creation, and crash the economy. Their Default on America Act must be DOA. There is no way Congress will agree to 10 years of destructive caps and the biggest single cut to non-defense programs in American history. And for what? In exchange for a few months of respite before we would have to go through this debt ceiling roller coaster all over again. Now, Mr. Speaker, the American people may be wondering, when they hear what I just said, the biggest single cut to non-defense programs in the history of the American government, they might be wondering what exactly that means. Well, here are some specifics. First, in total, we are talking about an immediate cut of at least $142 billion.
What's most exciting is that you were
That would mean, for example, public safety. After recent near misses, under this bill, 125 air traffic control towers will be shut down, impacting one-third of all airports. Following the disastrous derailments in eastern Ohio and West Virginia, rail safety jobs will be dramatically reduced, with 11,000 fewer safety inspection days and 30,000 fewer miles of track inspected annually. Our communities will be less safe with the cut of federal support to 60 local law enforcement agencies, 300 to 400 fewer local law enforcement positions, as well as approximately 11,000 fewer FBI personnel. On health, amid a mental health and overdose crisis, nearly 1 million people facing a suicidal or mental health crisis would be unable to access support services through the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. And tens of thousands of individuals could be denied admission to opioid use disorder treatment. In terms of families and on nutrition, with the looming rise of food insecurity, nutrition services such as Meals on Wheels would be cut for more than 1 million seniors. How can we allow this to happen? We simply cannot and must not. Now, many of us on this side of the aisle who will be speaking will detail even more of the cuts that are included in this DOA Default on America Act. But for now, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
All linked by the
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves time. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the last time we had a significant fiscal reform came through debt ceiling negotiations that were led by no other than President Joe Biden in 2011. But now I'd like to yield 90 seconds to my good friend from New York, Mike Lawler.
Thank you, Chairman. Throughout this debate, I have had three basic parameters. The president and the majority leader must negotiate.
One of the newest reps that joined
We must cut spending
from
and we
midterms.
must not default. This bill, the Limit, Save, and Grow Act, is a beginning and puts the president and Senate majority leader on notice. The days of one-party rule are over. The American people elected a House Republican majority to serve as a check and balance on the reckless, out-of-control spending that was the hallmark of the last 2 years. $5 trillion in new spending, $10 trillion total, a 41-year record high on inflation, skyrocketing energy costs, America saddled with over $31 trillion in debt and counting. It cannot continue. This bill would save Americans $4.8 trillion over the next decade. It would restore fiscal year 22 spending, which every Democrat previously voted for and supported. If it was good 4 months ago, why is it not today? And it would cap future spending at 1% per year. It would claw back billions in unspent COVID funds, which the president has acknowledged COVID is now over. It would stop the hiring of 87,000 new IRS agents and employees. It would restore work requirements on able-bodied Americans, requirements previously championed by President Joe Biden and President Bill Clinton. And it would unleash American energy, increasing domestic production while reducing costs for consumers and ending our reliance on foreign oil. Simply put, we cannot continue to borrow and print new money at the levels this administration has. Republicans and Democrats must come together to rein in spending, protect vital programs like Social Security and Medicare, reduce inflation, and avoid default. Yeah.
To yield another 20 seconds to my colleague.
Gentleman's recognized. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. This bill begins the conversation, and President Biden and Senator Schumer must now come to the negotiating table and work with Speaker McCarthy in good faith to move our country forward and restore fiscal sanity and solvency. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas yields. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Pelosi, Speaker Emerita of the House.
The gentlelady is recognized. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding. I thank him, Mr. Boyle, and Mr. Richie Neal for their leadership in bringing our side of the story to this. And what is that? I thank the Republicans for the clarity with which they have put forth their Default on America Act, because their Default on American Act will do just this. When you vote for this bill, you will vote to put veterans' health care at risk, eliminating as up to 30 million health care visits for our veterans, slash Pell Grants for tens of thousands of students, rip away food assistance for women, infant, and children, 1 million of them, 1 million seniors off of Meals on Wheels. When you vote for this, you will vote to pollute the planet by overturning what we did to save the planet with green tax credits in the Inflation Reduction Act. You will, what is amazing, a vote to cut $8 billion in law enforcement from state, local, and federal law enforcement, pulling cops off the street, and lead to up to 700,000 fewer jobs to be created. Certainly we negotiate over the appropriations bill. I'm an appropriator, and for 20 years I've been in 19 engagements of the debt ceiling kind. Whether we lift the debt ceiling is a question of whether we honor the Constitution that says that our full faith and credit of America shall not be in doubt. When you use that as a wedge, as President Trump admonished you not to, you are placing in doubt our credit rating and what that means to American people.
Go, Nancy.
Their credit cards, bills, and at the kitchen table. You are playing with fire. We've been down this road before when the former president was president.
Uh-oh. Wait, hold on. I know what's going on.
Of the House, members are expected to start work on the bill later today.
Any reserves? Gentleman from Texas, recognized.
Mr. Speaker, when President Biden negotiated the fiscal reforms and the debt ceiling in 2011, he said he was pleased and thankful to do it. He called it a normal process. He said that you got to compromise, doesn't like the my way, highway approach, and said it was a great honor. I hope he shares those sentiments today and soon. Now I want to yield to my colleague from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania for 90 seconds, Dan Newsom.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my good friend from Texas, the chairman of the Budget Committee. Mr. Speaker, we are debating a bill to accomplish goals of equal importance. Pay the national debt, pay the nation's debts, and begin a discussion with a plan so as we demonstrate to the American people, we in this House will rein in the astronomically excessive spending of the past 3 years. The American people deserve and demand, Mr. Speaker, that we do this. It is right and just. We must pay our nation's debts. Yet, they don't want to see the excesses continue. That sentiment is pervasive. Over the past 3 years, we have increased our national debt by almost $12 trillion. Some due to COVID, most due to ideology and complete lack of fiscal restraint. Our plan pays our nation's debts. And we must as well limit federal excesses moving forward. And Mr. Speaker, back to 2022 levels. We're not talking about going into disasters here. 2022 levels with increases moving forward. It saves by largely reclaiming COVID funds. COVID is over. Those funds are available. They should be reclaimed. And by creating growth initiatives, which we must have, Mr. Speaker, in order to compete globally and assure the American dream stays alive for our children. The White House and this House must cooperate and do what is right and just.
This is First Ghost Imaru talking.
Thank you. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Speaker, I would remind my fellow Pennsylvanian, as well as all the members of this House, that according to Moody's Analytics, the legislation that is in front of us, quote, would meaningfully increase the likelihood of recession and lead to 800,000 job losses by the end of 2024. With that, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, the ranking member of the Education and Workforce Committee, Mr. Scott.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise today to oppose the reckless proposal of our Debt Act. Unfortunately, those on the other side of the aisle have taken the full faith and credit of the United States hostage and has offered a terrible deal for the American people. Either they'll inflict cruel cuts on vital programs for working families, or they'll destroy the economy. Earlier this week, as it's been pointed out, this plan has been evaluated. Almost 800,000 jobs will be lost. And when they say the cuts aren't that bad, well, tell that to 200,000 children who lose access to Head Start, 100,000 parents who lose access to child care, the 26 million students who are in Title I schools who will get cuts in funding, or 6.6 million students who lose money in Pell Grants, or the tens of millions who lose the funding for the student debt relief that's been promised. These spending cuts are necessary, frankly, to pay for the Republican tax cuts that weren't paid for at the time. 80% of the Trump tax cuts were scheduled to go to the top 1% in corporations, and now we're going to pay for them with cuts to education, health care, veterans programs, and others. I get tired of being lectured by the Republicans when it comes to fiscal responsibility, because we know that every Republican presidential administration since Nixon has left office with a worse deficit situation than they inherited, and every Democratic administration since Kennedy has left office with a better deficit situation than they inherited. And so Democrats are ready to act to prevent a devastating economic default, just as we did 3 times under the Trump administration with little fanfare. President Biden and Democrats have already significantly cut the deficit, and we're willing to do more, but we want to do it in a way that is responsible and helps families.
Okay, there we go.
This bill hurts families, and we need to oppose the bill. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
There you go, baby.
Mr. Speaker, the Republican tax cuts gave us unprecedented growth and prosperity. It lifted 6 million people out of poverty, had the lowest poverty rate in the history of our great nation. Biden's
Something tells me a good chunk of those people were already pretty wealthy.
And taxes in the history of the country. At this point, I'd like to yield to my dear friend from North Carolina. She is a champion for fiscal responsibility, Chairwoman Virginia Fox.
How much time, sir?
They're showing scorn.
For how much time?
For 2 minutes.
Thank you. Gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank the Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Texas for yielding and for his wonderful work on this package. America's position as the most trusted line of credit in the world is at stake. In other words, our reputation is at stake. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Republicans' common sense proposal, the Limit, Save, Grow Act, recognizes the twin interest of avoiding defaulting on our debt while reining in future inflationary spending. Yet the President has signaled that he will stall, he will risk, and he will forbid paying our debt obligations if he doesn't get his way. He refuses to compromise. One such compromise, which falls within the jurisdiction of the Committee on Education and the Workforce, includes blocking the president from spending $500 billion to provide backdoor free college. The Limit, Save, Grow Act would nullify the president's plan to transfer up to $20,000 per borrower onto the backs of blue-collar Americans, as well as his
I hate that talking point too.
Payment plan, which would turn student loans into untargeted grants and cost more than any other regulation in our nation's history. If the president's student loan scheme is enacted, taxpayers could end up spending almost $1 trillion since the beginning of the pandemic. Our solution preserves the fiscal integrity of our nation for Americans today and the generation tomorrow. It offers a promise to the American public that we will not pursue trillion-dollar policies that risk our financial future. Mr. Speaker, we ask the President to come to the negotiating table and quit pursuing brinksmanship over partisanship. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the remainder of my time.
Thank you. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Connecticut, the ranking member of the Appropriations Committee, Ms. DeLauro.
Gentlewoman recognized.
Preventing default is an obligation that Congress has. My Republican colleagues are holding our economy hostage, linking it to the annual process of funding the critical programs that serve American families and veterans. The price of averting a catastrophic default is drastic cuts to these programs now and severe caps for the next 10 years. Republicans claim that veterans' health care would be protected. That
Okay.
is not
I thought I had to go into the lost sector.
For 6
Okay.
hours during the Rules Committee meeting last night, I told House Republicans that veterans had no protections whatsoever in their debt default bill. Given the look on their faces, I believe I was the one to inform them of the immediate $2 billion recession that robs veterans of timely access to health care services. I do not think they know what is in their own bill. You know what they did after 6 hours of debate? Nothing for veterans. You know what they did after hearing from dozens of veteran and military service organizations about the lack of protections in the bill? Nothing for veterans. In the middle of the night, they made last-minute changes to win over Republican holdouts. You know what they did after going back to the drawing board? Nothing for veterans. Nothing to fix the $2 billion rescission. Nothing to protect veterans from a 22% cut. Nothing to maintain our commitment to veterans who have been exposed to burn pits, Agent Orange, and other toxic substances. This is shameful. This default and cuts bill should not even come to this floor for a vote. Our veterans sacrificed for us. We owe them the benefits that they have already earned. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill and vote yes for veterans. And by voting no, you say yes to veterans. I yield back.
Gentleman from
There you
Texas
go.
is recognized.
My colleagues act like there are no alternatives for funding cuts and savings, like there's no waste, woke, and bloat in the federal government. The president himself has issued 800 executive orders totaling $1.5 trillion. One of those items is the student loan bailout that benefits 2 out of 3 highest income earners in our country.
Dude, I hate that talk. I hate that talking point. If you're taking like that much out in debt, that thing does not even make a dent, man.
And a colleague on the Budget Committee, Bob George.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Chairman from Texas. I rise in support of reducing federal spending at long last. Democrats would never willingly agree to cut spending, as evidenced by what did the president just propose, a record $7 trillion budget with a record $2 trillion deficit if that plan were ever to see the light of day. We're going to utilize this opportunity, debt ceiling limit being reached, to negotiate or to force, finally, some fiscal responsibility and some cuts to our spending. But President Biden and my friends across the aisle want to continue to exceed America's credit card limit without any consideration of how or why we got here. If an individual spent the way this federal government spends, they would be in jail. Think about it. Spending money that's not yours. Writing checks when you know the funds aren't there. What would you call that? The Limit, Save, Grow Act is the solution to shrink Washington and grow America. Immediate upfront cuts and spending reforms. Saving over $500 billion in 2 years and nearly $5 trillion over 10 years. Rescinding the unspent COVID funds. Eliminating the student loan transfer scheme. Eliminating the $80 billion for the weaponized IRS. Eliminating climate reckless environmental funding. And capping growth at 1% each year. I urge all of my colleagues to vote in favor of this proposal to put us on a path to fiscal stability, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, the ranking member of the Natural Resources Committee, Mr. Grahal.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. And Mr. Speaker, the default on America Act is foolish. It's harmful. The harmful piece of legislation offers to appease the Republican Party's most extreme fringe. Republicans' plan to handle the debt limit is not a plan at all. It's a ransom note that threatens aggressively to take our country backward, and everybody loses. Either Republicans force default, which results in skyrocketing student loans, veterans losing out on hard-earned benefits, and countless other incomprehensible effects that will hit the most vulnerable the hardest, but will hit working folk, middle-class folk just hard as well. Or Republicans can enact their tone-deaf economic agenda, giving a huge windfall to billionaires and oil barons while cutting food assistance from poor families,
Oil
children,
barons.
and older people. If Republicans had their way, they'd strip our communities of the right to fight back against polluting industries while padding
The fuck is this? It's a bubble?
for climate science while reversing the progress the Democrats have made on clean energy. They do absolutely nothing to address emissions. In fact, they give companies free pass to pollute while cutting funding to fight wildfires and provide crop relief. They say they will help American families, but it slashes already underfunded tribal education programs and Indian child welfare programs. And their budget would make it harder to tackle wildfires and drought in the West. This bill is not what the American people want. Our communities want
Oh my god.
clean
Yeah,
water.
loot chest
They
now.
want to be able to put food on the table. They want good, stable jobs, and they want the federal government to face climate change head on.
Forgot how annoying this
My
is.
colleagues to stand up against the default on America.
Just something to
Act,
do.
vote no, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, you're going to hear a number of vulnerable people, communities that get federal funding, but you will not hear, I bet, anything about the most vulnerable group of people in this country, and that is the next generation of Americans who will inherit $31 trillion in debt, the highest levels of indebtedness in our nation's history. Where are they in this debate? That's the big question. Who's speaking up for them? That's a big question. But I know my colleague Stephanie Bice from Oklahoma will, and I'll yield her 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the Limit, Save, and Grow Act of 2023. Like any family, Republicans are proposing living within our means, not continuing to rack up a balance on American taxpayers' credit card. In contrast, President Biden has unilaterally spent $1.5 trillion on over 800 executive actions. My colleagues want to quote the former president. Let me quote President Biden. A direct quote from 2012. He said, securing a deal with Republicans was a, quote, great honor. He hasn't bothered to come to the negotiating table, Mr. Speaker. What has changed? The three main pillars of this legislation will benefit hardworking Americans by limiting federal spending, saving taxpayer dollars, and growing the economy. I am especially pleased to see key energy provisions included in this package. The best way to lower prices is to cut spending and unleash American energy, allowing states like Oklahoma to power our nation. Cutting bureaucratic red tape is especially important for energy producers who have dealt with the stifling regulations at the hands of President Biden. Mr. Speaker, asks for an additional 30 seconds.
I yield another 30 seconds to my colleague.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
America is $31 trillion in debt, and the American people are demanding solutions. The White House says, show me your proposal and we can negotiate. Well, Mr. President, it is time to come to the table and do so in good faith. We must get this done. I urge all of my colleagues to support this effort. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair, please. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, just to be clear, to correct the record, 3 times under former President Trump, the debt ceiling was increased. Many of us on this side of the aisle voted for it, even though it was a president not of our own party. And in those 3 debt ceiling increases, 0 of them, 0, included cuts to any government spending. In fact, 2 of them included increases to government spending. With that, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, a distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Higgins.
Speaker, I rise today in opposition of H.R. 2811. Under President Biden, we have created 12 million jobs, including 800,000 manufacturing jobs. Unemployment is at a 54-year low. The previous administration lost in 4 years 3 million jobs, including nearly 300,000 manufacturing jobs. This irresponsible proposal on the floor today will take our economic recovery and hurt hard-working families. It would not be good for my Western New York district. Throughout the pandemic, this Congress worked together to keep families strong amidst unprecedented uncertainty. So it is shocking how anti-family bill this is. This bill will lead to less health care for parents and children. More kids would go to bed hungry because their parents can't afford food. It would cut health care for veterans, hurting not only them, but their families and caregivers as well. Congress raised the debt limit nearly 80 times since 1960, the majority taking place under Republican presidents. It's time for the GOP to stop playing games with the livelihood of American families. I ask my colleagues to join me in rejecting this proposal and instead pass a clean bill that prevents the first default in our nation's history. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, you'll hear many of the tired, old, false choices like hungry children, struggling families. I would remind you and the people of our great country who are experiencing sustained levels of 40-year high inflation, who are struggling to put food on the table, that has come as a result of reckless spending here in Washington. There are a lot of programs, Global Equity Fund, electric buses and ferries, $80 billion for IRS agents, $27 billion for climate slush fund. I could go on and on. You will not hear
all good things, baby,
from my friends on the other side of the aisle. I'd like to yield 1 minute to my colleague on the Budget Committee and friend from North Carolina, Chuck Edwards.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the Limit, Save, and Grow Act. This legislation takes monumental steps in reining in federal spending by not cutting, but just returning to spending levels of just a year ago, and spurring economic growth and restoring the fiscal sanity that our nation desperately needs.
Maybe you can make sense
as our
of this.
national debt is now at nearly $31.5 trillion, or $95,000 per person. Our current fiscal trajectory is simply unsustainable. It's immoral and it's unfair to future generations who will be the ones responsible for paying off this insurmountable debt. This legislation will help restore the American economy.
Get rid of that chocolate one. I so much prefer like the wayframes.
Spending. I applaud the work.
I hope everybody's like enjoying this too. Hey, your government at work, baby.
And for his tireless efforts to help bring us to this critical moment in our nation's history. I'm proud to support this legislation, and with
Gentleman's
that,
time
I
has
yield
expired.
back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania, recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Texas, a distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Woman from Texas is recognized.
No American, no patriot would stand on this floor representing the American people and argue for the default on America legislation. To refuse to pay our bills is an insult to the men and women who swore to die for this country. You want to know why? Because it would cut 30 million visits from veterans at the Veterans Hospital, 81,000 jobs from Veterans Health Administration. It would increase the wait times for benefits like pensions and jeopardize the National Security Administration caring for our cemeteries. If you're in retirement, $20,000 could be lost out of your retirement. Is that patriotic? In addition, you'd cut low-income students. You would cut and cause the expense of colleges to go up in Texas and around the nation. In the 18th Congressional District, you would jeopardize Social Security payments for 61,000, put public health benefits at risk for 242,000 people, and increase lifetime mortgage costs. And you'd raise the debt $1.74 trillion. This is unpatriotic. It is not representative of what America stands for. Vote against a bill that strips food assistance from 4,000 Texans. I yield back.
No.
Boom.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, again, with all due respect to my colleague from Texas, they will act as if these are the choices, but they're false choices, because they could choose to defund the monies that came from Democrat earmarks to companies that create dirt bike culture, or maybe, with all due respect to the First Lady, the Michelle Obama trail in North Carolina. There's a list of things. You will not hear them today in this debate, or any concern, in my opinion, for our children's future as it relates to the debt. I yield 1 minute to my colleague on the Budget Committee, Glenn Grothman from Wisconsin.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I think it's important that everybody in this chamber, as well as everybody around America, understands the precarious situation we are in with regard to the debt of this country. At the end of World War II, we had the debt was equal to about 100% of GDP. But in World War II, we knew we were going to stop making tanks, stop making planes, stop making ships, and we were going to lay off a lot of the military folks. Now, we have no easy place to go. Now, then the debt dropped from 100% down to 20%, went up to 40%, and since the Great Recession, it shot up to near 100% again, near the all-time record. The Biden administration has shown no ability to say no to anybody. You look at the budget they proposed, Department of Interior, 9% increase, Commerce, 11% increase.
I really don't know what's going to happen with the debt.
14% increase. Wherever you look, they still have
I don't know where they're going to compromise.
America's got to
I really don't know where they're going to compromise, like on the debt.
We have got to now.
Like a lot of this is like no-go for Democrats. Like they would get destroyed in a presidential election year
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
if they okayed some of these cuts.
1 minute to the gentleman from New York, a distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Espiat.
We saw him earlier today.
Member, I stand here in opposition on the Default on American Act. House Republicans' debt default bill before us here today holds the economy hostage in exchange for slashing investment in American families to the tune of $4.5 trillion in cuts. This has happened. The debt ceiling extension has happened 78 times, Mr. Speaker, 49 times under Republican administrations. So this is not new.
Wow.
This is an artificial crisis which can create catastrophic economic conditions across the world. Not just the United States economy, but the world economy can be affected. Police officers on the street will be cut through the Department of Justice. Veteran benefits. Working moms will no longer have daycare. That's what this accomplishes, this Default on American Act. I stand in opposition, Mr. Speaker, and I ask my colleagues to do the same.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
More apocalypse now from my colleagues instead of electric vehicle tax breaks for people who make $150,000. Not a priority when you're $31 trillion in debt. Government subsidized health care for people making over $300,000. Not a priority.
Based.
When you
Everyone
have
gets it.
a
Doesn't
10-year
matter.
tripling of our
Everybody
interest,
gets
doubling
it.
of our annual deficits,
Poorest person,
and
richest
a
person,
bleak
you
outlook
go
for our
whatever
children.
doctor you want.
Somebody that's
I
very
love
concerned
it.
about that, a good friend, Victoria Sparks from Indiana. I yield 1 minute.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to urge my Democrat colleagues to unite with Republicans and put pressure on the Senate to have an adult conversation about our debt and spending. We collected $4 trillion last year. Our mandatory spending
What is
is
that
$4
accent?
trillion, automatic spending, and from around $2 trillion
Choose
of
the
discretionary
temporary
spending,
chair earlier today.
80% is unauthorized. So it means that 90%
Oh my God,
of
it's
spending
3
is
o'clock
not even
already?
considered by
Dude,
this
8 hours.
institution.
God
We
damn.
have programs like Medicare is going bankrupt, and we have bipartisan issues supported by Trump and Obama could save billions of dollars for the seniors to save Medicare, like site-neutral payments, overbilling by Medicare. It's a fraudulent overbilling, dishonest billing that's supported by broad groups of think tanks. We have to save these programs for people that we promise, and we need to have the backbone in Washington, D.C. to stand up for we the people and challenge special interest group. I urge you to be with us on this issue, and I yield back.
From Pennsylvania is recognized.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I keep hearing this doom and gloom from the other side of the aisle that we're on the brink of catastrophe. Here is the headline in the world's leading economic magazine, a magazine that is considered right of center. This is their headline 2 weeks ago. America's astonishing economic record. The world's biggest economy is leaving its peers even further in the dust. That is the accurate record of where this country and its economy stands right now. And with that, I am happy to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. Hayes.
I recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to the Default on America Act because I did not come to Congress to starve children. 34 million Americans struggle with food insecurity, 9 million of which are children. This bill would strip millions of hardworking Americans of benefits by expanding so-called work requirements in SNAP. SNAP already has a work requirement for individuals ages 18 to 49, but Republicans want to expand this to older Americans and seniors who face age discrimination in the workplace already. It's also important to note that the House Subcommittee on Nutrition Programs, the one who would be in charge of this, has yet to hold one hearing. So while proposing work requirements, the Committee on Nutrition has yet to begin work. It is horrifying that Republicans are choosing to hold the economy hostage and using vulnerable families as a bargaining tool. I urge my colleagues to have some compassion and vote against this devastating legislation.
Gentleman from Texas.
With that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect to my friend and colleague, we are trapping millions of people in poverty and dependence on the government because we are not incentivizing people to move up and out of welfare so they can realize their greatest God-given potential. It is not compassionate.
And yes, cutting them off from those programs that help them is not the way to do it. I agree with them. That's not the way to do it, though. Just removing these programs off the
Welfare
bat.
to Work reform said this: we need to replace a culture of welfare with a culture of work. We need to replace a culture of dependency with a culture of self-sufficiency. I agree with the Joe Biden that said that then. I hope he will come to his senses, come to the table, and do what he did in 2011, include responsible fiscal reforms as we lift the debt ceiling and pay our bills. Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to my colleague from Iowa, Zach Nunn.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Americans are demanding action. The president cannot put forth a budget that is 55% higher than it was at pre-pandemic levels. We must get together and work with what Chairman Arrington and the Speaker and the House Republicans have put forward. A budget that holds our government accountable. A budget that addresses the debt ceiling now, that gets federal spending under control, and grows our economy by letting Americans keep more of the money they've earned. That is why I'm honored as part of the Iowa delegation to hold firm and that America's fiscal security, energy security, and food security can be led with us. In Iowa, we will not allow government to balance its budget on the backs of America's farmers. That's why I'm proud that this bill makes critical investments in biofuels. Biofuels that empower American energy independence, biofuel infrastructure that decreases the cost of fuels overseas and helps our families at the pump, biofuels that grow our Main Street businesses, and biofuels that empower our farmers for what they need to both feed and fuel the world. I salute the Iowans and the Americans who have worked to balance their own budgets every month. Those who don't spend tirelessly and put it on the credit card.
Gentleman's time's expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I could have given you some more time. Did you get close?
To the gentlewoman from Vermont, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Ballin.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to H.R. 2811, the Default on America Act. A budget reflects our values, and we can plainly see where the Republicans' priorities lie. They're threatening default with catastrophic consequences. And why? Why? So they can secure 10 years of devastating cuts that American families depend on. Those programs will be devastated. Republicans have to abandon this dangerous path. America pays our bills. We must prevent default, as we have done countless times under Democratic and Republican presidents, including President Trump. A default will be a terrible blow to low-income and middle-income Americans. They don't care about these reckless political games. They care about how disastrous a default will be on them in their request to buy a house or lease a car or pay for college. They don't care about this. They care about results. I sit on the Budget Committee and have a front row seat to this nonsense.
Gentlewoman's time's expired.
We have to pay our bills, and we have to reject the ransom note.
Gentleman from Texas, recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I agree with my colleague. A budget is a vision and a statement of values, and we have received the president's budget. We are conducting oversight. We will be presenting our full 10-year budget resolution, but I can tell you it will be starkly different than the president's and the Democrat Party's vision for America's future. It will not ask for $100 billion more in discretionary spending while American families are struggling to buy groceries and put gas in their cars. It is just so out of touch. We need the kind of leadership that will lean in and say, we are going to be an example, and that we are going to look for the waste, which is not hard to find in this town, and we are going to right the ship and restore fiscal responsibility. And the president also, as part of his value statement, adds trillions of dollars, $65 trillion in taxes over the 10-year horizon, which is the most that any president has ever proposed in the history of our country. He proposes spending to the tune of a quarter of our entire
600 RPM.
economy, which is the largest economy in the world. That's larger than any year of spending since we invaded Normandy. That's what our president is doing and putting forth as the Democrat Party's vision for this future in the midst of this economy that's struggling, families that are struggling, and a debt crisis that looms large on the horizon. Where is the leadership? I respect my colleagues. I appreciate their friendship, but this is the moment that we have to step up and, and put our fellow countrymen first and walk in their shoes and not get caught up in trying to protect with a death grip the blank check that we've seen and the endless money that's being printed and borrowed.
Oh, Kyle's got something to say. Bernie picked Biden over Marianne Williamson.
To act, and we got to act together, ultimately, for this to be sustainable. because this is the first step. It will require many more steps. We didn't get here overnight. We won't get out of it overnight. But we have to take the first step together. I implore my friend, my colleagues, to come with us and do what's been done so many times. That's the thing, Mr. Speaker. 8 of the last most meaningful, most significant fiscal reforms in this Congress came as a result and at the same time we were negotiating a debt ceiling. It's not wild and it's not reckless. It is responsible to do that. You can raise the debt ceiling, you can pay your bills, and you can protect the future for our children. That's leadership, and that's what this country needs in this hour. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas reserves this time. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, first I want to thank my friend, and truly we have been friends for our entire time of service here, and I respect his sincerity and how committed he is on this issue. But I would say to him, and I hope he will take this under consideration, it is so irresponsible to use the debt ceiling in this way. And here's the analogy. Imagine if, I mentioned 3 times, we raised the debt ceiling with the Republican president. Imagine if in one of those debt ceiling debates, this side of the aisle said, well, we care deeply about raising the minimum wage. Right now, we have the longest period in American history, for as long as the minimum wage has existed, without an increase, about 15 years. What if this side of the aisle said, we're not going to vote for a debt limit increase, we're going to use this as leverage, and in return, you need to raise the minimum wage, or you need to expand Medicare to those 55 and older? That would be irresponsible as well. The debt ceiling is about past spending that both sides often voted for, that presidents of both parties signed into law. Now, if we want to have a conversation about future spending, we welcome that. We will negotiate on that. But we will not negotiate on whether or not America pays its bills, period. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to this regressive, short-sighted, and cruel Default on America Act that will devastate programs that are critical to Oregonians and Americans. We have a housing affordability and homelessness crisis, but this bill would eliminate affordable housing assistance for many families and seniors. Our constituents can't find or afford childcare, but this bill would take away access to Head Start. The cost of higher education keeps rising, but this bill would cut Pell Grants and slash additional funding to support millions of disabled and low-income students. And instead of addressing the climate crisis, this legislation would entrench reliance on fossil fuels, undermine renewable, sustainable energy options, and raise taxes for middle-class Americans. This bill could cause millions of low-income seniors and veterans to lose access to nutrition assistance, and up to 10 million people could lose Medicaid coverage. There's a simple solution to prevent these harmful outcomes. Bring a clean debt ceiling bill to the floor so we can end this MAGA Republican-created manufactured crisis. Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to enter into the record a report from the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities on how up to 10 million people could be at significant risk of losing health coverage under Speaker McCarthy's bad backward bill. And I yield back.
Objection. Gentleman from Texas, recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let me say how blessed I feel to serve alongside my ranking member, and I appreciate his thoughtful comments, and we're gonna do a lot of great things together. I yield now to my friend from Georgia and fellow Budget Committee member for 1 minute, Mr. Buddy Carter.
I thank you, gentlemen, for yielding, and let me begin by thanking leadership and particularly the chair of the Budget Committee for all of their hard work in putting this together. And let me also say that my colleague on the other side of the aisle talks about fiscal irresponsibility. Well, if you want to talk about fiscal irresponsibility, you only need to look at the White House and what this administration has done. Day one, they declared war on fossil fuels. You can make the argument
and a valid argument that what has happened in our economy is a self-inflicted wound brought about by this war on fossil fuels that caused an increase in gas prices, it caused an increase in inflation, it caused an increase in interest rates, and it put this economy in the shambles that it's in right now. Since the first day of the administration, this Biden administration has recklessly spent taxpayers' dollar, and as a result, as I say, you see inflation at record highs, stealing money and opportunities from hardworking Americans. Our credit cards are maxed out. The gentleman talks about future spending. That's what this is about, limiting future spending. That is the conversation we are having. Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Omar.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. For a long time, Republicans spent so much time saying they were going to address the economic anxiety families were feeling, but overnight they dreamt up a dangerous economic bill that will plunge families into economic depression. Republicans say they want to grow the economy, but their bill will destroy 8,000 jobs in my district alone and 7 million across this country. They say they want to invest in children, but this bill eliminates childcare access for 4,000 kids in my state and 180,000 nationwide. They talk nonstop about rail safety, yet in this bill, it would cut at least 160 rail inspection days in Minnesota and cut 7,000 inspections nationwide. They are not repealing the Bush-Trump tax cuts because what their bill is going to do is do wealth transfer from working and middle-class families to billionaires and millionaires. This is hypocrisy and is full of lies. Corporations should not be put ahead of our families.
Texas.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, leadership isn't easy, and boy, does our nation need it right now. I know of such a leader. His name is Steve Scalise. He's our majority leader and a champion for freedom and fiscal responsibility, and I'd be honored to yield a minute to...
All right, you can get your nose out of his ass, man. Come on. Jesus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend from Texas, not only a leader, but the chairman of the House Budget Committee, Mr. Arrington, for bringing this bill to the floor. Because, Mr. Speaker, we all know our nation's at a crossroads. It's a very fragile time for the American people. They're looking at inflation that's going through the roof, decades high, paying more for everything. And they know why that happened. They're paying more for everything when they go to the grocery store, the gas pump, anywhere else, because Washington has
That's actually true. I'm actually reading. I saw a Papa God video about like why Walmart leaving Chicago because of
that's what the debt ceiling is.
Of like robberies, like store looting shit. That's not the reason why they're leaving. They're underperforming in like minority.
They have credit cards.
In traditionally like low income and minority neighborhoods, mostly like a lot of those areas, it's a lot of small businesses and smaller grocers that are there too, and those areas too already underperform with like access to like banking and like groceries and food and other food services too. But when you put in a Walmart that has non-union labor in like those areas too, and they outperform like smaller grocers, so the smaller grocers go out of business. Then you have empty stores. Those empty stores don't get filled up like that too. But the problem is though, the prices go up in a Walmart, but in those areas, the job growth and the economic output don't go up too. So people can't afford what's sold at the Walmart. If they can't afford what's sold at the Walmart, they can't. They're not going to shop at that Walmart then. Then the Walmart underperforms. Then eventually the Walmart leaves. It's not because of like the looting. It's more complicated than that. Don't get me wrong, like the looting is like a problem. Don't get me wrong, like looting and everything is like a problem too. And it can cause economic depression there. It's not just that.
The federal government is spending $129. Now, if a family did that, it would
That's actually true. That's why you don't see a lot of Walmarts in the cities.
before they would lose
because
their
Walmart's
house.
like cut down costs and
Before
like
they would
they
go
keep prices low, but
$100
generally
coming
speaking,
in
it doesn't
and
work in cities because in
$129
cities
going out.
that have been
That's the
established for
spending
like
problem in
decades
Washington.
have like multiple sources, and you have to compete with those other sources too. But generally speaking, people don't in cities don't like going to
Families would look at
Walmart.
that and say it's irresponsible to do that, and we agree. As House Republicans.
That's also true
Now,
too.
you would
Like the
think
way they
president
set up like their
has
stores too is
acknowledged
not
this
fit for like
finally
urban
and said,
like
okay, why don't we
neighborhoods.
sit down at the
Other
table
like
and figure
supermarkets
this
can
out?
like
we do not need
can
a
probably
debt
work.
crisis in this nation. But instead of sitting down to negotiate, which is what anybody responsible would do,
Yeah.
Speaker McCarthy has said, Mr. President, let's sit down. They did it once over 2 months ago. The president himself, in fact, days later said, you know what, we ought to do it again.
I want to know where those locations were. Those like those Starbucks, the Walgreens, and the CVS too.
The president will
Because I have a CVS like near me, and it's like doing fine, as far as I know.
to negotiate how to solve
I have like a Walgreens like near me too in this area. I also live in one of the safest counties in like the country, to be honest with you too. But I mean, some people feel like we're not that safe. Of like the top 100 safest counties, I'm in the top 20. I'll just put it that way.
House Republicans are not going to sit on the sidelines.
I'm in the
We're
100
going to
safest
lead
counties
and
in the United
present a
States
solution.
of America,
That's what this
and
bill
specifically
is.
in the
That's
top
what
20.
Mr. Arrington's legislation does, Mr. Speaker.
That
It
that
says,
when I
as
say
we
safest,
deal with the debt
it's like based
ceiling,
on like
let's also deal with
nationally
the
known
spending
like crime
problem that got us
statistics.
here. And how do we do it? I think reading the bill would be real important.
And no,
We'll
I
send
am
an
not in a
extra
like
copy
very
down to
like
the White
rich
House
area.
so that they can actually see some of the basic things we're talking about. And these are things that families get. Right now in America, if you talk to any small business owner, they're all looking for workers. You would think we have full employment. Everybody that wants to work and that's capable of working is working.
This is also true.
Unfortunately, that's
All
not
these
the
things are
case.
true in this one
President
paragraph.
Biden put in place over the last few years different
You're gonna hear
changes to
like just
welfare
like
so that
Scalise, like there's a
people
reason why I'm
that are
talking over
fully
Scalise. You're hearing this. You heard these arguments already.
they're not turning down work. They're not even looking for work. Some of them making over $35,000 a year to sit at home. That is costing taxpayers
That's also true too. These last two paragraphs are like incredibly true.
What we say
Let me save this for my
is
content
frankly
for
a question
stream.
A lot of people have asked over the years. I'm just going to read it to you as the voters of the state of Wisconsin had presented to them just a few weeks ago.
This
Mr.
was what
Speaker.
back in.
Shall
Oh, it was April
able-bodied
13th.
childless adults be required to look for work in order to receive taxpayer-funded welfare benefits? Pretty straightforward question. In fact, 79.5% of Wisconsin voters just a few weeks ago said yes, they should look for work before they get taxpayer benefits. Should a single mom who's working two
Dude, he's gonna
jobs
have a lawsuit
to pay
against
for somebody
Disney?
who's sitting at home who just chooses not to work? Look, this is America. If you want to sit at home and not work, that's your prerogative. But should you be asking a
Yeah,
hardworking
Disney's
taxpayer to
suing
pay
like
for
Ron
you
DeSantis. What a
$35,000 or
fucking
more a year
idiot, dude.
to sit at
Why are
home
you
when
like
everybody's
getting in a
looking for
fight with
workers?
Disney?
And
For
so we
what?
say, let's
The
just put those
presidential
basic
race?
work requirements
What if
back
you?
in
What
place,
if the state
just
of
like the
Florida
voters of Wisconsin
loses?
said a few weeks ago.
Hey, Florida, you're gonna lose this. You're gonna lose this
reaching
because once it
idea.
goes to federal court,
Most people get this.
and it's
But
coming
this
out of
isn't just
your
about saving
paycheck.
taxpayer money. It saves a lot
Just
of
so you know,
taxpayer money
it's
to do this.
Steve Scalise is
You know what
right.
else it
It's
does,
your
Mr.
money that's
Speaker?
paying it. It's
Our bill
taxpayer money that's
strengthens
paying
Social
it.
Security, because when President Biden is sending tens of billions of dollars every month to pay people not
What
to
a
work,
nutter,
not only are
man.
they not working, not only are they eating up all kind of money that our children are ultimately going to have to
What
pay
a
back,
nutter, dude.
they are also taking money
Steve
out
Scalise,
of Social
too.
Security because they're not paying into it. By putting these basic work requirements back in place, there's millions of people that are sitting on the sidelines that'll finally get back into the workplace, finally have an opportunity at the American dream again, finally be able to lift their standard of living up. But you know what else they're going to be doing, Mr. Speaker? They're going to be paying into Social Security. They will be paying into
Ain't worth
Medicare.
it, Ron. What
That
a
will add
fucking
tens
bad
of
mood, dude.
billions of dollars
What
to
a bad
strengthen
move.
Social Security and Medicare. Why would President Biden be against that?
Of
We
course,
claw
like,
back some of the unspent COVID money. President Biden himself said COVID emergency's over.
of course,
Yet there's tens of billions of dollars out there being
whatchamacallit,
spent on things that have
Hassan's
nothing
covering
to
it.
do with COVID, all under the name of the pandemic. Why not save that money for taxpayers?
Is he really
In
going to talk
addition
about the
saving
debt ceiling?
taxpayers hundreds of billions of dollars, we also put in pro-growth policies in this bill.
He's been going on for an
Things
hour and
like
26
the Lower
minutes.
Energy
He hasn't
Costs
been
Act.
us chat. Well, how long
We
have we been
talk to
going for?
families about the things that
It says 4 hours here, but total time has been like 8 hours.
The cost of everything going up.
We've been going for
is the
fucking
biggest
8
item.
hours, chat.
The biggest item driving inflation is President Biden's anti-American energy policies. Families today are paying 50%
One of the most
more when they go
gerrymandered
fill up
fucking
their
states in
cars
like the
at
Union,
pump.
Louisiana.
50% more than the day President Biden took office. There's no reason for that. Instead of President Biden getting on Air Force One and going and begging Saudi princes to produce more energy or begging Putin to produce more energy, we can make it here in America cleaner than anywhere else in the world, actually lowering carbon emissions. And yet President Biden keeps saying no to American energy. He says yes to foreign oil, but no to American oil. That doesn't pass the smell
Nah,
test.
it's
And
not
in our bill,
him.
we
It's the
actually fix that
companies.
and allow Americans to produce more energy here, to produce more critical minerals. Why should we be relying on China for computer chips? Over 90% of solar panels
We
in the
took
world
care
are
of
made in
that.
China. Why not make more of those things here? Car
The
batteries.
CHIPS Act. You remember
They talk
that?
about electric cars all
You guys
day,
opposed it.
Yet over 90% of the car batteries are made in China because they won't let America access our minerals here, so we become dependent on foreign countries.
We don't
I'm
have
tired
all those
of being
minerals.
dependent on countries like China because President Biden's gotten the policies wrong over and over again. Let's fix this. We do fix these problems in this bill. And if President Biden's got a better idea, it's long past time he puts those ideas on the table. This is not a problem you run and hide from. In fact, when you ask to be President of the United States, you're the commander-in-chief. You're the leader of the free world, Mr. Speaker. This is not a job where you run and hide from the tough things. These are the moments where you step up. You rise to the moment. The American people are calling for us all to do that. And if some people want to sit and hide and hope that the clock strikes midnight and they can just force some bad deal on the taxpayers of America, well, you know, that's what they're sick about Washington over. Time and time again, when Washington doesn't answer the needs of hardworking families who are struggling and just waits until the midnight hour to jam a bad deal down the throats of people. Let's not wait till that midnight hour.
Got booted out of the mission.
We are standing up and leading, and it's long past time that President Biden gets off the sidelines and does his job too, and gets to the negotiating table with Speaker McCarthy so we can solve this problem and put America on a stronger financial footing that will benefit all Americans. It's time to end this madness. Let's pass this legislation. Let's start this conversation that families have been having for a long time. It's long past time Washington gets into the middle of this conversation too. Let's pass this bill. Let's solve this problem. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Speaker, listening to all the doom and gloom from the previous speaker, you might forget for a moment that right now in the world, the greatest economic recovery from COVID is that of the United States of America, with the greatest job growth in my lifetime. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to yield 1 minute to my friend from California, Mr. Levin.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to remind my colleagues of both parties that the legislation before us could do irreparable harm to our nation's veterans. This bill would force a 22% cut to non-defense spending. That would slash $30 billion from veteran services. And that means 30 million veterans will have fewer health care visits, fewer staff, an increased claims backlog, and longer wait times for benefits. That's the uncertainty that awaits veterans should this bill succeed. Just last month during a committee hearing, my Republican colleagues assured they didn't want to reduce services for veterans. I heard it from them firsthand, so I was so troubled to learn that this bill completely fails to protect veterans from its cuts. And yesterday, 24 veteran and military service organizations sent a letter urging Congress not to pass this legislation. I'm dismayed that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are prepared to force a default and devastate our economy if we don't go along with it. Please don't do this. Don't hold our nation's veterans hostage. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Speaker, I reserve my time.
Time reserved. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Ms. Craig.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, today's debate is perhaps one of the most dangerous games to be perpetrated in my time in Congress by the radical right. This bill risks our economy, our nation's credit rating, American jobs, retirement savings, and health care access. My colleagues, there is a proposal on the table raise the debt ceiling. Full stop, just like we did under the former president. And then let's have a robust debate about spending in a budget debate in the appropriations process. But that's not what the radical right has to put on the floor today. I cannot support a bill that would cut funding for our nation's veterans, would cut funding to Minnesota public schools, would cost jobs, and economists say would increase the likelihood of a recession. This is not a serious bill from the radical right, and there is no more serious issue facing our country right now than the prospect of defaulting on our debt. This is a dangerous game my colleagues are playing, and we need to cut. You need to cut it out. I yield.
I reserve my time.
Time reserved. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Gentleman from Maryland, a distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Trone.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to urge my colleagues to vote no against the extremist Republicans' default on our debt act. The legislation offered by Speaker McCarthy really begs the question, is this what we stand for? The default on our debt act makes a 22% cut on our education system, our students, our nation's competitiveness. Is this what we stand for? 22% cut in the VA, cut in law enforcement, including health care for America's brave, and state grants to fund the prosecution against domestic violence. Is this what we stand for? It makes a 22% cut in special supplemental nutrition program for women and infants that feed 53% of the infants in the U.S. and ensures they have nutritious food to survive. Is this what we stand for? That's certainly not what I stand for, and I plan to vote no on the legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I reserve my time, Mr. Speaker.
Time reserved. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Illinois, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Schakowsky.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
So I brought my Constitution with me because the Constitution is very clear that it is the duty of the United States of America to pay its debts. And somehow it doesn't say a darn thing about how you can negotiate to hold the whole economy hostage and threaten the economy of the United States of America before you're willing to pay the debts. And, you know, under Trump, I'm sure it was said before, 3 times the debt ceiling was raised. And yet you're saying now, at the same time, Donald Trump gave a $2 trillion tax cut to the wealthiest Americans. But don't blame him for the deficit. Let's talk about these poor people that are trying to get health care or put food on the table for their families, or the veterans who are seeing a cut in their health care. No way. Vote no on this terrible, mean proposal.
Gentlewoman's time's expired. Gentleman from Texas.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Time reserved. Gentleman from Texas. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire as to the time remaining?
3 minutes on both sides, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Panetta.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ranking Member, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, thank you. I rise in opposition to the Limit, Save, and Grow Act. As a member of the Ways and Means and Budget Committees, and as much as I want to take serious steps to lower our debt and deficit, this legislation is not serious, it's not bipartisan, and it leaves us with a partisan hit list. I say that because the way it's written, it would increase hunger and deprive low-income citizens of health care. It would make significant cuts to critical government services that could lead to the loss of 780,000 jobs. It would cut IRS funding needed to close a tax gap and collect taxes owed. It would do nothing to raise revenues, and it would do nothing to find common ground on permitting reform. It would target the cornerstone of the industrial policy that we created last term to lower our carbon output by repealing clean energy tax credits. Solutions to the debt crisis need to be serious, not partisan. But this bill brings us closer to default by demanding partisan policies that will never pass the Senate. I will vote no on this bill, but I do look forward to raising the debt ceiling and then having serious conversations about how we can ensure that Congress gets serious about a solution to our debt and deficit
Gentleman's
reduction.
time's up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I reserve my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves his time. The gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
The gentlewoman's recognized.
I thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania. You know, as my distinguished colleague, Representative Connolly says, representing the state of Maryland, well. Several years ago, we warned during the Trump tax cuts that this dramatic decrease in revenue would explode the nation's debt. And we heard from the Republican side, no, let us write off our yachts, let us write off our private jets. And we said that this decrease in revenue would explode our national debt. But instead now of realizing the error of our ways and reversing these tax cuts for the wealthy, we are now seeing the Republican side promote a bill that cuts student loan cancellation, veterans health care, cancer research, opioid treatment, Meals on Wheels, and more. The debt limit is about meeting our obligations already voted for, that Republicans and Democrats have already voted for. And if we want to cut and make changes to programming in the future, we may do that. But this and threatening to take the economy is not how we do it. Thank you, and I yield back to the chair.
Gentleman from Texas recognized.
I reserve my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Speaker, we have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves.
What did I say? I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. And may I inquire again, sorry, as to the time remaining? Is it 1 minute?
1 minute.
All right. Mr. Speaker, I thank the gentleman on the other side for this vigorous debate. Again, I would remind all of us about what is involved in the DOA Act. The single biggest cut to non-defense
DOA Act, I love it.
in American history. It would, according to Moody's Analytics, lead to 800,000 job losses by the end of 2024 and a dramatically increased likelihood of a recession. It would do absolutely nothing to solve the real problems that we have in our society. Mr. Speaker, this is not good policy for the American people. This will jeopardize the record job growth that we are currently experiencing. I urge all members of this House to make the DOA Act exactly that. DOA, dead on arrival. Vote no. I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman from Pennsylvania. Gentleman from Texas recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I thank again my ranking member, my friend, my partner in public service. My Democrat colleagues say, let's raise the debt ceiling today, and we'll deal with the debt tomorrow. Tomorrow never comes. It never comes. And we're prepared, I guess, to bury our children under the mountain of debt that we've amassed because of a government we think the people want and need. How irresponsible, how reckless, how weak, how cowardice that we
I hate the fact that I actually like his suit.
Right thing. And I can't believe that the Democrat Party has strayed so far left that ensuring able-bodied people who are receiving public assistance work is an extreme MAGA idea, and that it's radical for people to
we already talked about this. They did something similar like this in, I think it was Arkansas, and it was a complete failure.
Fear-mongering, false choices, and phantom funding cuts, all, Mr. Speaker, in an attempt to accept the status quo. Well, here's what the status quo has given us. Skyrocketing prices, shrinking paychecks, soaring interest rates, a labor shortage, a culture of dependency, an overall weaker economy, and a more vulnerable nation. To my friends, all of us have contributed to this. I will admit I've conceded that. But we have a moment in time. The hour has come. We have to work together to restore fiscal sanity in this place before it's too late. The consequences of our failure to act, Mr. Speaker, could not be more grave. I'll say it again. We've got to pay our debts. We've got to protect the good faith and credit of the United States. But we cannot give unlimited line of credit to any party, any politician, and allow our country to be bankrupted and to rob our children of the blessings of liberty in this land of opportunity. We shouldn't accept that. We should work together to be responsible, be leaders worthy of this great nation. So let's vote together in support of H.R. 2811. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman is recognized. Gentleman yields back.
I'm gonna have to like step away for like a good hour, so I'll probably just do like a be right back, and then because I'm gonna have to like basically I'm gonna be in like in a meeting for like a good hour, so you guys can enjoy the sweet sounds of silence actually, because I didn't separate the audio. It's a Zoom meeting.
The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, and the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today's fiscal crisis, it threatens all Americans. We are here today to debate legislation that accomplishes so much of what the American people want. Specifically, it begins to get Washington's spending habits under control. It starts to slow the flow of special interest handouts to the wealthy and well-connected. And it throws much needed water on the fire of inflation burning through the wallets of American families. Unlike the Inflation Reduction Act, the Limit, Save, Grow Act under consideration today actually does what it says it's going to do. It puts real limits on future spending so that we begin to turn the ship back in a more fiscally sound direction. It saves taxpayer dollars by clawing back unobligated pandemic spending, a sensible solution given the fact that the president himself has declared the pandemic over. It saves taxpayer dollars by ending welfare for the wealthy and loopholes for big corporations in the Inflation Reduction Act. 90% of these special interest green tax breaks go to companies with over $1 billion in sales. Financial institutions alone pocket 3 times as much as any other industry. And these tax dollars are being funneled to China, enriching the Chinese Communist Party and allowing it to dominate critical mineral supply chains. I know my friends on the other side share in frustration in how that law has ended up so different than what they thought they were voting for. In this bill, we propose pro-worker, pro-small business policies like work requirements in our welfare programs that will not only support a more vibrant economy, but also help more Americans realize the dignity of work. This plan will also take the target off the backs of low and middle income taxpayers under threat from a supercharged army of 87,000 at the IRS. The Biden administration brags about the $400 billion in revenues they plan to bring in by unleashing the new agents. To do that, audit rates will have to go up on low and middle income Americans. In fact, under the so-called historical audit rate the administration says it will adhere to, we will see a million new audits, with 650,000 of them falling on folks who make less than $75,000 or less. I find it curious to hear my Democrat colleagues and the president say they will not negotiate on spending when it comes to the debt ceiling, while at the same time complaining there's no plan over which to negotiate. Well, here you go. Republicans have a plan. It is time for the president to negotiate over spending reforms as part of addressing the debt ceiling, just as we have done many times before. In fact, just as the president himself has done many times before as a senator and as vice president. 11 of the previous debt ceiling increases going back decades have included fiscal reforms. President Biden voted for such agreements as a senator, and he negotiated them as a vice president. The president's current position of refusing to discuss common sense spending restraints when it comes to the debt ceiling is a reckless abandonment of past precedent and in his own history. Under one-party Democrat rule, we got $10 trillion in new spending. The consequences have been very real. Since President Biden took office, we've seen a spike in prices by 14.9%. Real wages have declined by 3.5%, and interest rates, they've increased more in the past year than the prior 15 years combined. The American people, they are demanding something to be done about all of this. Let's pass this legislation and put the interest of workers, families, farmers, and small businesses first and foremost. Let's do as Congress has done before and address the debt ceiling with policies that also address the Washington spending habits that got us here. I reserve the balance of my time.
Balance of the time. The gentleman from Massachusetts recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I might consume. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to the Default on America's Act. The chairman just mentioned something that is noteworthy. He said, we are seeing a Republican plan, and for the next hour, we intend to make sure America gets a chance to see the Republican plan. A reminder for those who might be paying attention to this debate today as to how we traveled on this road, which, by the way, is imminently manageable through negotiation after a clean debt ceiling vote might take place. So our Republican colleagues, I think, and I might be mistaken, you know what, I'm sure, they voted for more defense spending. $800 billion we are now at with defense spending. So they voted for pandemic relief. They voted for aid to Ukraine. How about the 1.5 million new veterans that we have in America in the aftermath of the war in Iraq and Afghanistan? They deserve our care. And our Republican colleagues voted for that aid. So the Republican members, some of whom voted for the infrastructure bill, some of them who voted for the legislation on Inflation Reduction Act, and some of them who voted for the CHIPS Act, that's what's in front of us at this moment. But here's the real ringer, Mr. Speaker. In December of 2017, and I hope everybody pays attention to this argument, they voted to borrow $2.3 trillion over 10 years for the purpose of giving a tax cut to the wealthiest among us, with, by the way, modest to limited economic growth. So why is that important? Because there's been $10 trillion worth of tax cuts over the last 25 years. You want me to recite it? How about President Bush's tax cut in 2001? $1.3 trillion. But came back in 2003 and another trillion. And subsequently presided over the invasion of Iraq and Afghanistan, which we should note the cost of which are in the trillions of dollars today. So they want us to believe that this problem that we have in front of us, is which I have mentioned is manageable. They want us to believe that this is a Democratic position on spending after they embraced the tax cuts that I've just described. This is about America's credit. Whatever happened to the Republican Party that talked about probity as it related to financial stability? Whatever happened to the Republican Party that talked about the importance of investment? These arguments that they make now are largely vacuous because it's inconsistent with the Republican Party I knew when I came to Congress. So they could borrow money for the Iraq War month after month to keep it off budget so nobody would see what it was really about. And they could borrow money repeatedly, and the minute a Democrat gets to the White House, they're blamed for inflation. I don't think Joe Biden should be blamed for inflation in the United Kingdom. Or how about Germany? That's how empty these arguments are that they're making. There's a chance for us to do what we used to do here. And by the way, Democrats responsibly voted for raising the debt ceiling 3 times under the former president because we thought it was the responsible thing to do. So Speaker McCarthy got himself into this by the promises that he made along the way. The suggestion here is very simple, Mr. Speaker. Pass a clean debt ceiling, and then let's get on with negotiating. Bill Clinton on January 19th of 2001 had balanced the budget 4 times. 4 times. Projected surpluses in the trillions of dollars and 22 million new jobs. And the Republican Party gave it away through tax cuts to wealthy people. And they're asking us today the following. Okay, so they get to set the fire and then call the fire department? Because that's what this argument is about. And with that, I hold on to the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time's reserved. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the chairman of the Veterans Affairs Committee, Mr. Boss from Illinois.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, there's a lot of talk on this floor and actually outside the chambers today from the other side of the aisle about this bill cutting veterans. Well, I'm going to tell you, as the only veteran amongst the 4 VA committee leaders responsible for ensuring veterans have the care and services they've earned, and as a father of a veteran, and a grandfather of a veteran, and a grandson of a veteran, and a son of a veteran, and a nephew of a veteran, you better believe that I'm dead serious that we're not cutting veterans, and I mean it. Now, I don't know how much clearer we can be. Speaker McCarthy has been very clear. We're not cutting veterans. Chairwoman Granger, we're not cutting veterans. And I, as a chairman of the Veterans Committee, we're not cutting veterans.
All right, I'm gonna have to step away real soon.
The White House and Democrats know. And we can get our physical house in order while ensuring our service members and veterans are taken care of. And yet, with no regard for the impact of
Dude,
the
I really
words,
think it's getting spicy right now.
continue to speak lies about how House Republicans are cutting veterans' benefits, and it's false. And it is dangerous rhetoric. Dangerous rhetoric, and you ought to be ashamed of yourselves. Simply put, you're placing politics and playing politics with our veterans and their lives and their concerns. Veterans are not political pawns to advance an agenda. CBO says that the Limited Save Growth Act will grow the economy and save American taxpayers money, which is a good thing. Because at the end of the day, our veterans, you know what? They're taxpayers too. And their grandmothers and mothers and their grandfathers.
All right, Mikey, wrap it up.
And you know what? They're concerned about their children and grandchildren. So if you believe in building America that is worth our veterans' selfless sacrifice, I urge you to stop playing politics. Come to the table and support the bill, and with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My point was and is Republicans voted for the PATH Act, as we did. Bill is due. With that, let me call upon the distinguished minority leader in the House of Representatives, a champion of long-term worthwhile investments, Hakeem Jeffries.
Does the gentleman yield 1 minute?
Long 1 minute, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Neal, for your extraordinary leadership and continuing to work to elevate values that benefit everyday Americans. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to the extreme MAGA Republican Default on America Act. This reckless Republican effort to lead us down the road of a dangerous default will hurt working families, hurt the middle class, hurt all those Americans who aspire to be part of the middle class, hurt young people, hurt seniors, hurt veterans.
I'm gonna have to cut this short. All right, folks. Sorry. As much as I enjoy Hakeem Jeffries rolling against Republicans, we're gonna have to cut this short.
Small town America, in Appalachia.
All right. I'm gonna do a be right back, and I'll be right back in about like an hour. I can't play any music or anything like that. I'm in a Zoom meeting, so see you in a little bit. All right, we're back, people. Damn, that took a while, but it was actually very informative. That was actually like very, very informative. Where? Yeah, there's really nothing like going on. Okay. Motion to recommit. Nope. Don't worry about it. He's gonna die in the Senate. So you got the Asa Hutchinson as the and yep, Zoe Zephyr, the Trans Montana State House Representative, has been barred from joining the House. Let me just get like a little rundown. It should be on Twitter. So Zoe Zephyr just got banned for the remainder of their session. I'm assuming for the legislative session for this year, I believe. Oh yeah. Yeah, they're not the fascist part. Bro, what?
This vote, the yeas are 211, the nays are 221. The motion is not adopted. Questions on the passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Those, in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Gentlemen, the yeas and nays are requested. Those in favoring the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having arisen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote.
They hold the 10th and 30th pick. Oh shit.
And voting now on on final passage.
That's going to be
tying
interesting.
an increase in the nation's debt limit with federal spending cuts. It needs a majority to pass and then would go on to the Senate. This is a 5-minute vote.
There's 2 Republicans that say nay? Okay. Oh, that's interesting. They'll die in the Senate. Don't worry about that. Really, this is what they're talking about on Fox News. Just so you guys know, have an idea of what's going on Fox News. I forget like what hour this was. This was at 1:47, so a couple hours ago. This is one of their afternoon shows. Okay, that's what they were talking about. Let's go back to the tweet. The trans woman in question finished 6,159th place in the female category in the London Marathon. That's what they're worried about, folks. That's what they're worried about. A trans woman who finished 6,459th place in the London Marathon. That's what they're worried about. But what about the real woman that would have finished 6,159th place if it wasn't for that man? That's what they fucking care about. Not voting rights, not you, but whether or not you can feed your family, pay for gas to go to work, whether or not if you get into a car accident, what's going to happen if you're the breadwinner and you can't put food on the table for your family, put clothes on your kids' backs. No. They worry about this. This is what they're worried about. This is what they're worried about. Lorenz. So you still got that picture from the Pride Parade? I think it was like earlier this year, last year? It was last year, right? Nebraska State Senator accused of having a conflict of interest in her opposition to anti-trans because she has a trans child. How is that like a conflict of interest? Bro, wait, isn't that the same? I think this is the same senator I'm thinking about, right? That basically filibustered a bill in the Nebraska State Senate. Bro, what the hell, man? This is gonna be so interesting too. Okay. Let's go. Isn't it essentially the same story? They just made some up. I just realized it's the Act Man dressed up as Leon. I thought it was actually Leon. It's good stuff. He does a good job with the thumbnails. Bro, do you see this? Look at this guy. Oh, try one of those right now. I got some egg rolls, or spring rolls rather. Godspeed. Let's get it done, Aaron. I'm excited, man. Crap, that guy. Taya Valkyrie. Damn. May 2nd. Let's get it done. That's what I thought. Okay. So they barred her from taking the floor for the entire year. God damn. I don't know. I don't know how that's gonna play with. I just don't know. I don't think Montana's like gonna be like turned blue anytime soon. But I wonder how like people in Montana are gonna feel about that. Like you let like one person, you bar one person for the entire year. I really do wonder, because it didn't work out, because it elevated those Democratic legislators, especially the two Justins, Pearson and Jones, especially. I imagine it's only going to give credence to her too. Trans legislator in Montana. I wonder if somehow John Tester can use this and not implicitly say like, hey, he supports trans rights. He supports someone, an adult who wants to be trans and is advocating for other adults to be trans, and saying that you accuse the people on the left side of the aisle that we're trying to cancel you, silence you, but you're doing that too. And isn't this like basically government overreach too? You can't deal with the one trans legislator that you don't like, so you decide to silence them. I wonder if he can use this to his advantage. You know what I mean? Ali. What's going on? Oh, Jesus. God damn. Bro, I don't get it, man. It's just LeBron being LeBron, I guess. Memphis should have this game, but they're never going to be happy. Three have not voted, 2 have not voted. Okay. Oh, there's 4 members that have not voted yet. Regardless, it's dead in the Senate.
The yeas are 217, the nays are 215. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is to vote on the motion of the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1339, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union calendar number 28, H.R. 1339.
I don't know what they're cheering. It's dead in the Senate. So the fact that they were able to get it done in the House with like their divided caucus.
Recommendations for rule changes to promote precision agriculture and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote.
I don't know who voted. Passes 217 to 215. Now goes to the Senate where it's going to die. Even if by some miracle it passes the Senate, Biden said he's going to veto it.
And on the last vote for the day now, this is on a bill that would require the FCC to review and recommend changes to its rules for satellites. The measure was debated yesterday. It aims to promote precision agriculture. It needs 2/3 to pass, and this is a 5-minute vote. Also let you know the House, having just passed the measure tying an increase in the nation's debt limit with federal spending cuts, that now goes to the Senate.
Okay. So from the intellectual, Zoe Zephyr is going to be... So she's barred from actually being on the floor. She can't speak on any of the bills, but she'll be able to vote on the bills. So she can appear remotely, but she won't be able to speak. All right. Jesus. Dude, this is nuts. Yeah, this is gonna pass. I think the Senate currently... There's a Senate session going on. So we could probably move on from that.
Unleash American energy if we fix our broken permitting system and process.
So this is gonna pass. Look at that vote, though. Let's mute the Senator Bauer Sauer right here from Wyoming. Look at that vote, 217 to 215. Look how narrow that vote is. That is crazy.
Permitting reform. Well, we'll see. They're going to have an opportunity to speak up and to vote, because if they're serious, real reform is possible. If they're serious, we can tell the American people that real relief is on the way.
I appreciate everybody like sticking around even after like that long meeting I was in. It wasn't bad. It was actually highly informative.
Life more affordable for every American should be a bipartisan priority. It hasn't been for the first 2 years of the Biden administration.
God damn, she need him in the balls.
We need to get back
Good for
to a
her.
point where we can make energy affordable, available, and reliable. Instead of focusing, as the Democrats do, on only renewable energy, regardless of the cost and regardless of the consequences. Thank you, Madam President, and I yield the floor.
So DOA bill. That's big. That's how narrow it was. 2-7. I'm telling you, he can't sustain that. It should never been that close. He can't sustain that. I hate like telling someone they have to retire, but like this is like the future of the country is like too important, and Joe Manchin's going to do whatever it takes to win. And frankly, Democrats are in a tough position because they can't just say, hey, we're going to primary you, and then what happens? He switches and becomes a Republican, right? We need him in the Senate if we want to maintain control of the Senate. The map's not that great, but there's a decent shot that we can still maintain a 50-50 Senate. So if we can maintain it, but he's going to be the vote, then, and we have a House, that puts more pressure on him because we can get more done then. But we can't do that if he switches. Then we have no shot winning back keep winning back the Senate, or keeping the Senate rather. So this is it's just 217. If one more Republican was like, fuck Kevin McCarthy, I wonder if he was making calls and talking to people behind the scenes. Unironically, I like how David Weigel fucking retweeted this too. Unironically, one of the few times I know why they did it. I'm gonna agree with JD Vance. It's more impactful if they were like, hey, he's a fucking coward for not saying this like out loud and giving a name to this. Now I know why he said it too, but I like the fact that he said this too, because the Republicans are turning on the military and the police, and that's great. Slowly but surely they are. Dude, he has to stop, man. You have to somehow, some way you have to control him. Is there like no volume? Oh, there's like just no one speaking. Y'all see this? Smartmatic will now receive deposition transcripts and exhibits from the recently settled Dominion Voting Systems defamation case. That ain't good, Rupert. That's actually very true. All right, so so the gray check mark means they're government official. Okay. This is a great little
that he does is massive tax cuts for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected.
I missed this part because I was in that meeting.
Senator from Maryland.
Madam President, I have 13
George
requests
W.
for
Bush
committees
comes into
to meet
office,
during today's session
2001,
of the Senate. They have the
2003.
approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Madam President, I take this time, and I'm going to be joined by several of my colleagues, talk about a vote that we're going to have tomorrow on Senate Joint Resolution 4. This is the resolution that would rescind the deadline for the ratification of the Equal Rights Amendment. This is an issue that I've been working on for a long time, including during my time in the Maryland General Assembly in 1972, when the Maryland legislature ratified the Equal Rights Amendment. So this goes back a long time, and it's time to finish the work. I want to thank Chairman Durbin for his leadership on this issue, as chairman of the Judiciary Committee, the work that he did so that we could reach this moment where we have a chance to take the step that is critically important to remove any ambiguity in regards to the ratification process. I also want to thank Leader Schumer for making this time available so we'll be able to vote on this issue tomorrow. And I particularly want to acknowledge the extraordinary leadership of Senator Lisa Murkowski, my co-leader on this resolution. The two of us have worked together. This should never be a partisan issue. Equality should enjoy support, I would hope, from both Democrats and Republicans. There is no time limit on equality. The 28th Amendment to the Constitution, the Equal Rights Amendment, was approved by the United States Congress in both the House and Senate by a 2/3 vote as required in the Constitution, and has been ratified by 38 states. That is 3/4 necessary for the ratification of constitutional amendment. The sole purpose of Senate Joint Resolution 4 is to remove any ambiguity, to remove the time limit that was included originally in the 1972 Act of Congress of 7 years and previously extended to 10 years. Madam President, I want to acknowledge the help that I have received on this through the incredible staff that we all have here in the United States Senate. Bill Van Horn, who's my chief counsel, has been working on this issue since my days in the House of Representatives, and I thank him for his leadership in bringing all the groups together. Helen Rogers has helped a great deal in this effort, and I just want to acknowledge the work that both of them have done on the Equal Rights Amendment. The ERA simply states, equality of rights under the law shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or any state on account of sex. That's it. That's exactly what the Equal Rights Amendment to the Constitution says. Ratification would affirm women's equality in our Constitution, enshrining the principle of women's equality and an explicit prohibition against sex discrimination in our nation's founding document. Currently, the only explicit guaranteed right in our Constitution based upon sex is the 19th Amendment, which is the right to vote. Existing legal protections against sex-based discrimination fall well short of addressing systemic sex-based inequality in our society. As the 28th Amendment, the ERA would serve as a new tool for Congress, for federal agencies, and in courts to advance equality in the fields of workforce and pay, pregnancy discrimination, sexual harassment and violence, reproductive autonomy.
Did they just really do that?
Protection of the LGBTQ plus individuals.
Sorry, Cardin.
Enshrining this protection
I'm interrupting like Senator Cardin.
also ensures enduring protection for all Americans across the country.
It's looking like Ron DeSantis doesn't have to resign as governor. There's going to be a bill that passes that allows him to stay on as governor while running for the White House.
It's also a signal to the courts
Jesus Christ, these people, dude.
rigorous level of review to laws and government policies that discriminate on the basis of sex. That is what the ERA is all about, equality, the most fundamental of American values. We need to finally get the job done. Last Congress, a bipartisan majority of the Senate co-sponsored this joint resolution, and the House of Representatives has already passed this legislation on 2 occasions, first in the 116th Congress and then in the 117th Congress. Virginia became the 38th and final state required by the Constitution to ratify the Equal Rights Amendment on January 27, 2020. Our resolution, Senate Joint Resolution 4, would clarify once and for all that the Equal Rights Amendment has met all the requirements of Article 5 of our Constitution. Let me read what it says, that notwithstanding any time limit contained in HJR 208, 92nd Congress, as agreed to in the Senate on March 22, 1972, the article of amendment proposed to the states in that joint resolution is valid to all intents and purposes as part of the Constitution, having been ratified by the legislatures of 3/4 of the several states. It's a clarification resolution. Congress has the power to do it. Congress approved it by more than the required 2/3 majority in both chambers, and 3/4 of states have now ratified it. Article 5 of the Constitution has been complied with. You're going to hear legal arguments surrounding whether Senate Joint Resolution can remove a deadline. So let me talk about some of these issues. First, in the Constitution. Mr. President, there is nothing in the Constitution that sets a time limit on ratification. Read Article 5. It talks about the votes necessary in Congress. We've had that. And the votes of ratification by the states. We've done that. There is no time limit in the Constitution. The 27th Amendment, affecting congressional pay raise, was ratified after 2 centuries after being initially proposed by Congress as part of the Bill of Rights in 1791. 2 centuries before, over 200 years before it was ratified. Congress has the authority to act.
Did she really just say
There's
this?
precedent for this.
Holy shit.
Congress extended the deadline for the ratification of amendment as it did once before for the ERA. Note that the
They might
ERA
just take her up
deadline
on that
was
offer,
contained in the
too.
preamble
The
to
Sands
the
better
text
be
of the
careful.
Constitutional amendment, not in the constitutional amendment itself. There is precedent for Congress to declare that the requisite number of states have ratified a constitutional amendment, as the House and Senate did in 1992 by resolutions affirming the validity of the 27th Amendment regarding congressional pay raise. That's the one that took over 200 years to ratify. In terms of under Article 5, the only question is whether a state has ratified. Ratification is something that happens at a moment in time. It either happens or it doesn't happen. History tells us that once a state has ratified, it can't take it back. The 14th Amendment became part of the Constitution after the Civil War, even though 2 states had attempted to rescind prior to ratification. Those states were included on the list of states that ratified. The effectiveness of rescission is ultimately a question for Congress. Senate Joint Resolution 4 answers that question. And then the most recent opinion by the Department of Justice, the opinion by the Office of Legal Counsel, noted that Congress, as a co-equal branch of government, is not precluded from taking further action regarding the ratification of the ERA. So we have all of the legal requirements. We can act. Now let me just add a few more things here. Most Americans believe the ERA is already part of our Constitution. Just ask them. They think it's there. Most of our states have provisions in the state constitutions to provide equal rights based upon sex. So we already have it in states, and it's working. Most democracies, in fact, every constitution that's been written since World War II, contains an equal rights amendment. The United States is an outlier on this issue. It's in we're the leader of democratic values and human rights globally, but we don't have an equal rights amendment in our Constitution. The Pew Research Center did a survey on this. 78% of Americans support the Equal Rights Amendment being added to the Constitution. This is overwhelmingly popular among all of our constituents, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, men, women. 250 national and local groups support the ERA, including the League of Women Voters, the National Urban League, the National Council of Jewish Women, SEIU, and many, many, many other civil rights, labor, and civic groups. This resolution language removes any doubt of ratification, and it is the right way to go under our Constitution. We have the advice of constitutional scholars that support what we are doing. Erwin Chemerinsky, Larry Tribe, Kathleen Sullivan, Catherine McKinnon, Victoria Norris, former Senator Russ Feingold, all have endorsed the way that we are proceeding. The ERA is needed not only to keep progress moving forward, but also to protect against incursions on the progress we've already made. Based on recent decisions by the Supreme Court, some justices ascribe to the view that the meaning of equality under the Equal Protection Clause should be frozen in time in 1868, when the 14th Amendment was ratified. That approach may cast in doubt even the limited precedent currently holding the Equal Protection Clause applies to sex discrimination. It's been more than 100 years since women won the right to vote, and nearly 100 since the effort to enshrine the ERA into the Constitution began. Generations have fought to achieve major points of progress in our laws and our societies since then. However, it's undeniable that work remains. Finally, enshrining the ERA into the Constitution would be one major step that we could take towards a society that is truly equal on the basis of sex. I therefore urge my colleagues to vote yes on the motion to invoke cloture, on the motion to proceed to Senate Joint Resolution 4. The women of America have waited long enough. Don't filibuster equality. You don't want to be on that side of history. There should be no time limit on equality. Let us use this opportunity to complete the action of equality based on sex in our Constitution. With that, Mr. President, I would yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar 121.
Questions on the motion? All in favor say aye. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the Judiciary, Michael Farbiaz of New Jersey to be United States District Judge for the District of New Jersey.
To motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provision of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close the debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 121, Michael Farbiaz of New Jersey to be United States District Judge for the District of New Jersey, signed by 20 senators as follows.
Are
they voting on it like anything else?
By eliminating
Without objection.
I move to proceed to
12,300.
legislative session.
Okay, so they just have general speeches right now.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and the motion is agreed to.
I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar 122.
The questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the Judiciary, Robert Kirsch of New Jersey to be United States District Judge for the District of New Jersey.
I send a cloture motion to the desk.
Clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close the debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 122, Robert Kirsch of New Jersey to be United States District Judge for the District of New Jersey, signed by 20 senators as follows.
I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
I move to proceed to legislative session.
Questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and the motion is agreed to.
I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar 123.
Questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the Judiciary, Oriella Aletta Merchant of New York to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of New York.
I send a cloture motion to the desk.
Clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close the debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 123, Oriella Aletta Merchant of New York to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of New York, signed by 20 senators as follows.
I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
I move to proceed to legislative session.
Questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and the motion is agreed to.
Finally, I ask unanimous consent the mandatory quorum calls for the cloture motions filed today, April 26, be waived.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to consideration of SRES 175 submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 175, recognizing the importance of the 70th anniversary of the signing of the Mutual Defense Treaty between the United States and the Republic of Korea on October 1st, 1953.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Mr. President, tomorrow it'll be a great honor of the House and Senate to welcome President Yoon of the Republic of Korea to the U.S. Capitol. Ahead of President Yoon's visit, Leader McConnell, Chair Menendez, Ranking Member Rich, and I wish to welcome him through a bipartisan resolution reaffirming the strong support that exists for the U.S.-Korean relationship. 70 years of this partnership have made both our nations safer, more prosperous, and more intertwined than ever. Today, millions of Americans know and love Korean music, Korean cinema, Korean food, and Korean goods and products. K-pop now goes viral in our country, and for many Americans, their favorite movies are not in English, but in Korean. The Korean American community embodies what the American dream has always been about, coming to our country and building something of yourself, building strong families that enrich our communities and make our nation more prosperous. New York is proud to have one of the largest, most dynamic Korean communities anywhere in the country, and I've been proud to fight for them here in the Senate. They're a wonderful addition to New York, and the more Koreans there are in New York, the better we're going to be. And make no mistake, the U.S. and the Republic of Korea need each other more than ever. As we continue to compete with China, the Republic of Korea is among our closest partners, and as we confront a belligerent North Korea, we must work with the Republic of Korea for our mutual safety. I also want to applaud President Yoon for beginning the process to revitalize his nation's relationship with Japan. When we work together, we can make real strides to ensure security and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific. Again, I thank my colleagues for working with me on this resolution. We thank President Yoon for coming to the Capitol, and I yield the floor.
Oh. I don't think I missed anything.
Senator from Nevada.
Mr. President, first of all, I have to thank my colleague, Senator Cardin, along with Senator Murkowski, for bringing the Senate joint resolution 4 that we will be voting on tomorrow. We need the Equal Rights Amendment today more than ever. What we have been seeing across the country is the far right using every opportunity they can to roll back women's rights. We're seeing this happen in real time with access to abortion care, and we know it won't stop there. So it's shameful that in 2023 there are so many extremists who want to make women second-class citizens. But that's why we need a constitutional amendment to protect women from discrimination and guarantee their equality under the law. Few states understand this better than my home state of Nevada. Nevada put the Equal Rights Amendment back on the table when it became the first state in the modern era to ratify the ERA in 2017. Nevadans stood up and made it clear that our state believes men and women should have equal legal rights. And they didn't stop there. In 2022, Nevada adopted the most comprehensive ERA in the country in its state constitution, putting protections in place to ensure equal rights for all. Over and over again, Nevadans have led the charge for equality and women's rights at both the state and the federal level. Now, since Nevada kicked off the push in recent years to ratify the ERA federally, we now have the 38 states we need to codify the Equal Rights Amendment in the United States Constitution. The only thing that's stopping us is a deadline Congress made up in 1972 that was already extended once. That's why we must vote to remove this deadline and adopt the Equal Rights Amendment into our Constitution.
Hear, hear.
Because, quite honestly, Mr. President, there's too much at stake. And to let an arbitrary time limit hold women's rights hostage is just wrong. So with that, along with my colleagues here this afternoon, I too urge the adoption tomorrow of Senate Joint Resolution, bipartisan Joint Resolution 4. Thank you, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Michigan.
Mr. President, I'm so proud to be here with my colleagues today and Senator Cortez Masto and all of our other colleagues and with our leaders, Senator Cardin, Senator Murkowski, in a bipartisan resolution that frankly is long overdue. You know, there's a sign you often see at rallies for reproductive rights. A woman my age or older will often be holding it, and it reads something like this: "I can't believe we're still fighting for this crap." Now, it usually has a different word on it than crap. As I stand here on the Senate floor in the year of our Lord 2023, I can't believe we are still fighting for equal rights for women under our American Constitution. We are 100 years out from when the Equal Rights Amendment was first introduced in 1923. A full century, 100 years since it was first introduced. And a lot of things have changed since 1923, for sure. Women are CEOs and astronauts, professional athletes and chemistry professors and governors and vice president of the United States.
Sorry, I was just
Quarter of the members of this
watching
chamber
something
are
on the
women.
side here.
Not nearly enough, but we're getting there. Yet, still, 100 years later, women
Just
are
an
not
elephant being a
guaranteed
dick.
equal legal protections, equal
Yes,
legal
I am like
rights
very much
under
chilling right now.
our Constitution.
You don't need to see me, it's okay.
That needed to change in 1923, and it certainly needs to change 100 years later in 2023.
To tell you the truth, a lot of people
Michigan
think that
was
like
ready for change back in 1972.
we already have the Equal
That's
Rights
when my
Amendment
state
under.
ratified the ERA. And a congresswoman
It's already
from
been ratified,
Michigan
but it hasn't been.
helped lead the way.
Let's see what Republicans say.
Congresswoman Martha Griffiths of Detroit was the first woman in history to serve on the House Ways and Means Committee. In 1970, she filed a discharge petition to send the legislation to the full House of Representatives for consideration. It passed, only to die in the Senate. We've heard that story before. But Representative Griffiths was undaunted. She introduced an amended version. The House and the Senate both passed it, and it was sent to the states for ratification in 1972. Congresswoman Griffiths later served as Michigan's first elected lieutenant governor and became known as the mother of the ERA. Congresswoman Griffiths sadly didn't live to see her amendment written into the Constitution. But there is no doubt we need it today even more than we did in 1972. Women in this country are watching our reproductive freedoms be dismantled. The Dobbs decision, attempts to ban the abortion pill, and harsh abortion restrictions in states have left women in this country with fewer freedoms than our mothers and even our grandmothers enjoyed. The ERA is really simple. It simply says equality of rights under the law shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of sex. Equal rights under the law shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of sex. That's it. And this resolution is equally simple, the one before us. All it would do is to remove an arbitrary deadline that was included when this was passed through Congress, preventing the ERA from being ratified. The ERA is simple, but its protections would be profound. It would protect all people, regardless of sex, from discrimination. It would defend against the rollback of our fundamental rights and freedoms. Congresswoman Martha Griffiths from Michigan passed it. The states ratified it. Now we just need to add it to our Constitution. Our daughters and our granddaughters can't wait another 100 years. They deserve equality now. So I hope colleagues will join with us to pass this resolution and finally ensure all people are equal under our law. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Maryland.
I want to thank Senator Stabenow for her leadership in the Senate and in our community on these issues. I serve with her and Senator Cortez Masto on the Finance Committee, and I see the duo there fighting for removing a lot of the discrimination we have in our healthcare system against that women are discriminated against. And both of these senators do a great job being here, protecting the rights. But it's so important that we have in our toolbox the constitutional amendment to help us in fighting discrimination so that we have a fair playing field in the courts to protect the rights of women. So I thank her. We're also joined by Senator Klobuchar. She's been, we were elected at the same time to the United States Senate. She's been an advocate on behalf of equality for all communities, but particularly her efforts on behalf of women is known throughout the nation. I'm glad she could join us today.
Mr. President.
Senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I rise to join Senator Cardin, thanking him for his leadership for so many years, as well as Senator Murkowski and to my colleague, Senator Stabenow, in support of this bipartisan resolution to remove the deadline for the ratification of the Equal Rights Amendment so we can finally enshrine equal rights for women into our Constitution. What are people afraid of? Minnesota ratified the ERA 50 years ago. Since then, women and men who stand with them have never rested in the fight to guarantee equality in the Constitution of the United States of America. After a half-century of overcoming seemingly insurmountable obstacles, that long-fought battle for equality must not come down to an arbitrary deadline. Passing the resolution will bring us one step closer to ratifying the ERA and finally enshrining permanent protections for women and girls in our Constitution. The Equal Rights Amendment would make clear once and for all that women are guaranteed equal rights under the United States Constitution. The core of the amendment is only 24 words long, guaranteeing that equality of rights under the law shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of sex. In 1972, the amendment passed both houses of Congress with bipartisan support. The Senate voted to send the amendment to the states by a vote of 84-8, with 7 not voting, and the House passed it 354-24. Congress initially set a 7-year deadline for the required 3/4 of states to ratify the amendment, and it later extended the deadline by 3 more years. By the time that deadline expired, only 35 states had ratified, leaving the amendment 3 states short of the 38 needed. But the deadline did not stop the growing support for the ERA and women's equality. Since then, 3 additional states have voted to ratify the ERA, including Nevada, Illinois, and Virginia. It is long past time that the equality of women be enshrined in the Constitution. I have been proud to join a bipartisan group of senators in co-sponsoring this resolution. This resolution is part of a long tradition of bipartisan support for the ERA. The past year has made it painfully clear that protecting equality remains fundamental to the lives of each and every American. As my colleagues have noted, the women of this country still face a gender pay gap that leaves them economically behind. Women still earn around 82 cents of every dollar a man makes, and for women of color, it's even less. 10 months ago, we saw the Supreme Court issue a rule shredding nearly 5 decades of precedent, protecting a woman's right to make her own health care decisions. Now women are at the mercy of a patchwork of state laws governing their ability to access reproductive care, leaving them with fewer rights than their moms and grandmas. Every branch of government has a responsibility to protect people's rights. And if one branch fails to do so, the Constitution gives Congress and the people the power to step in by proposing and ratifying a new amendment. Ratifying the ERA would affirm that sex discrimination is inconsistent with the nation's core value of equal protection under the law. We know that the majority of Americans on our side, 78% of Americans, according to Pew Research Center, support the ERA being added to the Constitution. 78% of Americans. We know this proposal is common sense. This year marks the 101st anniversary of the ratification of the 19th Amendment, which granted women the right to vote, a critical milestone in our democracy. At this moment in our country's history, I am as committed as ever to fighting to ensure that all Americans are guaranteed equality under the law. Let's show the world that the United States of America is a place where equality is the law of the land. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
President.
The Majority Whip.
Mr. President, I thank my colleague from Minnesota, and I especially thank my colleague from Maryland. The senator from Maryland has been working on this issue for a long time, and Ben, thank you for your leadership. And Lisa Murkowski, making it a bipartisan effort. I've got a good speech here, but I want to tell you a story. And the story goes back to my graduation from law school and the first job I ever had. I was working for the lieutenant governor of the state of Illinois, a man named Paul Simon, who went on to be elected to Congress and to the United States Senate. Simon, as lieutenant governor of Illinois, presided over the Illinois State Senate. We had met one another, and he said he was going to offer me a job when I graduated from law school, and lo and behold, I became parliamentarian of the Illinois State Senate, fresh out of law school. Skipped my graduation ceremony because I desperately needed some money to pay off some bills, and started working in Springfield, Illinois as parliamentarian of the state Senate. Simon mistakenly believed that there was a course in law school called parliamentary law. There wasn't. I had to learn it by just reading the rule book over and over again until it became familiar. But eventually I was pretty good at it, and I needed to be because we had a big debate going on in Springfield, Illinois in the early 1970s about something called the Equal Rights Amendment. It was different than the debate in many state capitals because there was a real confrontation. There was no party identity behind or for the Equal Rights Amendment. Some Republicans supported it, many Democrats supported it, but there was opposition on both parties too. What fired up the troops on that particular debate was the presence of a woman from Alton, Illinois, named Phyllis Schlafly, who was leading the national effort to stop the Equal Rights Amendment. I reflect on that this evening because I remember what she used to say. If you pass the Equal Rights Amendment, men and women are going to use the same bathrooms. And not only that, women are going to be forced to fight in combat in the military. They'll be drafted and they'll be off fighting in military. And I look back on those arguments now and say, is that it? Was that really the debate on the equality of women in America came down to those two issues? I thought of it the other day when I went into a school that I was visiting and they had a same-gender restroom, take a single-member restroom, but either gender could use it. And I thought, Phyllis Schlafly's dream came true. We are sharing the same restrooms in some places. And when it comes to combat in the military, many women across the United States fought for that right to do so and have served our country honorably. But those were the arguments and the differences of the day which led the debate and led to Illinois not ratifying the Equal Rights Amendment in the 1970s. That didn't happen until very recently. We had a hearing on this, as you know, Mr. President, in the Senate Judiciary Committee, and I listened to the critics of the Equal Rights Amendment today. I didn't hear anything about same-sex restrooms and nothing about combat in the military, but one lady raised the prospect that if we passed the Equal Rights Amendment, it would ruin her daughter's field hockey team in high school, because there may be some transgender individuals wanting to play on her daughter's team. And I thought to myself, so now it's come down to that. It's no longer restrooms or combat pay. It's a question of field hockey for young ladies. Well, I know that's an important part of their lives, and she told us as much. But when I reflect on what the reality of this amendment does, it seems that those things pale in comparison. The language of it is so express and so clear that most people in the United States really would be surprised to know it's not already in the Constitution. No discrimination against people on the basis of sex. Most people assume that's the fact, but it's not. We have to do something about it. Tonight, we're seeing the Senate at its best, a bipartisan effort on the floor of the United States Senate to finally make this right by America. The Equal Rights Amendment is literally a century in the making, and over the years, generations of Americans have done their part to push it forward. They've marched on Washington, they've met with congressmen and senators, and as of 2020, they've crossed a crucial threshold, ratification of the ERA in 38 states. That's the exact number of states needed to certify it as the 28th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. So now it's time for lawmakers in Congress to do our part in supporting the ERA. We need to clear a path for equality. And this proposal, this bipartisan proposal from Senator Ben Cardin of Maryland, Senator Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, is our chance to do it. It will remove the arbitrary deadline Congress imposed on ERA ratification more than 50 years ago, and removing that deadline has never been more important. As we learned over the past year, there is no room for uncertainty when it comes to protecting equal rights. Right now, women all across America are living with the reality that their fundamental freedoms are under attack. In the months since the disastrous Dobbs decision, millions of Americans have been robbed of their reproductive rights. Activist judges and far-right politicians have replaced the will of the people and the expertise of medical professionals with their own radical beliefs. And women living in states like Texas, Oklahoma, and most recently Florida and North Dakota have fewer rights today than their parents and grandparents did decades ago. All of this chaos and confusion is jeopardizing the lives of women and upending our healthcare system. We had another hearing today. There was testimony in that hearing by a young lady from Texas who went through an awful ordeal at the end of a pregnancy which she wanted desperately. It was her first child. It would have been her first daughter. Willow was the name that she'd given her. And then late in the pregnancy, complications arose, and Willow was unfortunately couldn't be born, and the mother almost died waiting to comply with the new Texas law on abortion. I'm going to remember that testimony for a long time. Without ERA protections, even basic rights like reproduction are on the chopping block. Protection against discrimination in the workplace, in the classroom, even in the courtroom. Unless women's rights are explicitly protected under the Constitution, there's nothing stopping the right-wing majority on the court from ripping them away. That's why Congress must restore and protect women's rights in all facets of life. We can do it this week by clearing the way to finally enshrine gender equality in the Constitution. I had the honor of presiding over a hearing on this very proposal in the Senate Judiciary Committee several weeks ago. During that hearing, we heard from a young woman whose name was Thursday Williams, first-generation American, board member of the ERA Coalition, senior at Trinity College in Hartford, Connecticut. Ms. Williams is planning on attending law school after she graduates from college. She says she developed a passion for the law when she, quote, fell in love with the United States Constitution in high school. In her words, and I quote her, "What I love the most about the Constitution is how brilliantly it was designed to adapt to the changing needs of its people. And today, we deserve a Constitution that guarantees equality regardless of sex. A Constitution that we can use as a tool to fight discrimination." That was her testimony. Ms. Williams concluded by asking members of the committee a question. It's a question I would like to now ask every member of the Senate. How can we be the beacon of freedom and democracy we claim to be if we do not declare that sex discrimination contradicts the American dream. That was Thursday Williams' question to the Senate Judiciary Committee. It's my question to the Senate on her behalf. If we want to live up to the promise of America, we need to protect the rights of every American. Let's start with the ERA. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Maryland.
First, I want to thank
Good stuff.
Senator Durbin, the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, for his leadership on this issue, but just as importantly, his leadership on so many human rights and civil rights issues. Thank you for the hearing that you conducted in the Judiciary Committee. It shed light on a lot of the ridiculous arguments that some have made against the ratification of the Equal Rights Amendment. But more importantly, it showed why it's important for us to remove any ambiguity on the ratification of the Equal Rights Amendment. But I also want to just acknowledge your extraordinary leadership around the world. When there's a human rights struggle, Senator Durbin's going to be the spokesperson for those otherwise would not be heard. And I joined him many times in those efforts. I'm proud to be on his team, and I thank him for really giving us the leadership here in the United States Senate, the best values of America, here at home and abroad. So I thank him for his leadership on this issue and so many other issues. Mr. President, we're joined by a couple of my other colleagues. First, Senator Blumenthal from Connecticut. I also want to acknowledge Senator Van Hollen from Maryland. Both have been real leaders in regards to the equal rights of women, but also in regards to, again, civil liberties and civil rights. Both are good friends. One I have the honor of representing in the state of Maryland. I've seen him in action for equal rights in our state. The other, we've been together on the Helsinki Commission fighting globally for human rights. So I thank them for being on the floor.
Oh my God.
Senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm so honored by that introduction and to be here on the floor with a great colleague, a champion in the House as well as now in the Senate, Chris Van Hollen of Maryland. And I thank the senior senator, we were both senior senators from our respective states from Maryland, for yielding first to me. And more important, I want to thank him for his leadership on human rights and civil rights here in the United States. He has been such a powerful advocate, but also around the world through the Helsinki Commission. I've had the great privilege of working with him and serving with him on that commission, where he has put front and center the crimes against humanity committed in Ukraine, as well as other parts of the world where the rule of law, unfortunately, is lacking.
Dude, I'm like fading, man.
So
it's been like, what, 12 hours making this platform respectable. God damn. I need to like take a, take a nap.
Senator Durbin, who has been rightly lauded by
Senator
folks. Cardin for his work on rights.
Sorry to say this, but I need to head out. So I apologize, Senator Blumenthal. This is like important stuff. Like, you guys should be like watching this too, so you know what's going on like in government. There's no excuse for you like not to know like what's going on. Literally, there's a website dedicated and shows you everything that's going on, at least at the federal level. You have Twitter, it can tell you everything that's going on state by state. Some states, they have cameras inside the fucking state legislatures. Depends on the state. Know what's going on in government. It's not an excuse. These people affect your lives on a daily basis. As always, this is the most roguish of heels signing out. I am tired. I'm like literally about to fall asleep in my chair. But I'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning. Just remember, stay frosty, touch grass, and Godspeed. Fight for your democracy, folks, or we're never going to have one again.